really don't like it, okay? It sucks buttermilk. Like, it's so bad you have to drink buttermilk. It's really, really nasty.
Don't they make
for
like
the most
buttermilk
part.
waffles or pancakes?
I think they do that,
Okay.
but drinking buttermilk
Yeah,
is really,
you don't wanna
really
drink a
bad for the
pancake.
most part right here. This does not suck buttermilk as the Amish are wont to be. Looking out here right now, being down on the field itself, the diamond itself right here. How cool is this down the third base line? It just jacks you up a little bit.
You know, the best part about this, the D-backs set us up great. I mean, you could not – seriously, there's not a better seat here. We're almost on the pitcher's mound. The best part about this over the next 4 hours, and Burns and Gambo are going to be out here too from 2 to 6, it's going to be people walking by being like, who are those guys to get to sit down on the field? Who are these rubes? And here we are.
These what?
Rubes. Here we are, rubes, sitting down on the field.
Okay, at least we're not randos.
That's true. You don't want to be – well, technically in this case, I think we are randos.
Oh, okay, we are?
We
Is that what rubes means?
Well, no, I mean,
I guess
it's a little different.
Okay.
But
You
we're not.
rando.
Yeah, we're not on the team, and yet we have this on-the-team sort of access. What are you most excited about for this baseball season, Wolf?
You know, I would have to say I'm most excited about the sport itself. I get jacked up for opening day. I really, really do. The sport of baseball, Basinonians, I've talked about it and have talked about it for decades now. It's so different. It's so dichotomous from the sport of football. Football is so in your face and everything that is so physical and and yet baseball is so mental and so spiritual over the course of 162 games. Your soul's got to be in line, of course, with both sports, but in a completely different way. I love the game of baseball because it is so uniquely different than the game of football. In football, you've got a team. You've got 11 guys out on the field, and every guy has got to do his job on a given play, whether it's offense or defense, in order for you to be successful for the most part. Every guy has got to do his job. What's so fascinating about this team sport that is the game of baseball is the fact that you got one-on-one matchups everywhere. It's everywhere. It is the pitcher throwing the ball to the hitter, of course. It's when the hitter puts the ball in play, hits it to the shortstop. You better, what are you going to do? Field the ball, do your job, make the throw. It's individualized, whether you're going to be successful or not. It's a team sport that is so hyper-individualized. That is completely different than anything else that I know of.
Well, I'm realizing as we're doing this, typically we do the show from up in left field. It's a great vantage point.
Yes.
This is better. That's pretty outstanding, but this is really cool. But what I'm realizing, Wolf, is all the times you look down in the field and you're like, hey, look at that guy watering the infield or, watering the, moving, raking stuff around. That guy's like 10 feet away from us now.
Yeah.
So you really could just go over there and just grab the hose and start watering down the infield.
Yeah, I guess I could, but
could.
I'd probably be arrested if I did that.
You would definitely be removed quickly, and Jamal would have to jump in to do the show.
I mean, how cool would that be? Do you think that would go down in radio history right there if some guy gets waylaid, taken out by security here at Chase Field?
10 hours before the game.
Because I grabbed the hose out of the grounds crew. Yeah, I think that's.
Maybe let's put that lower on the list. I'm not saying you should. I'm
Thank
just
you
saying
for that,
you're close enough now where when you talk about the guy watering down the field, he can hear you talking about him.
By the way, why did you take your shades off? You actually had shades on when we started the broadcast. Why did you take them off?
I haven't decided yet.
Of course, the roof is closed here, Basinonians, at Chase Field.
Yeah.
The roof is closed, of course, and Luke was wearing shades.
Well, it's not like it's dark in here. I mean, there's sun coming through that giant part of the wall.
Oh, okay. My eyes are hypersensitive, Luke. Do you have any idea how many concussions I've actually had? And I say that because they're my concussions, ladies and gentlemen. They're not yours. They're mine. So I can point to them and I can say, those are my concussions. And I can laugh at it because they were mine, not yours. Having said that, do you have any idea how light sensitive my eyes are? Hypersensitive, I would say. And yet I don't feel like I need sunglasses.
I was just wearing the sunglasses because we were on the field. And I'm like, hey, what if there's a fly ball and I have to get under it?
I thought it was really a good look. I thought it was a good look for us. I know that Jeremy is down here right now.
That's true.
That means we're taping this. We're filming this right now. Don't say filming. That sounds so old now. It's taping. We're digitally taping.
Reel-to-reeling this?
Yes. No, we're not doing that, Jeremy. Thank you very much. But, man, it is opening day 2025. I am jacked. What are you most excited to see? For me, pitching and defense.
Well, I would guess that would be Mike Hazen's answer if he was on with us today, but he probably won't be because he was just on with us yesterday. He's probably like, yeah, once a week is good with those two. This team's built around pitching and defense. And we talk about what I'm most fired up to see. How about the fact that there's a game here going to be played first pitch in 9 hours? D-backs Cubs, Zach Gallen against Justin Steele. And, I mean, the Cubs are a team that people think could be in contention for a wild card spot or maybe even, win the Central. Every team's got hope right now. I think the Cubs have some legitimate hope, but the Diamondbacks have expectations. And all of a sudden, right out of the gate, you're playing not just meaningful games because they count in the standings, but meaningful games because this is an important series. This is the only time you're going to host the Cubs all season. Right out of the gate, you're hosting Chicago.
Yeah. Honestly, right now, I'm so excited for so many different reasons, and yet you can't overreact. You can't. Just get that in your head right now, okay? Don't overreact.
I kind of want to overreact.
So I know,
I'm sitting right here. I want to overreact.
This is what opening day is for. It's to overreact. It is, but you got to fight that. You forget about the nature of the game of baseball. This is a marathon. This is going to be decided over 162 games.
Wolf, we're sitting on the field right next to where it says opening day.
But
I'll just say it. They're going to go 162-0. We're both thinking it.
I'm just saying right now, we have a tendency as human beings to see something, witness something, and then extrapolate something out of that, and then carry it and make it become commonplace. All of a sudden, you take one little thing, you extrapolate from it, and you apply it to everything. That isn't the way that baseball works. Having said that, Luke,
I can't imagine they ever lose.
What are you most excited to see individually here today?
You know what I'm most excited to see overall this season. I think they're a World Series contender, and I think more and more people are jumping on that bandwagon nationally. They are a World Series contender. Now, that doesn't guarantee anything. They could miss the playoffs.
Yes.
But I'm just saying they have that upside.
Why would anybody not say the Arizona Diamondbacks are World Series contenders?
Dodgers. That's about the only reason.
You just don't have one team get in.
True.
You just don't have that. Why would anybody say, seriously, the Arizona Diamondbacks are not World Series contenders? How could you possibly say, talking about the team that scored more runs than anybody else last year? That's a fact. Talking about a team that was the best fielding team in baseball last year. That's a fact. You're talking about a rotation that is as strong, top 5 rotation in the league. That's a fact. Why in the world would anyone laugh at the Diamondbacks being a World Series contender? We're not laughing.
No.
Because they are.
There's always excitement this time of year, but you usually know what the ceiling is in the back of your mind. The ceiling for this team is the World Series. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but that's the ceiling. The ceiling, 3 years ago we were doing the show. It's like, they're getting better. Even 2 years ago when they went to the World Series, I think the ceiling was they could improve with all these young players and maybe make the playoffs. They just happened to blow right through the ceiling. But, anything goes this year. They're built to win now. Are you done feeling good about yourself, Wolf? Because we're going to come back and talk about that basketball game last night.
Yeah, thank you.
The Suns lost by 30 last night. Why was that so ugly? We'll discuss it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We've been waiting.
Swinging a high fly ball out to left field. Going back on it is Happ at the track, at the wall. Looks, it is gone. Oh, man, Suarez hits it out of Wrigley.
The D-backs open the regular season tonight when they host the Cubs.
Swinging a high drive out to deep left field. Marte taking his time, savoring all of that one, because that baby's long gone.
Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, doing their shows live from Chase Field. D-backs opening day is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. If it feels like everything's going on right now, that's because everything is going on right now. Look around. You got baseball starting up. We got college hoops. The tournament starts back up today. We're not that far from the playoffs in hockey or pro basketball. We got the draft coming up in football. Look, You need somewhere to watch all this, and Twin Peaks is the answer. Call some friends, grab a table, order up some food and drinks, live it up. Like there's not much I like more than going to a baseball game. But if you're not going to the baseball game, the best way to watch baseball is to watch like 10 games at once, and you can do that at Twin Peaks on their wall-to-wall TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action while you're there. Enjoy their outstanding food selection. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs, burgers, wings, loaded fries, the spicy meatball skillet, street tacos, lobster mac and cheese, much, much more. Plus, nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. Don't even wait for the weekend. Whatever you're looking for, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they are known for at 5 convenient Valley locations now, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control. And so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows, and an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try, risk-free at philo.tv.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, it's Gambo. We're live from Chase Field as we're getting you ready for the Diamondbacks season opener against the Cubbies. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports.
We're back here. Chase Field.
There it is. The shades are on, Luke Lipinski.
Future's so bright.
That's right.
Although,
broadcasting with shades.
Maybe you're just jealous you don't have shades, right?
Well, you know what? I used to. Early broadcasting for me, the first 3-4 years, I wore shades, of course, in the studio, and that was because typically I was out till 3 a.m. Once again, thank you, Lord God. I'm glad those days are gone.
And how early was that show?
It was early. It was 6 o'clock. Isn't that right, K-Ray?
That is awful.
Isn't that right?
A nice hour and a half of sleep before you have to go in.
It was brutal.
And talk.
Next?
Well, next isn't a whole lot better, Wolf. Next is that basketball game last night where the Suns lost by 30. Now, I said this yesterday, and I'm going to stick to it. I wasn't going to let last night's game completely erase everything the Suns have done in the last 2 weeks. They're playing the Celtics.
Yeah.
Now, Jason Tatum didn't play, but it's still the Celtics. They're still the defending champs. They just weren't at full strength, but they're still a really good team. And so I'm going to stick to that. I'm not going to sit here after we had a listeners-only meeting yesterday asking if people were back in, say, well, they lost one game, so they're done. But it was hard to watch that game last night and think they're going to beat Boston when they play them again next week or Oklahoma City. Like, those 2 of their 9 games left, I just don't see them winning those 2 games.
Well, let's face it. The Suns had won 4 games in a row, and they beat 2 really good teams, 2 solid teams.
2 teams that aren't Boston.
In Cleveland and Milwaukee. They're not Boston. So we were all looking to see what was going to happen here. How they played really was going to matter to us, and we were talking about that. Not just, can they win? Okay, we'll see if they can win. That'd be really, really cool. We all knew how good the Boston Celtics are and were. We all understand that. Yet at the same time, how they played would matter to me, and it mattered to you as well.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? The Celtics are really, really good, and it just shows you the divide that still exists with the Phoenix Suns going forward. Now, again, am I going to change anything? I'm not, Basinonians. This lineup right now, the young guns, the Sun spots, I'm going to continue to play these guys and give them significant minutes going forward.
It's kind of just a reminder that you're not in that class. But I don't think Suns fans were thinking they were in the Celtics class or Oklahoma City's class. I understand Cleveland has a better record than Boston. I'll take Boston in the playoffs, all due respect to Cleveland.
Yes.
So that's just, they just
Agreed.
won the championship,
Yes.
9 months ago? But you have to remember the Suns aren't trying to pass Boston to get the number 10 seed or the number 9 seed. They just need to get in over Dallas or Sacramento, just one of them. If you want to get over both, then you can host a play-in game. It was kind of, it was like somebody threw water on the last couple of weeks of just, if you get through the play and then you play Oklahoma City in the first round, it might look a lot like this. But I don't care. At this point, just get in. And the way they played the last few games going into last night makes it a lot more realistic that we can actually zero in on the 9 games left this regular season to see what they can do. To your point, I'm probably not changing a whole lot lineup-wise. But just know that you do play Boston again in the next week.
Yeah, I'm not doing it, but can I also say this? My biggest observation overall was just the mentality of the Boston Celtics. The mentality was on display.
The brutality.
You can talk about the physicality. You can talk about the raw athleticism. You can talk about all of it. To me, it's the culture, and this is not going to surprise you. It's the mentality of the Boston Celtics that I was just amazed with. They contest everything, and they concede nothing. Even late in the game, they had a 35-point lead.
Yeah, they couldn't just hold off a little bit there.
It was just a situation where they competed. They were playing their backups, of course, playing a huge rotation, and those guys went out there and they balled just like the starters did. It's a culture, it's a mentality, it's their identity, it's who we are. This is who we are, and you're gonna mimic me. And if you don't mimic me, you're going to be gone.
That is a team. That's the tier the Suns were supposed to be able to compete with before the season. I mean, that's it, right? This team was built, whether you thought they ever had a chance or not, this team was built to win a championship. So obviously you'd have to compete with teams on the level of the Celtics. But we have seen over 70 games that's not anywhere near the tier this team is in.
No.
And last night drove that point home. I would say this, the year the Suns won 64 games, they lost to the Celtics by 25 on New Year's Eve. I remember that game was just horrible. They don't play well against the Celtics unless it's Devin Booker dropping 70 on them back in 2017. 93 3-point attempts in that game last night.
Incredible.
You want to talk about basketball in 2025? Watch that game last night.
But once again, the mentality. It is the toughness of the Boston Celtics that I drool all over. The Celtics are the best road team in the association, 30-7. That's pretty doggone good. The Suns have been playing really, really well, and the Suns never had a lead in this game. They never had a lead. the Celtics, they don't turn the ball over. They don't beat themselves. They defend, and they shoot the dog out of the three. As a matter of fact, that's dogma. That's who they are. They're not going to beat themselves. They're not going to go out there and make a ton of mistakes. Now, do they have a bad game every now and then? Absolutely. But when you start talking about terms of consistency, the Boston Celtics are incredibly consistent in their approach to playing the game of basketball and the mentality that they bring to the floor. It is stunning to me, and I look at them in awe.
They made 22 three-pointers. They scored 66 points off threes last night. And, yeah, some of that is defend the three better, but some of that is that's just what the Celtics do. Here's Kevin Durant after the game.
I mean, they make the first 7 threes of the game. I mean, that kind of started and just showed what type of team they can be. They had us scrambling. They had us chasing them all night. We got mismatches in Porzingis, so if you switch and you got a small guy on him, you're going to have to show him some type of attention. Then boom, swing, drive, kick, three. You know what I'm saying? That's just great ball by them. We're trying to, like I always say, we got good intentions trying to come to the game, but sometimes the team just beats your scheme, team just shoot over you, team could just be bigger than you and win the game no matter how hard you play or how much chemistry you got or what streak you were on. Sometimes the team's just better than you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to take last night, because this is kind of what we were talking about before the show, of, do you view last night as the Suns being bad or the Celtics being good? I'm going to view last night as more about the Celtics than the Suns. Now,
I would agree with that.
The Suns don't have a lot of games left. So, I mean, and like I said, they play Boston next Friday, too, in Boston, so I'm sure that'll be easy. And they've got Oklahoma City on April 9th. The other games they have left on the schedule are mostly tough, but they are more winnable, including Minnesota tomorrow night in Minnesota. I'm gonna let last night just be the Celtics are probably the best team in the NBA. Now, if this knocks the Suns off the rails and they go out there and lose to Minnesota tomorrow and Houston on Sunday, well, then they're probably not going to make the play-in. But, that's one of the skills you have to have in sports and really probably life of if things don't go your way, you got to kind of bounce off of it and move on. So we'll see if the Suns do that tomorrow.
Yeah, once again, I just want to say this too. We hear of 3-and-D players as well, right? 3-and-D players. Oh, this guy's a 3-and-D player. You've heard that before, of course. It's amazing because the Boston Celtics are a collective version of 3-and-D. That's what they do. You want to talk about simplifying your culture, simplifying who you are? That's it. They're going to take threes, and they're going to play D.
Imagine that team with Jason Tatum. They didn't even remotely need him last night. We come back over to football, another day, another mock draft, and another different player going to the Arizona Cardinals. Does anybody have any idea what the Cardinals are going to do? Hopefully Monty does. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's D-backs week on Arizona Sports, and we're giving you the chance to win tickets to D-backs opening weekend.
This hour's code word is slide. Slide.
Enter the keyword now on the Arizona Sports app for your chance to win.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. You know what? March is Truck Month at Santan Ford. That is really, really cool. It is Truck Month right now going on at Santan Ford. You can walk around the lot. You can take up to $10,000 off of MSRP, man. $10,000 off MSRP. Talking about $10,000 off a brand new 2024 Ford F-150 and up to $10,000 off a 2024 Ford Bronco as well. And I'm talking about the big Bronco right here, Basinonians. It's all at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. Listen, Santan Ford is located on the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. That's santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready.
And get ready for the workday.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy. Febreze. La 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 la.
Tonight,
a 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm gonna bring her home.
Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl? You a cop? You wish I was a cop.
From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking.
You do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A working man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters tonight.
Temps are heating up and pool season right around the corner. Paul Calvese here, and if the backyard upgrade is on your to-do list like we just did, don't miss the Ultimate Backyard Expo by California Pools and Landscape. Man, they transformed our yard. We're loving it. It's Saturday, March 29th. It's a free event. It's going to feature everything under the sun so you can see what's possible for your dream backyard. Vendors, giveaways, the lowest prices of the season. It's the Ultimate Backyard Expo. For all the info, go to calpool.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta calling out all Valley Car shoppers. If you are in the market for a new vehicle, you've got to see what Brad Gunlickson, the general manager at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, is doing. He has challenged his sales team to move all remaining 2024 models by month end to make room for incoming inventory, and you could take advantage of some huge savings on brand new 2024s. Like GMC Yukon XLs, you can save up to $10,500 off MSRP. All electric Sierra Denali EV pickups, up to $14,000 off MSRP. Even Buick Encore and Envision SUVs with savings of over $8,000 off MSRP, and they are selling fast. So you got to move. Hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find everything online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models through GM Financial. Approved credit required. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends.
Eastern Conference standings. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks Brewing. Check out Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale, easy to enjoy with notes of passion fruit, orange, and guava. Look for Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale at your local restaurant or retailer.
Hey, everybody, it is Burnsy. We will react to how the Suns wrapped up their homestand against the Celtics, and we'll take a look ahead to Arizona's Sweet 16 matchup against Duke. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Back here at Chase Field, opening day. First pitch for the D-backs is, what, about 8.5 hours away?
You're not going to pop that down, are you, Rick? I mean, are you really going to pop that down? Okay, just wanted to know. Okay, thank you. The intensity of it all. The intensity, it awaits, does it not? Here in opening day at Chase Field, the summer of 2025 getting ready to kick off. What are we in store for? That is the question we all ask each other today.
First games today around Major League Baseball start at noon. Brewers, Yankees, and Orioles, Blue Jays, and he gets them going at 1. But, of course, first pitch here from Chase Field, and we will move by then. We would have to move by then, Wolf, because otherwise we would get hit with the pitch probably. That's at 7:10. Although Burns and Gambo are going to be here till 6, and I believe they're in the same spot we're in.
It's going to be interesting.
So it's interesting for us in the sense that we're just right behind home plate, and there's all these people walking. Hey, I'm going to take a picture. This is great. But then when Burns and Gambo are out here, and maybe even us here later in this show, there's going to be like guys taking batting practice. So this is going to get a little dicey, Wolf. Hopefully you brought your mitts. Let's talk some football while we have a chance. Another mock draft. This one, Matt Miller, who has been on the show before, friend of the show. He went 7 rounds deep. So I'm going to read you every pick from every round.
Okay. Boy, how tiring. That's got to be. I mean, that's a commitment.
Especially
you do a mock draft where you go 7 rounds, all 7 rounds. That's a commitment, bro.
Do you want me to read them 1 through 257, or you want to count up 257 to 1?
No, spare me on that one.
Okay. Well, he has Nazir Stackhouse, defensive tackle out of Georgia, as Mr. Irrelevant.
Okay, just what about this? Are trades involved?
I don't believe he did trades.
Matt, thank you.
Yeah.
Matt, thank you.
That's a bit much.
Wow.
That would be a lot.
That would blow my mind. A 7-round mock where trades were involved.
Oh, we've seen him, though. We have seen
Yeah,
Chad Reuter does it a lot.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Matt doesn't seem insane to me.
No, Matt just limited it to 7 rounds. He wasn't like, I'm going to make Houston's going to trade a 6th-round pick to Atlanta for a 4th, and yeah, we're not doing that. So at number 16, he has the Cardinals taking yet another new name.
Mike Green, Edge, Marshall.
The edge rusher was an absolute menace in his final season with the Thundering Herd behind 17 sacks and 23 tackles for loss. His energy coming off the edge jumps off the tape, as does the physicality he brings to the table. Coming out of a non-power conference, though, can the 6'3", 251-pounder's production translate to the next level? That's the big question for the projected first-round pick. NFL comp, Pittsburgh Steelers edge rusher Alex Highsmith.
Wow.
That wouldn't be bad if he was Alex Highsmith.
No, that wouldn't be bad. Mike Green, the edge out of Marshall. I like his length. He's long, super long and whippy, very, very athletic as well. I'm just not crazy about the edge now.
In the first round?
In the first round. I'm not crazy about that. I do believe they're going to be okay. Now, can you ever have too many edge guys? I don't think so, based on earnings. I think you can, but for me right now, they've got areas of need they must take a look at. And I know you want to say, Wolf, it's the best player available. Hey, you know what? When you've got a team that is going to take that next step, it's one of the reasons why you went out and addressed your positions of need in free agency so you could go ahead and you could focus on bringing in more guys. You don't ever want to have to draft a position. I get that. But to me right now, I'd like to see an interior offensive lineman. The best interior offensive lineman. That's right. I'm just saying, I'm going to say it all of April, too. Get ready for it because it's the truth. That's what I think they need more than anything else right now. I know you don't want to draft for need, yet at the same time, there are people that are there that fit where you're going to pick at 16.
You know, I know the name you want to say, so I just went ahead and looked up where he has Tyler Booker going.
Yeah.
He has Tyler Booker going 35th to the Titans. So maybe if there were trades, and there are obviously in the real draft, maybe the Cardinals would trade down a little bit, take Tyler Booker at the end of the first round or whatever.
Man, I love that. I'm glad you brought that up because Bucky Brooks had a mock draft as well. I really like Bucky Brooks. I think he's got a good eye for talent. I thought it was hysterical. Bucky Brooks had Tyler Booker being drafted 14th overall.
Nobody knows.
Because once again,
week.
Bucky Brooks, this is a football player. This is a guy who understands the game. You know what? If the guy can play the game, I really don't care. I don't care. If I can watch him on tape pull and kick out the end man on the line of scrimmage, or watch him on tape pull and go up on the backer, if I can watch him on tape move and get the job done where he's destroying people, what do I care if he ran a 5.3 40? Why do I care about that?
I'm with you in the sense that the second his career in the NFL starts and he's doing good stuff, nobody's going to be like, yeah, Tyler, you're doing a great job out there, but we just got footage of that 40 you ran 12 months ago, and we're not going to do that. So I'm with you in that sense. My thoughts on this. The combine should be a tiebreaker. It shouldn't be why you decide something. Just like a job interview shouldn't decide if you're good at the job. You actually doing the job should decide if you're good at the job. The job interview is the tiebreaker. But it is interesting to see Tyler Booker all over the place in these mock drafts, going deeper into Matt Miller's. And this is another one. We're now hearing this name a little bit more, and we're definitely hearing this position more. In the second round, he has them going receiver.
Jalen Knoll, wide receiver, Iowa State.
Jalen Knoll, the wide receiver from Iowa State, is a somewhat bigger slot receiver that can mix it up both in the middle of the field and has the speed to take it over the top on the outside. His footwork and route running make him an appealing receiver for teams that need a guy in the slot. And in the right system, he can have an impact both in the passing game and in the return game. NFL comp, Texans wide receiver, Christian Kirk.
All right.
Oh, okay.
I don't hate the idea of a receiver, but it's not. Again, neither one of those positions are really my priority for the Cardinals. I honestly would almost rather have another edge rusher than a receiver. I
would agree with that. Yes,
you can rotate him through.
That's fine. We're just going to bring edge after edge after edge.
That's the way Gannon likes.
And he's going to slice and dice you. Okay, we're just going to line them up, and this guy will get 2 reps, and then we'll get somebody else in there, and they'll have 2 reps, and they're going to be bringing their best reps to the field of ground. Yeah, I'm with you on that, on the edge. For me, I think the Arizona Cardinals do have the talent they need. I think they have the skill they need. What you need to do, again, and I know I'm being repetitive, but I don't care. It's the truth. And I'm going to say it right up to the draft. It is the truth. What you need is an offensive line that can allow your skill to do what they do. Period.
I'm going to go back to the Bucky Brooks mock for a second. You pointed this out in prehab today. Quarterbacks with the first 2 picks and 2 running backs in the top 10 in Bucky's mock.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting right there. The fact that, again, here's a former player, and Tyler Booker is number 14. Still going the top half of the first round right there. Walter Nolan, he had mocked to the Cards. Now, we've seen Walter Nolan mocked to the Cards.
Yep.
We were talking about one yesterday, as a matter of fact. Talking about that thing. Was it this one?
It was this one.
There we go. It was
full circle.
It was, yes.
But he's been mocked to he's one of the top 5 mocked to the Cardinals.
Yes, and 2 running backs, Ashton Genty, of course, and Marion Hampton, going in the top 10. That was a surprise to me. You'd have 2.
I have to say this real quick, too. The Matt Miller 7-round mock, because anytime it's a 7-round mock, I'm looking. He has Cam Scatterbo going where I think he's going in this draft. I don't know what number Cam's going, but this is the team I think he's going to. Pick 123 to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
123, that'd be in the 4th round.
Yep.
Boy, poor Cam.
A little bit lower than 104.
I'm just saying, poor Cam, because I went 104, so you know what that means.
But he hasn't gone 120. Do you know where you were mocked?
Can I say this right now? I believe he's going to go in the top 100.
I'll tell you
I believe he's going to. You told me 92 to 97.
Okay. Wow, you're going with an actual.
I'm just telling you right now.
But I would rather, if I were him, I'd rather go to. I think the Steelers would be a perfect fit for him. That would be a good place for him to go.
Huge.
Now, I wouldn't want to go in the 7th round, but if you're telling me I can go 123 to the Steelers or 110 to some team that can't run the ball or block for the runners, or I'm always down by 20, I'd rather just go to a team like the Steelers. Baseball's back, believe it or not. That's why we're on the field here at Chase Field. We're giving you the chance to win D-backs tickets to see them take on the Cubs every hour this week. Just listen for the code word each hour, then enter it in the bottom right corner of the Arizona Sports app. The more you listen, the more chances you have to win. When we come back, should the expectations for the Arizona Diamondbacks be as high as they are, at least for me? We're going to ask Arizona Diamondbacks broadcaster Jody Jackson next. Leading off with Jody Jackson, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Jody.
Suns up.
And the final score tonight, Celtics win it wire to wire, 132-102. They beat the Suns to snap Phoenix's 4-game win streak. Boston extends its win streak to 7 in a row, now 54-19 on the season, dropping the Suns to 35-38.
What does this L mean for the Suns and the play-in? We chopped that up today on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Yeah, Robert Mulvin, my buddy, he owns and operates All Pro Shade Concepts. The Basinonians, he came over to the compound yesterday, actually doing some social media stuff, right? Social media, crunk. Of course, listen, these guys are the best in the business right now. They will meet all your shade and awning needs, period. They're experts in their industry. Their growth reflects deep expertise and knowledge in the shade and awning industry, which translates to higher quality service and better advice for customers on how to meet their shading needs. The advice they gave us, they came over to the compound, of course, and they advised us on what our shading needs were and what our options were as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you right now, they really helped us out. What you need to do is go to allproshade.com. They have free home estimates. Go to allproshade.com.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, who wants 2 tickets to the Ford Championship to see the ladies of the LPGA teeing it up March 27th through the 30th? Yep, Paul Calvisi here, and all you have to do, get a test drive at our Metro Phoenix Ford dealers, and you can get 2 general admission tickets to see the best of the LPGA. We're talking 19 of the top 20 players are coming to the Ford Championship outside of a major tour stop. It is rare to see this many top golfers, and they're all going to be there at the Whirlwind Golf Club at Wild Horse Pass, and you can be there if you get a test drive at our Metro Phoenix Ford dealers, and you can choose any new vehicle in that Ford lineup to test drive. Try the all-time best-selling SUV in America, the Ford Explorer. We love the Explorer we just bought. Hey, experience the Ford Bronco Sport, versatile, rugged, and smart. Of course, you can always test drive the best-selling line of pickups for 48 years running, the Ford F-Series, the epitome of built Ford tough. But hurry, tickets for the Ford Championship, our first come, first serve, will only be available while supplies last at our Metro Phoenix Ford dealers.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, welcome back to Chase Field. It's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning, but not just any Thursday morning. It's opening day, and Wolf, this is pretty monumental. I just assumed Jody Jackson lived at Chase Field during baseball season.
Yeah.
We made it here before she did, and I know that because she's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's up, Jody?
Yeah, and I know, Rick said, am I going to be down there? And I'm going to be down there soon, but not quite yet. So you guys did beat me to it, and happy baseball season to you guys. It's a great day.
Yeah, Jody, thank you so much. It is a great day. There's no doubt about it. What is it about the game you love and enjoy the most?
Gosh, it's such a loaded question. I just love, all these years, just coming down to the ballpark and just never knowing what's going to happen, and it's just different with baseball because it's literally, as you guys know, it's 162. It's every day, and every day matters. And not to go right into, last year, but yeah, you learn that every game matters. And it's just, for me though, it's also just going back into the building. I was there like a month ago, but then I was there on Monday, and it just felt different. You start to see all the people in the ballpark that, it's like a family. It is like a home. You're right, Luke. I spend a lot of time there, maybe not as much as some people think, but it feels like a second home and a home away from home and family. And then now, tonight just having, nearly 50,000 people in there and having the guys have been waiting for this. They've been waiting to feel all that love from the fans at Chase, which they felt it at spring training. But it's a combination of so many things. But I guess it's just that routine of being back. And you almost think how did I live without it for all the months, in between? But, it's just that much more exciting when you can return to it.
Jody, I've been wrestling with probably having maybe too high of expectations for this team, or they're not unrealistic. They could go all the way this year. But what are your expectations for this team this season?
Luke, there's the reality of you just never know, and things could go on the negative side. Things could go wrong. But actually, the more that I have watched this team through spring training and the more that I'm thinking about it, my expectations are getting higher and higher. I just look at how many guys they missed in the pitching staff, and then I look at the offense and how many guys are back. And even though you do lose a little bit of home run power with Peterson and maybe Walker gone, but you have Naylor, you have Pavin now. You don't know, we have yet to see what he can do. My expectations are pretty darn high. I know you guys had Jason Stark on and he predicted World Series, and I'm kind of like Wolf there. I'm not ready to. You just don't know what's going to happen. But as far as getting in, you have to also trust that the team is going to have that hunger and have enough ability over the 162 to find a way to make sure they make it in. And we saw last year, it was a great season. It was a lot of fun, and they didn't make it. But, I guess the one thing that stands out, because I think the pitching will hold up. They have a lot of depth. The bullpen is better. I really believe that. The front end of the bullpen, as they call it, for kind of the middle inning guys, they've revamped it. And I think it will be more steady. And then when I look at the offense, I think the big thing that stands out is the fact that we said, well, they scored the most runs in baseball last year, more than the Dodgers, more than the Yankees. And, well, they're not going to do that again. And I get that you can't count on that. But part of me thinks as I watch these guys hit during spring and just in general kind of looking at the lineup, and I say, you know what, they might not be first, but they might not be far off. And that's what excites me.
For me, Jody, I love looking at an entire season, 162, and it's awesome because it really is a soap opera. When you play 162 games and you're playing almost every day, it really is. You get a feel. You get a real feel for the personality of a baseball team right now. What do you think, if you had to project over the course of 162, which is ridiculous, yet I want you to look at this team, look at this roster right now and tell me, what would you project their personality to be collectively as a team when we get into the fall?
Well, Wolf, as you know, these guys are a really likable group. They're a lot of fun. A lot of them have grown up together, and that means a lot. They have an unbreakable bond. A lot of these guys that came up through the minors together. And then you have guys that have been on the team that have a similar bond, like a Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, and who have pitched through some tough times and the best times. And then you have veterans like Gino Suarez, and you've got a Josh Naylor coming over, and his personality is big, and it's going to be a lot of fun. He's got a playlist in the clubhouse during spring that the guys were enjoying and just made his presence felt, but not taking over, just blending in a good way. And so, I mean, I don't know if I could find one word to describe the personality, but I just think there is some swag, though, and I mean that in a good way, because swag is hard sometimes in baseball. It's like you can't go out and hit a guy and everyone goes wild. It's not the game of football that way, but if you can be swaggy in baseball, it just means that you are really, really good at what you do. You are detail-oriented. You are committed to the craft every day. And I think there's enough of those guys that they have to hold up a standard. I mean, that means when things go a little wacky, and maybe there have been, for whatever reason, there might be strange things that happen. There might be awkwardness. And it's like, no, we have a commitment to play this game at the highest level. And it doesn't matter what happened on any given day, and that could be, a storyline or an injury, and it's about, and the guy that kind of shines through for that is Corbin Carroll, because as young as he is, I feel like, there's no one that I've seen, and there's a lot of guys that equal him, but there's no one that I've seen with more of that commitment to, like, we have to get it done today, and we have to do everything we can to win the game. And there's many of those guys, but I feel like he kind of is that young example to me. I don't know if that really helps you, Wolf, but that's
confidence, Jody. It's swag.
Confidence.
There's a little bit of confidence that you can see collectively with this team. I think that's awesome.
Jody, we're talking to Jody Jackson. I wanted to ask you this. We talked to Mike Hazen yesterday, and we brought up the order of the rotation, and he was like, yeah, it really doesn't matter once the season gets started, which I think is kind of what we were all expecting the GM to say, and I think what a lot of us feel, too. Like, once the season gets going, Corbin Burns is just pitching in front of Zach Gallen. But the one part that's interesting to me is that Zach Gallen is the opening day starter, and he's been here the last few years, and he's done a lot for this team. So what were your thoughts on Gallen getting the nod to pitch tonight?
Well, I'm glad I don't have to make those decisions, because that is a hard decision. But, again, as I've dialed in on opening day and our coverage for tonight, and Zach Gallen, I went back to last April, he was outstanding. And, he is a very steady guy. He is spectacular at times, but he's another one who's, a perfectionist in many ways. And he's going to be out there today. And I kind of brought me back to last opening day. And you guys remember, boy, the pressure was off as the team took a, 16-run lead. But and that was just a party. That turned into a blowout. And, that's really rare on opening day. And I don't know that I foresee that for sure. But, I looked back, and he was outstanding in that first start. He was really good against the Yankees. And then he had another shutout performance against I can't remember the team exactly, but it was a good team. Third outing, no earned runs. So this guy, he knows exactly what he needs to do out there today. And I think the fans, you're right, he's been here. The fans have come to love and respect what Zach Gallen goes out and does. And we're all looking forward to seeing Corbin Burns, of course, and Merrill Kelly and the rest of the guys. But Zach Gallen, I fully expect that he is going to bring his A game here today, and that's why he has the nod on a day like today.
So, Jody, I have no time to ask you this question right now, but I'm going to do it anyways. Just give me a name. It's 3-2 Diamondbacks in the top of the ninth. Who's getting the ball?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm going to foresee Puck being used earlier and then Martinez getting it. So we'll see. But
okay. All right.
There we go. Nice, Jody.
This is great. Look forward to talking to you all season long. Thank you.
Guys, love you. See you later.
All right, okay. Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. She will be joining us all season long for leading off. Jody Jackson. She'll be joining us out here, I'm sure, at some point today.
So good.
When we come back to basketball, Devin Booker's shooting's a little down the last few games, although he did hit a game winner in there. But can the Suns make the playoffs if he's not hitting more shots? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman talk about this Suns team's chances of making the postseason on Empire of the Suns. Get it where you get your podcasts or on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Empire of the Suns, brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
There's going to be a lot more games that tickets get to that price. So if you want to be a part of them, you better buy season tickets. You better do it right now. You better sell it out because we're going to have a lot more games where this state wants to show up to. Buy your season tickets. Let's make that every single week of next year. Because why would you not want to be in that environment? That's one of the most fun places to be in college football. Why would you not want to do that every Saturday?
Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Join Sun Devil Baseball as they host the team down south for a 3-game series starting April 4th through April 6th. Be sure to stick around after the Friday, April 4th game to enjoy a post-game fireworks show. On Saturday before the 6:30 first pitch, don't miss the special celebration of the 1975 College World Series team. And finally, to close out the series, Sun Devil Baseball will have its annual green game starting at 5 p.m. Get your tickets today by going online to sundeviltickets.com. Go Devils!
When you hear that a small Blizzard treat is just 85 cents in the DQ app, you might just feel like you're dreaming. 85-cent Blizzard treats. Trust us when we say you're not. But get to DQ quickly, because this dream is only a reality for so long. Hurry and get your small Blizzard treat for just 85 cents with a $1 purchase when you sign up for DQ Rewards. For a limited time at participating locations. Terms apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is opening day for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They take on the Chicago Cubs tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Our web department has been hard at work with tons of D-backs content, so make sure you head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Arizona men's basketball plays top seed Duke tonight in the Sweet 16. The Wildcats are looking to advance to the Elite Eight for the first time since 2015. Tip-off for that one is at 6:39. Speaking of U of A, the Wildcats received a commitment from Perry High School forward Koa Pete. According to ESPN, he is a 5-star recruit and 9th in the 2025 class. And the Phoenix Suns were crushed 132-102 by the Boston Celtics last night. The Suns have slipped back to 10th in the Western Conference standings. This report is brought to you by Wade.
Hey, it's Gambo. We're live from Chase Field as we're getting you ready for the Diamondbacks season opener against the Cubbies. Start at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, Burns and Gambo will be out here at 2. We are out here right now, right? What are we? Just down the third base sign, just behind home plate. Wolf, this is not where we typically do the show from. We typically do it from left field.
Really dangerous place if the game was going on right now.
Yeah, we would not be allowed down here.
No, are you kidding me?
Even now, it feels like we're too close.
Honestly, give me a full cage helmet. I would hang here if you gave me a full cage football
I have
helmet.
a full cage hockey
I'm talking
helmet.
about all of it, man. No,
It's full cage.
No, yeah, but still, that hockey helmet.
No good?
If you got hit in the head with a baseball, fouled off, I mean, think about that.
You hit in the
There's
head with
a
a puck?
left-handed hitter right there.
Well, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be great.
Right off oh, man.
Wouldn't be ideal.
It'd feel good, as a matter of fact, to me.
Wolf would get hit and stand up and be like, that kind of felt good.
Memories.
He starts singing memories. We are going to try some hot dogs in a little bit.
Oh.
Did you know that's?
Oh.
I know you did, but
I know.
yeah, we got the Sonoran hot dog versus the Chicago-style hot dog.
Honestly, I hope they bring mustard as well. Spicy brown mustard.
They just asked us if
well.
we needed anything. You could ask for mustard ahead of time.
Well, I wasn't thinking about hot dogs and mustard.
Well, who doesn't think about hot dogs and mustard?
For me, you just put that spicy brown mustard over anything base and onions, anything that is meat, it's going to be good. Trust me on that.
I think we have to eat these in their purest form. You don't get to pour hot sauce on them.
Yeah, what is this? You can't put spicy brown mustard on a Sonoran dog.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
It's just
you
got to eat it the traditional way.
Mustard on a hot dog? Rick, sit down and be quiet.
There's like beans and bacon on it.
Now,
let's see, bacon and beans. Like mustard doesn't go with that.
Oh, hold on. I am not disagreeing that mustard would go with that. I'm just saying for the purposes of what we're doing today, determining Sonoran hot dog versus Chicago-style hot dog, I think we have to eat them the way they bring them to us. Yes, on a tomorrow.
Do we?
Well, you can do whatever you want. I don't care.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Because I would have been lost.
You would have been like,
wait, where's the mustard?
Am I allowed to eat this?
Yeah.
You can do whatever. Yeah, they just offered. You could have asked for a big
hey,
tub of
Luke,
mustard.
Trust me on this one, base and onions. I'm going to eat it.
I have no doubt. It's going to be us fighting over hot dogs on the air at 12:30. The Phoenix Suns lost last night, and I went ahead and did this math. Boy, it took forever over 3 games. Devin Booker over the last 3 games, and there is a game-winning shot mixed in here, obviously, but he is shooting 37.5%, 18 of 48 from the field, averaging just 16.7 points per game. This is just over the last 3 games. They won 2 of the games. So I'm not trying to read too much into it other than, and we talked about this earlier in the week, his assist totals are higher than they've ever been. His 3-point attempts are higher than they've ever been. He's being asked to do a lot of different things for this team. Like nobody's blaming last night's loss on Devin Booker. He would have had to score like 80, which he's almost done before against the Celtics. But it does raise the question, though, if they got 9 games left, if they're going to make the play-in, I don't know that they're going to be able to do that if Devin Booker or Kevin Durant, if their shooting is off at all.
For me right now, are you saying you think there's something wrong with Devin Booker?
I'm just saying that he's going to have to be
Okay.
peak Devin Booker for them to get in.
Okay, can I just say right now, I wonder about this all the time. Devin Booker was the dad. He was the man, right?
Yes.
He was the alpha. He was the dad, if you will, of this team. Even though he was still young, he was the guy.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. The alpha. And all of a sudden you bring Kevin Durant in, and he starts deferring to Kevin Durant. I just wonder what kind of context, what kind of mindset that put Book in, especially because he's such a good dude and because he respects Kevin Durant and would defer to him, knowing that Kevin Durant is one of the best basketball players in the basketball universe ever. Book's still making his way down that road, but everyone knows KD right now, even KD now, is still so lethal on the offensive end. You want to talk about scoring the basketball at will, or seemingly so. That's KD. So you can see why Book would defer to Kevin Durant. But imagine this, Space Underneath. Imagine how different that feeling was to Devin Booker. And we've talked about this in the past, but it does make me think, I wonder what kind of context, what kind of mindset Devin Booker is competing in right now, especially knowing or believing that there's a real opportunity that Kevin Durant's going to be traded. He's going to be gone.
I also think Book's just being asked to do a lot of different things. It's not like he's never been a facilitator before, but it just feels like earlier this season it was like, okay, we need you to score, and we've got a point guard.
How do you facilitate, once again, when you're in the context of deferring to Kevin Durant? You've never done that before in your basketball career, and now that's the way you're feeling. That's what I'm talking about. It impacts everything. It's the context in which you play. You know I'm big on context. I am. I do. I wonder how much this has impacted his psyche, if you will. I mean, Devin Booker is still Devin Booker. There's no doubt about it, but I'm wondering, man. I'm wondering what is going on, because we all know the eye test hasn't smelled, or actually it hasn't been like Devin Booker, right?
Yeah.
Just watching him play.
But then
there's a little something that
see,
seems weird.
You see some of those numbers, though, and you realize, like I said, I mean, his assist totals are a career high. His three-point attempts, I think that's another thing. Like, that's another thing that changed for him this year and for everybody on this team. But to your point, Booker's been here for 10 years. This has been his team. And all of a sudden this year it's, hey, we're going to chuck up a ton of threes. And I'm not saying that's wrong. I mean, you see Boston last night, and they hit 22 threes. They chucked up over 50. That's kind of where the NBA is right now. But I look at Book, and I'm like, man, he is being asked to do – not that he's never done this stuff in his career, but he's being asked to do it now all the time. He's being asked to fire up more threes than he's ever fired up. He's being asked to dish out more assists than ever. But also, he can't have an off shooting night, especially now, because they need him and KD going off, especially with this young lineup. Like, all the things we like about this young lineup, it's contingent on Booker and KD going off for, 60 points between the two of them, at least, each night, which they typically do, but they did not last night.
Context matters.
We come back. Which newcomer is going to have the biggest impact on this Arizona Diamondbacks season? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We've been waiting.
Swinging a high fly ball out to left field. Going back on it is Happ at the track, at the wall, looks, it is gone. Oh, man, Suarez hits it out of Wrigley.
The D-backs open the regular season tonight when they host the Cubs.
Swinging a high drive out to deep left field. Marte taking his time, savoring all of that one, because that baby's long gone.
Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, doing their shows live from Chase Field. D-backs opening day is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Stadium Swim at Circa Resort and Casino, right there in the middle of everything in downtown Las Vegas. I'll tell you right now, Stadium Swim is unlike anything you have ever seen before, and the only way to fix that is to go see it. They call it the best pool in history, and it is. A 143-foot high-definition screen to watch sports on will make a pool the best pool in history. That's 40 feet tall, by the way, and you can watch from one of their 6 pools spread across 3 different levels. They also got cabanas. They got amazing food. The breakfast sandwich at Circa, fantastic. We're going back. In fact, we are going back 2 weeks from tomorrow. We'll be at Stadium Swim broadcasting from one of those cabanas, so you can stop by and say hi. April 11th. You don't want to miss it. It's For the Win, the ultimate golf tournament viewing party. Catch every angle of every hole from Augusta on Stadium Swim's 143-foot screen. While you're there, indulge in traditional tournament fare at genuine tournament prices, sip refreshing cocktails, and revel in the excitement of golf's biggest event. Don't miss out on the Green Jacket Party at Legacy Club Friday night either. Again, that's Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas, April 10th through the 13th. Book your room. Reserve your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away, and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer, or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back. And that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. And that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The 0-1 pitch, swung on, grounded to third, backhanded by Suarez, goes to second, there's one, throw to first, and that's in time. Oh, what a double play. Around the horn, 5-4-3.
Now more of Wolf and Luke live from Chase Field for D-backs opening day.
We are back here at Chase Field. Wolf, I'm looking around. Everybody that was down here, not that there was that many people, but they mostly all left. It's just us and the Arizona sports crew out here now.
You know, it's so cool because I think what was happening right here is the Arizona Diamondbacks and the employees, of course, that are here at Chase Field, they all came down.
Yeah.
It was really, really cool to get a picture on opening day, of course. All came down and
Right
got
there
a
on the
picture
field,
out here.
yeah.
It's very, very cool, and it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
And then you and I have been down here and never took a picture of us on the field.
Yeah, right. Well, we're on video.
That's
been
true.
on video
Yeah.
for a long time right now.
Which
is why I thought you were wearing the shades.
I was, and then I wasn't, and I can't win. I'm going to break them in half and wear half the shades. How's that, okay? Let's get into this. Who, as far as newcomers on this Diamondbacks roster, do you see making the biggest impact this season?
Corbin Burns.
Okay, I knew you were going to say that. I was going to say,
hey,
his name can't be Corbin.
I mean, honestly, do we have a poll? We want to put that out on our show page
we're not
poll.
doing that.
Is that what it's
there's
called?
No poll.
Okay,
none
right.
of
We could do that right there. Yeah, it's Corbin Burns, right? It's the obvious answer. Let's not overthink that.
No, let's talk about Corbin Burns, but I do think there's another candidate who's an everyday player. But let's start with Corbin Burns, since you said his answer before I even asked the question. Here's Chris Young from MLB Network. Back when the Diamondbacks did sign Corbin Burns, which kind of surprised some people.
Extremely surprised. I feel like this came out of nowhere, but it was a huge win for the D-backs. When you're talking about going into the NL West and being able to compete, I understand the Padres, I don't know what direction they're going right now, but the Dodgers are clearly going in one direction even after the winning the World Series. And the D-backs say, we're going to stay right there with you. And as far as starting rotations go, right there in the National League, they're amongst the top, and Corbin Burns, one of the best pitchers in the game. To put him with Gallen and Kelly, I mean, this is actually a problem right here where you have 7 legitimate starting pitchers right here.
Well, 9 more. No.
Okay, yeah, right. We're not worried about that anymore. But Corbin Burns, I think once again, the tangible goodness of Corbin Burns taking the ball and going out there and throwing the ball once every 5 days, to me, that is massive. The impact of that, tangibly, him physically doing it. And then, of course, the intangibles that he brings, the success that he brings, the competition that he brings to the entire pitching staff, not just the rotation, to everybody. I think that is huge inside the clubhouse.
Look, we got to be real. The Dodgers are loaded. I don't know that you can be a team that's just going to out-hit the Dodgers all season. The Diamondbacks did last year. They did score more runs over the course of the season, but I don't know if that's a plan that you want to follow. But a plan you can follow is having a better pitching staff than the Dodgers. And I would say right now, and I'm not the only one saying this, we're hearing more and more people say it nationally, the Diamondbacks do have a better starting rotation than the Dodgers. It's tough to, on paper, have anything better than the Dodgers right now. But if you want to be a team that can beat them, and again, when we have the conversation about beating the Dodgers, I'm just talking about you beat them a few times during the season, and then you take them out in the playoffs. I don't think you're winning more games over 162 games. But the way to do it, and why Corbin Burns is such a potential difference maker, is to have a better rotation. With him, they should have a better rotation.
Yeah, it's super cool. Once again, I remember what it was like, Basinonians, to be a guy that was competing to make a football team. And you were competing with a guy on the depth chart right in front of you. You were competing with guys for that depth chart positioning. And how important that was. And it was fun. It was cool because it was okay. You know what? They were your teammates, and you love your teammates for the most part. And yet you knew, come training camp, you better compete. You better compete. This is the reason why I love this. Competition always happens. Even when you make a football team, you're still competing with other guys on your team. And this is why I'm a big believer in what is happening with Corbin Burns. I am big on this. We've heard Torrey talk about this. We've heard Mike Hazen talk about this. We've heard other guys, other players inside that clubhouse talk about this. The fact that you've got this rotation that is going to be competing with each other, I honestly believe this, man. It's going to become a feeding frenzy with that rotation. Now, hopefully they're going to go out and they're all going to be healthy. They're going to be fine. Hopefully we're not going to go through it. But let's face it, every year there's always some type of injury bug that pops up. And I don't think this is going to be any different this year. Let's just hope it's not in the rotation.
Yeah. I'm going to throw out the other candidate in just a second, but the Diamondbacks have put out their official roster within about the last hour or so. Did you see number 18 on the roster, Wolf?
No.
Shelby Miller is back on the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Wow.
And
had a good spring.
He did. I mean, he's earned his way onto this team. You know this is not an easy roster to crack now. And look, it's different. It's a different Shelby Miller. It's the same guy, but it's a different time. And they didn't have to trade Dansby Swanson to get him this time, or the number 1 overall pick. And that wasn't even this front office. But if you're coming out to the game or you're watching it or listening to it, obviously later on, and you see Shelby Miller run out there, you don't have to adjust wherever you're watching or listening. It's not a replay from 5 years ago. This is actually Shelby Miller back on the team.
You know, would you say that Shelby Miller has had a long and windy road? Would
Yes,
you say that? You know, I honestly, he has gone the road less traveled, Basinonians. I can tell you right now, it fills me with juice when I think of a guy that, can you imagine what it means to him to be back here and to be on this roster? And here it is, opening day. And you're going to go all through the pomp and the circumstance of it all. I remember what that was like. It was very, very cool.
It would be a cool, I don't want to say redemption story. It wasn't his fault that the Diamondbacks traded the number 1 overall pick for
Correct.
him. But he really struggled when he was here, obviously.
Yes.
But it would be a cool side story this season if he became a solid contributor out of the bullpen, which is all they're asking from him. He's not a starter.
Come full circle, Luke.
Yeah.
Full circle with the Arizona Diamondbacks.
This is the other name I was going to submit because he needs to be in the conversation for most impactful newcomer. Tim Kirkjian on with Bickley and Murata last week talking about Josh Naylor.
Well, he can hit, man. I mean, he hit 30 homers and knocked in 100 runs last year. He's certainly not going to be the defensive player that Christian Walker is because there aren't too many first basemen in the game better than that guy. But he loves to play. He loves to hit. He swings as hard as any man alive. But he knows what he's doing up there, and I think he's going to fit in beautifully in that lineup because, again, there's so much protection around him with all the other hitters that they have. Fellas, I'm telling you, most people do not believe that the Diamondbacks led the league in runs scored last year.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
And it wasn't like they did it silently, but you would think in a division with the Dodgers and some others they couldn't have been, but they are, and Josh Naylor is going to be a really nice addition to that order.
Just like Corbin Burns, Wolf, he has to be a huge addition because he is, for better or for worse, he's essentially replacing Christian Walker.
Yes.
Corbin Burns is just a Cy Young winner you tacked onto your starting rotation.
Yes.
But, I mean, that's what makes you potentially special as a team. But he's not really replacing anybody. Josh Naylor's replacing Christian Walker. He has to step up.
Man, my expectation, too, is that he will, at least at the dish. Once again, we all know he's not going to be Christian Walker in terms of the glove, in terms of his defense down at first base. He's just not going to be that guy. Yet at the same time, this team needs Josh Naylor to hit 30 home runs. This team needs him to be that kind of
watch
productive.
him swing. He wants to hit 30 home runs the way he swings.
They need him to be that kind of productive once again because I love the combination of being the team that scores the most runs in the Major League Baseball universe and also the best fielding team.
Yeah, I would like to give up
that combination to
a
me
lot less.
Is awesome.
What were they last year? They gave up they were 25th,
and yet,
I think, in runs allowed.
And yet, Josh Naylor, he embodies that very thing, does he not?
I think
scoring runs, and yet the glove, you don't know.
Did we all pick him to lead the team in home runs except you?
No, Eugenio.
You picked. Okay.
I picked
me, Jamal, and Rick all picked Josh Naylor to lead the team in home runs.
Yes.
All right. When we come back, things did not go well for the Phoenix Suns last night. Is that an understatement? Feels like an understatement. Okay.
Kind of like your pick for Josh Naylor.
I'm
just saying, once again, you know how your track record on this, you and Rick.
Okay, I'm writing this down.
Jamal,
writing this down on this notepad. Why do I have this notepad? There's
just
literally
saying.
nothing written on it. This is just decorative. All right, when we come back, should the Phoenix Suns continue going with their current starting five, even after what happened last night? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's D-backs week on Arizona Sports, and we're giving you the chance to win tickets to D-backs opening weekend.
This hour's code word is pool. Pool.
Enter the keyword now on the Arizona Sports app for your chance to win.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. What I love about Moving Team 6, they're family-owned and operated, Basin Earnings. That's right, Tim Lee. He runs the family business with Garrett and JT, his two sons. They've been here since 2012 in Phoenix. What I also love about Moving Team 6, they're the best at what they do, and that is moving people, whether it's commercial moves, whether it's a residential move, whatever it is, you want to deal with the professionals. Let Moving Team 6 make your move for you. The deal isn't done until the move is done. You can trust Moving Team 6, Basin Onions, to finish the job and do it right. They're honest, they're trustworthy, and they're experienced. I know this because I know the Lee family. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Tonight,
a 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm gonna bring her home.
Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl? You a cop? You wish I was a cop.
From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking.
You do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A Working Man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters tonight.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a Breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a Honey Buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then, go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Dan Bickley with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, why should our listeners shop at Waltz?
Well, Dan, we're all about making it easy. No membership fees, no loyalty points. You get the best price every time. If you find a better price somewhere else, we'll match it and give you 30 days of price protection.
That's pretty sweet. No risk, just great deals. And don't forget, folks, drop my name. You'll get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta calling out all Valley car shoppers. If you are in the market for a new vehicle, you've got to see what Brad Gunlickson, the general manager at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, is doing. He has challenged his sales team to move all remaining 2024 models by month end to make room for incoming inventory, and you could take advantage of some huge savings on brand new 2024s. Like GMC Yukon XLs, you can save up to $10,500 off MSRP. All electric Sierra Denali EV pickups up to $14,000 off MSRP. Even Buick Encore and Envision SUVs with savings of over $8,000 off MSRP, and they are selling fast. So you got to move. Hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find everything online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models through GM Financial. Approved credit required. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is opening day for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They take on the Chicago Cubs tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Our web department has been hard at work with tons of D-backs content, so make sure you head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Arizona men's basketball plays top seed Duke tonight in the Sweet 16. The Wildcats are looking to advance to the Elite Eight for the first time since 2015. Tip-off for that one is at 6:39. Speaking of U of A, the Wildcats received a commitment from Perry High School forward Koa Pete. According to ESPN, he is a 5-star recruit and 9th in the 2025 class. And the Phoenix Suns were crushed 132-102 by the Boston Celtics last night. The Suns have slipped back to 10th in the Western Conference standings. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
The NCAA tournament, it continues, does it not, brothers?
I mean, there's some great games lined up this weekend. Obviously when you don't have upsets in the first two rounds, it maybe isn't quite as exciting in those first two rounds, but it makes for a much better tournament. But Arizona and Duke tonight. They got to run that simultaneous to the D-backs game. I mean, I'll just watch the D-backs, but that's a good game. That's a good game.
Thank goodness for DVR.
Ah, yes. Look at that. Solutions-oriented Ron Wolfley. Maybe you have a solution for this then, Wolf, because the Phoenix Suns took the floor last night against the Boston Celtics and got run right off of it, basically. They were down like 10 within the first couple minutes. They did come back, but they, as you said, never led. They ended up losing by 30. So now it raises the question, because we've been talking about this for the last week and a half. They've gone with a little bit of an unconventional lineup. They've been giving a lot more minutes to Ryan Dunn, who I think they should have been doing that all season, Oso Ighodaro and Colin Gillespie and Cody Martin. And the conversation was, hey, as long as this works, you can't change it. Okay, it's been working. It did not work last night. So now what?
Yeah, for me, once again, I think the operative words there were, it's been working.
It has.
It's been working. And for me, I'm not coming off this at all. This is the way I'm going to finish the season. If I'm Coach Bud, if I'm the Phoenix Suns, this is the way I'm going to finish the season right now. With the young guns, with this lineup, the sun spots, going out there, Colin Gillespie, Oso Ighodaro, Ryan Dunn, of course. I'm throwing Cody Martin in with the sun spots. That's where I'm going. I'm still going to give them significant minutes going forward because it has worked. Now, once again, they ran into a buzzsaw last night. They ran into the defending champions, the best team in the basketball universe as I see it right now. I know they don't have the best record in the association right now, and I know you believe this as well, they're the best basketball team on the planet.
Yeah,
until you beat them, they're going to remain the best team on the planet.
They haven't lost anything from when they won the title last year. So I get it. You can make a case for Oklahoma City. That's fair. Oklahoma City is so loaded and their record is so good. That's fine. But if you're telling me right now on March 27th that I have to pick who's going to win the NBA title, I'm still going with the Celtics. We see it so much in the NBA where once a team figures it out, they end up winning like 2 of the next 3 or 3 of the next 4. And until I see them eliminated, yeah, I would still take the Celtics.
For me, again, I was talking about this earlier, but the Celtics are so mentally locked in. They are. They are the toughest team in the association to me. Once again, I understand OKC really, really good and really good defensively as well. That's what makes them so special, so unique. Just like the Celtics. They are the collective version of a 3-and-D player, a guy that you look and see, oh, he's one of the best 3-and-D players in the association. Okay, yeah, well, I'm looking at them collectively. That's what the Boston Celtics are all about to me. They're going to play defense, and they're going to shoot threes. They are the collective version of a 3-and-D player in the NBA. And this is something that I think is undeniable right now, how competitive they are. You could see it last night, could you not?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jaylen Brown, Derek White, Drew Holiday. Oh, my goodness. Those 3 guys and the way they play and how hard they play. I'm so impressed.
Just since you brought up Oklahoma City, or maybe I did, I don't even know. for the longest time, that 2018 draft was Luka. You got to take Luka, right? I mean, what a whiff to not take Luka with the first few picks. And maybe that's still the case. Maybe he's still the best player, but SGA's from that draft too.
Yeah.
Like, that draft was loaded.
Yeah.
Who was the first? No, I'm not going to go down that. But SGA was the 11th pick of that draft, though.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of teams missed on him. And some of the guys in front of him are great, like Luka, obviously, and Trae Young's really good, and Mikal Bridges went one pick ahead of him. I like Mikal. But there's some guys that went ahead of SGA that it's like, these guys aren't even, like, playing in the league. Jaren Jackson Jr. was in the top 10 that year, too. That was a great draft. As far as now what you do, well, here's Coach Bud after the game last night.
You know, I think we should be able to fall back a little bit on, the progress we've been making. Tonight we got punched. Boston was very good. They executed. They shot well. We've got to, find a way to kind of make that less, be better, get ready. Tomorrow will be a travel day, and the great thing about the NBA is we got a chance to go defend on Friday. We got to be better defensively Friday.
So this is the test now, Wolf. I mean, if you can't take one punch, like if you go on a 4-game winning streak and you lose one game and you're like, well, I guess we're done. We can't. How can we ever recover from that loss? Then you are done. They've got 9 games left. I don't know. Anthony Davis being back for Dallas, you probably. Well, you figure you got to win 5 of those at least, right?
Yeah, for me right now, this is the way I feel. I feel like this team, and I've been all over the place on this, okay? Granted, Basinonians.
I actually don't know what you're going to say now.
All over the place. But can I just say right now, I think they're in with the play-in. I think they're definitely in with the play-in right now. I don't know if that's going to be 9. I don't know if that's going to be 10. But I think, again, if we see them play, and I know their schedule, their remaining schedule is very, very tough. But to me, I'm not coming off anything with those young guns because I know what this team was like without them. I do. I know what this team was like. They didn't get significant minutes earlier in the season, and I know through 65, 68 games what this team looked like without them. And I also know the most impressive part about them since the beginning of the season, and when I say them, I'm talking about the Suns, the most impressive part about them has been with the young guns out there playing.
Yeah.
Why am I going to change that? I'm going to finish the season that way.
I think you at least have to – you can't change it after one game. The next 2 games they have coming up are Minnesota and Houston, 2 teams that they have played twice each, and they've lost both times.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's 2 examples that you need to change something from when the last time you played them. And the last time you were playing them, you weren't playing Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro and Colin Gillespie this much. Then the next game you have coming up next Tuesday is in Milwaukee. Boy, that's going to be a day. April Fools. Suns in Milwaukee. Corbin Burns pitching for the D-backs in Yankee Stadium.
Big Apple.
Yeah.
That's going to be, April Fools.
But
get your guard up.
But, I mean, Milwaukee's a team you did just beat with this new lineup. So I'm with you. I'm hoping Coach Bud is with us on this as well. I mean, he just said you can't dwell on this one game. Yeah, you don't undo everything that's been working because you lost to the Celtics. Because the hard truth is you're not as good as the Celtics.
Yeah, it's really, really weird, too. And you just, again, I don't think Coach Bud is the problem. I don't, Basinonians. I think execution by players or the lack thereof. That's what I think.
It would be a misstep if he went away from that lineup.
That's what I think is the problem, okay? I do wonder how much a James Jones, by way of example, is talking to Coach Bud. Once again, this is where a general manager, to me, can get involved. I'm okay with it. If you want to see some young guys develop a little bit, we've got to play them. We understand what we had for 65, 66 games before these guys start getting playing time. Now we gave them playing time, and guess what? We had a 4-game win streak. Looked really, really good. Looks good. Keep playing them. We need to see these guys finish the season. Why not? Why wouldn't you do that?
All right, we come back. We're out here at Chase Field. Everything's been so, happy. Everything's going to be perfect, Wolf. Well, when we come back, what about the biggest obstacles facing the Diamondbacks this season? We'll get into those next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think that by the end of the season, Brandon Pfaadt will be the third starter for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Oh,
is that bold?
You're knocking my boy out right there. You're knocking out my favorite Diamondback pitcher.
And I know the first time we have Merrill Kelly on the show,
I'm going to tell him.
You're going to hold this against me, and you're going to tell him, and you're going to try to divide me and Merrill. I know what you're doing.
I'm not. I don't want a huge fan of his.
Gambo, I think this is the year for Brandon Pfaadt. He's coming.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are committed to working collaboratively with you to optimize your investment portfolio. Listen, they are all fiduciaries over at Trajan Wealth. There's never any commission sales. That's what I love about that. Now, the more you make, the more they make. Isn't that the copacetic relationship you're looking for with your advisors when it comes to wealth management plans? They know one size does not fit all. This is one of the reasons why you have to contact Trajan Wealth today and discuss strategies to weather the current market turbulence that is out there. Listen, Trajan Wealth is your local, trusted financial fiduciary. Pick up the phone and give them a call at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news! The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to VaxAssist.com and schedule today. That's VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at VaxAssist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date. Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
Golf responsibly with Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale from Four Peaks Brewing, Arizona's #1 craft brewery. Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale is easy to enjoy. Subtle notes of passion fruit, orange, and guava flavors, and a crisp, refreshing finish. Check out Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale at your local restaurant or retailer. Golf responsibly.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Here's the 1-1. Swung on, hit well, right center field. That one is going to split the gap, and that is going to get all the way into the pool and gone.
Now more of Wolf and Luke live from Chase Field for D-backs opening day.
And we're
out here on Chase Field. We're not even in Chase Field. We're on the field now.
Yeah.
We're doing the show from.
Man, how cool is this?
From right here, right behind home plate, like just a little bit to the left of home plate. When you get here tonight and you're like, hey, I wonder where they were sitting. You see the 2025 opening day sign on the field. The whatever. Is that paint? What is that? On the field. We're right next to it.
Yeah, it's, you know what, they're little pebbles.
That's what
that
they
have
are.
painted.
Man.
Little pebbles that they have
That's
painted.
classy.
That's really, really cool right
on
there.
The field.
Can you imagine, man? What if somebody fell on that thing? Just you stumbled and fell. You went through the barrier.
I feel like the field guy would come running out of one of these walkways, and he would not be pleased.
He would not be. Oh,
Rightfully
my goodness, it does
How
look.
long? That must have taken like
That's
hours.
very meticulously done. No doubt.
You could do that in your front yard.
As a matter of fact, go to X, Space Indians. I X'd that thing out, as a matter of fact.
Oh, did you?
Earlier. Yeah, I did.
You did? Wow.
As a matter of fact,
Okay.
yeah. I
See if
took
I
a
follow
picture of it,
Wolf. Wow. Okay.
and I said, breathe it in. Does it not feel good to breathe it in today?
It's there's nothing like being at the stadium for opening day of the baseball season.
Beautiful.
I would give you a scoring update of the other games going around Major League Baseball, but none of them have started yet for some reason.
Interesting.
So, yeah. We're talking about all the good with the D-backs this season, Wolf, and I think it far outweighs the pros, far outweigh the cons or the potential downside. But I mean, it is opening day. We got to look at the other side of things too. I've got high expectations. I think you do too. I think a lot of people that are going to be filing into this stadium over the next 7 hours have pretty high expectations for this team too. So what are the obstacles? Because this is not going to be an easy path, obviously, and I can come up with a few right off the top of my head, but what do you have?
Okay, I would say, what are the obstacles right now? First of all, everybody's got to stay healthy. The best laid plans of mice and men oft go awry, Basinonians. Google it. It just does. We all understand that. So to me, they have to stay healthy. Having said that, again, assuming they will, I'm worried about their bullpen. That is the biggest obstacle going forward right now. Not only the closer position and not knowing who your closer is going to be, and that is something Torrey said. He's gonna go with closer by committee. I call it closer by competition. He's going to do that, whatever it may be, and that may work. We'll have to wait and see. But to me, the back end has got to tighten up to help the rest of the bullpen. And when that happens, I do feel confident that they'll be okay with the bullpen. But if you're asking what is the obstacle now for the Diamondbacks, there's no doubt about it. It's the bullpen.
Really? Do you think full bullpen or just the closer specifically?
Well, again, I believe the closer position is going to impact the rest of the bullpen.
We've
so
seen that.
again, I'm not saying it's going to be a weakness.
It's just a
I'm
question
saying
mark.
that's the question mark going forward. It's not their fielding. Best fielding team in the league last year. It's not their ability to score runs. It's not that. It's not their rotation. So what is it? Bullpen.
If they sold a best fielding team in the league shirt in the team shop and we got it for you, would you wear it?
Honestly, I would, as long as it said field your position.
On the front?
On the front.
And then on the back, best fielding team in the league?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I would like that right there with a nice little Diamondback logo, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
Why not take pride in that? I just, they do.
Yeah.
I mean, Torrey preaches this all the time. This is something Mike Hazen believes in, pitching and defense. They believe in this stuff. They preach about it all the time. To me, I would wave that flag in front of everybody because it shows that you're intense. You're locked in. Inning after inning after inning. They had the fewest errors in the league last year. 62 errors. Why I remember that is amazing.
I'm not even going to double check because I know it's
check
just
that,
right.
Jeremy. I want you to check that. Fact check that for me right there. 62 errors.
Don't
That's
tell
what
us
the
unless he's
Diamondbacks
wrong.
said. I haven't written it down, brothers. I have not.
Wolf
I'm
just
just
has
telling
drawings
you.
of a football field on his notes for some
62.
reason.
And I believe the second place team, the Rangers, at 68.
All right, I am looking that up during the break because I just want you to be wrong about one of them. But I got some other obstacles for you, okay?
Yeah.
The Dodgers, obviously. That's an obstacle. The National League, just in general. Wow, you were right. Was he
About
right
Texas,
on both of them?
too? He said, wait a minute. Okay, great. Go ahead.
another set of power rankings came out from the Ringer this time yesterday, and they had the same thing. They had the Diamondbacks 5th in all of baseball, but 5th in the National League. And that's an obstacle. The National League, we all just talk about the Dodgers, and here we're like, well, nobody talks about the D-backs because you're just talking about the Dodgers. It's the same, though, with Philly. It's the same with the Braves. The Mets are up there, too. I think the Diamondbacks are better than a couple of those teams. I would take the D-backs in a best-of-5 series against a few of those teams. But either way, the National League is so top-heavy. Did he really get the second one right, too? The 68?
Knock it off.
Oh,
what?
73 for the Rangers.
Man, okay.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
okay. Well,
there's
anyways.
several exits here, Wolf, that you could walk out of.
So
now.
you're saying they were the second-place team at 73. Okay.
Let's go back to the notes.
My goodness, no. You know what they
Jeremy's
were?
Here to try and
there
film.
weren't. There was somebody at 68. Maybe it was the Phillies. Okay,
This is
Jeremy's
unraveling
on this
quickly,
thing.
Yeah. Jeremy was sent out here to film, and instead he's looking up random
The
stats.
entire segment has been derailed.
Yes. The other one that we haven't talked about, well, not here because we're too busy looking up random errors from last year. Beautiful part of the program.
Thank you.
Christian Walker is not here. They got to replace that leadership, I would say. Now, do I think they can do it? Yes, I do, but it's got to be something that you actually intentionally do because I don't think it's going to just replace itself.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who fills that void because, as we all know, nature abhors that, right? A vacuum. And somebody's going to fill that. I wonder who it is. I'll guarantee you that Torrey probably has an idea of who it might be inside that dugout.
Does it have to be a hitter?
Now. I don't know. Okay. What do you think about that?
I feel like Merrill Kelly is a name that jumps to mind, but he was already a leader on this team. So is that really filling the void? If you have Merrill Kelly and Christian Walker, and then you just have Merrill Kelly, I don't know that that's. I think they need a couple hitters to fill that void as well.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation because once again, when you've got a guy who takes the ball once every fifth day, it's a little bit different.
Yeah,
it's a little bit different than you who I'm going out here every day, Merrill. You know, that accountability. When Merrill walks up to somebody and says, "How you doing? You doing okay?" Because we need you to do better. You know, honestly, I don't know how much that actually happens in the game of baseball. I know that there is accountability. I know that there is, but I'm wondering if a pitcher, how much there is between a pitcher and a guy who plays every day.
All I know is just from talking to players on this team this year and last year in particular, whether we ask about leadership, which you sometimes do, or whether it just comes up, three names that continuously come up, typically unprompted, are Christian Walker, Merrill Kelly, and Paul Sewald. Two of those guys aren't on the team anymore. So, and look, I mean, Jerry, his name comes up a lot. We talked to him during spring training. He embraces that. He wants to be that leader. So it's not like I don't think they have leadership on this team. I think they'll be fine, but that's really two players, but especially Christian Walker, that were here last year that guys could come up to, and especially the younger players could come up to and talk to if they were having an issue with their swing or if they weren't pitching well, whatever. Like, they could lean on those guys, and those guys are both gone now.
So you're using names and you're talking about players right now. I've got two questions I want to ask you quickly right here. Who do you think is most likely to get off to a good start for the Arizona Diamondbacks? Who do you think is most likely to get off to a good start? I'm talking about the everyday lineup, the everyday players. Who do you think is most likely?
I want to say Corbin Carroll. But he got off to such a bad start last year, but I kind of want to say Corbin Carroll. I don't know. This is the thing, Wolf. Like, Julio Rodriguez in Seattle, great hitter. He always starts slow, it seems like. So I don't know if that's going to be Corbin's thing. I don't think it is going to be Corbin's thing. I think he is so intent on starting strong, I'm going to go with Corbin Carroll.
Okay, Corbin Carroll right there. That's a good one. That is really, really good. Who would you prefer to see get off to a good start?
Corbin Carroll. That one's
Carroll.
easier. Yeah.
That one, yeah.
That one.
So one and the same.
Yeah, but I mean, I could see, like, Ketel just always seems to be rolling. Look,
I love Ketel. He is the most. I mean, he hit 36 home runs last year. 36 home runs. Nobody talks about Ketel. Nobody talks about him.
What did Torrey say to us last year when we were out here? Not here. We were out at Salt River Fields. He said that. He's like, nobody talks about Ketel, and he doesn't care who the pitcher is.
I know.
He's just like, I don't care.
I love that.
I've got stats. Jeremy, just put them over here. Okay, so this is errors. Okay, So the D-backs were first. The Braves were second at 68.
The Braves, 68. Okay.
Then the Twins at 70. Yeah.
Okay. So, stop and think about that, though. Once again, a six error difference between that.
Yeah.
It wasn't even close once again. The Diamondbacks were the best hitting team. They scored more runs than anyone else in baseball, and the best fielding team.
But they still gave up more runs than almost everybody in baseball, even being the best fielding team.
Yes. And that's why the addition of Corbin Burns in this rotation right now has got me jacked.
If guys stay healthy, it's also the addition of Eduardo Rodriguez and Merrill Kelly to the rotation, too.
Did you say Eduardo?
I did say
you
Eduardo.
Nailed it, too.
Yeah, now I'm just showing off. He's going to be called E-Rod for the rest of the year. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. What do you say you give me that Brooklyn beat back there, Rick? Thank you very much. College basketball brackets. How's your bracket, bruh? The crack of a wooden bat? Hey, you know what? Hang around for a few more hours. You're going to hear that crack. Listen, spring is here, Basinonians, and so is the Brooklyn Betting Spring Sale going on now through April 1st. April 1st, April Fools. Everything, and I mean everything, both in store and online, is 25% off, and there is no April Fools on that. That's the legitimate fact. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations. Tell them Wolf sent you. There's no pushy salespeople. You never have to worry about that. Just knowledgeable sleep experts that will help you find the perfect sleep solution just for you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Golf isn't usually seen as a contact sport, but when today's golfers drive the ball more than 3 football fields in distance, they twist their spines with a force similar to being ejected by a military aircraft. Back injuries are to golf what a concussion is to football, and 1/3 of golfers need care for spine injuries. The Barrow Neurological Institute Spine Program offers minimally invasive surgery to help you get back to your game sooner. Get an opinion at barrowneuro.org/golf. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. Doctor, we talked about how you're able to provide the most affordable options in the industry. What does that look like?
For a typical all-on-4 treatment, which includes the extraction of teeth, includes implant placement, any minor bone grafting that's necessary, and then giving patients a final zirconia restoration, we charge $9,990 for that. And we do offer financing for our patients, and we don't charge tax on that either. The only additional cost is the cost of anesthesia, which depends on the depth of sedation. We charge $3,000 for anesthesia, which goes to the anesthesiologist, and then we also charge $900 if it's going to be a minor sedation.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest sale of the year is on right now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler because it is Truck Month. That means my friend and general manager John Nissen and his sales team are discounting all all remaining 2024 trucks and SUVs on the lot. Like on 2024 Ford Expeditions, you can save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or America's favorite F-150 STXs, $9,000 off MSRP. Even save up to $10,000 off MSRP on the wildly popular Bronco Badlands. Folks, these 2024s have got to go. Hurry in, check out their entire inventory, and remember, with Earnhardt, you'll be treated like family. Offers require approved credit. They end March 31st, 2025. So shop now at Earnhardt Ford or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new vehicles, exclusions apply. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. That's earnhardtford.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
In the Western Conference standings. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. For a limited time, save $200 off GLP-1 medications. No shortages, no waiting, just real doctor-supervised results. $200 off compounded GLP-1s only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
And I'm hungry like the
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on opening day. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. We're out here at Chase Field. Rick is back at the studio. Rick, what's up?
I am back at the studio, but I will be down there later.
Nice.
It is opening day for the Arizona Diamondbacks, as you guys mentioned. They host the Cubs at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, which Corbin will have the bigger impact on the Diamondbacks in 2025? Corbin Carroll or Corbin Burns?
Wow.
All right, so no Corbin Martin or
Patrick Corbin.
Or Patrick Corbin.
Okay, right.
Which have all been part of the D-backs.
Yeah.
This is such a producer question, isn't it?
This is actually a web department question.
You can't have both. You must choose one.
I have my answer. I don't need to wait for Wolf to filibuster over here. My answer is Corbin Carroll.
Okay.
Plays every day.
Yeah, there it is right there. That's exactly, you took my argument. Corbin Carroll. Also, too, Corbin Carroll embodies this team to some degree. The athleticism of this team is what is special. One of the things that I think is special of this team. The athleticism. The speed on the base paths, Corbin Carroll. The power. Oh, could he get back to hitting 25? I think 30 home runs is a possibility for Corbin Carroll to hit. The power is there. The run scoring is there. a solid defender. I'm not going to call him a Gold Glover, but a solid defender, Corbin Carroll. That's what this team basically is all about, and he plays every day. I'm going with Corbin Carroll.
Rick, I really thought his answer was going to be, can I just see the first 3 months of the season before I give you an answer?
I mean, that would make sense for Wolf. I voted Corbin Carroll because, like you guys, he plays every day. This is why I have an issue with, pitchers winning MVP. They don't play every day. They can't impact the team that much. So Corbin Carroll, 56%. Corbin Burns, 44%. So the majority of the voters agree with us. All right, LeBron James joined the Pat McAfee show yesterday for the LeBronversation, as they called it. They discussed a wide range of topics, including how football was LeBron's first love. And then he dropped who he was a big fan of growing up.
Football was my first sport, man, my first love. I grew up big-time, prime-time Deion Sanders fan. Big-time Eric Metcalf fan, too. Growing up in that, growing up in Akron and seeing him up in Cleveland, seeing Eric Metcalf do his thing up there, too, man,
I call him Mo. Literally, Eric Metcalf. Do you believe that? LeBron said that about Eric Metcalf, but you go back and you watch Eric Metcalf on tape. Oh, my goodness. Google it, my young crunks. So athletic and explosive.
What would you have done if he had called him Mo on the LeBron
That would have,
conversation?
seriously.
Yeah. He
well
did say
done,
Seattle's
LeBron.
finest. Yeah,
So, Wolf, do you think that means that LeBron also watched Ron Wolfley?
No.
I mean,
might have had
to be on the same team.
Well,
LeBron was like 8 years old. Big Ron Wolfley fan. You know what? If I ever run into LeBron James, I will ask him if he remembered.
That's true.
If he remembers Ron Wolfley from the Browns.
Not if you ever run into him, Rick. Just the next time you run into
exactly.
LeBron.
I'm sorry. He's on speed dial.
Yeah.
We hang out all the time.
Just text him during the break.
Every time I'm in LA, I'm chilling with LeBron.
Of course.
All right. And,
next.
And wait, Wolf, there's more from LeBron.
You watch some of the NFL games as well from the 70s and the 80s, and you got like, Jack Lambert and those guys coming through completely decapitating people. Murder. Ronnie Lott tore his pinky off and then went to the sideline. Was like, just tear the rest of it off. I'm getting back out there.
True story.
Your reaction to those comments, Wolf?
Just, you know what, honestly, he nailed it right there. That's what football was all about. It was nasty, brothers. I thank God for that opportunity, that I came into the league in 1985 when it was still the wild, wild west. It was. Right around, I would say, 1990, 92, somewhere in there, the game of football grew up and changed. It became very, very corporate, if you will. It was no longer the wild, wild west. Settled. Domesticated.
I can't hear Jack Lambert's name without thinking of you now because of that story.
Lambert, man, yeah. Ronnie, I think your mommy's calling you. True story. And she was. And then as I looked over, Hoopy waved at me with her white hanky and said, I love you, honey.
And you were like, Mom, you're embarrassing me in front of Jack
In
Lambert.
front of Jack Lambert.
That's awesome.
Mom, Jack Lambert's going to think I'm not cool.
Think I'm not cool. He's going to think I'm butter.
All right, last one for you guys. The NCAA men's basketball tournament resumes today. 4-seed Arizona and 1-seed Duke tip off at 6:39. I don't understand why it can't just be 6:40.
Can't wait till 6:40.
Can't just wait till 6:40. It's got to be 6:39, but that's how the tournament rolls. Can the Wildcats stun the Blue Devils tonight?
All right, this is
of course they can.
Yeah, I don't want to answer this question.
Will they?
Ah, now you're producing.
Definitive. Will they?
I want to phrase this just right because if I say anything, U of A fans just get upset. I think they legitimately have a shot tonight. I think if you played a best of 3, they have no chance. Best of 5, they have no chance. Duke is significantly better than them. But I think they're good enough that if Duke has an off night, like Duke has an off night against a lot of teams, Duke will still win. If Duke has an off night tonight and a one and done, yeah, U of A will beat them. So like I said, best of 3, 100% Duke wins. Best of 1, I'm going to say like 60-40 Duke wins.
Yeah, I think Duke is going to win. I think Duke's going to win the whole thing. So does BPI, I might add.
That doesn't fill me with confidence.
Having said that, I love what Luke said and the way he framed this whole thing because it's the truth. Yes, U of A is going to have a chance. They're going to have a bona fide shot of beating the number 1 seed, at least in the BPI bracket, the number 1 seed in all of college basketball.
Rick, could I just see the first 35 minutes of tonight's game before I give you an answer?
No, you've got to give me an answer.
I did give you an answer. I was just joking.
And I think U of A is actually going to get blown out. I'm sorry. I think that Duke is clearly the best team. I regret not taking them in my bracket. I have Tennessee for some reason.
Tennessee's still in it.
Yeah, but they're not going to. Duke's so good. I think the ACC wasn't down this year. It was just that Duke was better than everybody in the country.
Single elimination, man. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Baseball's back. We're giving you the chance to win D-backs tickets to see them take on the Cubs, which they're going to do tonight and tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday. Every hour this week you can win. Just listen for the code word each hour, then enter it in the bottom right corner of the Arizona Sports app. The more you listen, the more chances you have to win. All right, when we come back, how much did last night's lopsided loss to the Celtics alter our expectations for the rest of this Suns season? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's D-backs week on Arizona Sports, and we're giving you the chance to win tickets to D-backs opening weekend.
This hour's code word is out. Out.
Enter the keyword now on the Arizona Sports app for your chance to win.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools has been a long-term partner of ours over at the station for, I want to say, over a decade now. Yeah, over a decade. They built my pool at the Wolfley compound. I can tell you right now, one of the best things that we've ever done. That's right, all the family moments out by the pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, it's their first year. Presidential Pools and Spas, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the D-backs to bring you even more excitement on and off the field as the official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, man. That's right. Presidential Pools has my highest recommendation. They built our pool, as I said, and they will build yours, and they will give you the best family time you've had in a long time. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your maximum refund. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, Waltz has been serving the Valley for 68 years. Why should our listeners come to you for their electronics and appliances?
Well, Dan, we've been around for so long because we're always evolving, just like the technology we sell. We offer great prices and unbeatable customer service.
I can attest to this. Waltz made it so easy to upgrade my viewing experience. Remember, drop my name for a free 3-year warranty or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
This is Sanderson Ford Country. Howdy, everybody. This is rodeo announcer Doug Mathis for Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo. You know, we're bringing back an additional night of action-packed bull riding. That's right, all bulls all night on Thursday. Then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, come watch as ropers spin the loops for the big money, barrel racers turn the corners for the quick times, and bull riders try to ride some of the rankest bulls known to man. It all happens on March 27th through March 30th. March is also Ford Truck Month, and Sanderson Ford has trucks.
Save up to $11,000 on F-150 trucks plus 1.9 financing, and save up to $4,000 on Ranger trucks plus 3.9 financing.
So show up to Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo in style, just like I do, in a new Sanderson Ford. Hey, and come see me in the new Skybox. For rodeo tickets, go to cavecreekrodeo.com.
2024 models. Finance offers for 36 months OAC through Ford Credit. Discounts include Ford rebates, Sanderson discounts, plus trade assistance and Conquest cash you must qualify for. Offers expire 3/31.
At Dignity Health's Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute, keeping you moving is a joint effort. With minimally invasive techniques and a personalized treatment plan, our team of highly specialized orthopedic experts can keep you in motion. We care for your knees, hips, and shoulders so you can enjoy what moves you. Don't let joint pain put your life on pause. Keep moving forward and find your path back to what you love. Learn more at dignityhealth.org/azortho. Hello, human kindness.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Brandon Cadiz. The Diamondbacks opening day roster has been announced. Local superstar Koa Pete commits to Arizona basketball. And here's how our hosts and reporters think the Diamondbacks can reach the playoffs in 2025. And those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
Everything's coming up Wolf right now. We're on the field here at Chase Field, playing Tool as a rejoin, and hot dogs are on the way in the next 15 minutes.
Gonna hammer that thing, man.
One Sonoran dog, one Chicago dog.
Yeah, okay. One of each.
One of each.
We have to try both, Basinonians. We have to try both.
Well, yeah, you brought this up on the air yesterday, and now look what's happening. The game last night,
what?
Wolf, the Suns losing. What's going on?
I wear my glasses from time to time, Jeremy. It's okay, right?
The Suns ended up losing to Boston by 30 last night. And so now you look at this and you're like, okay, they've won 4 in a row. They had won 5 of 6. Like, things were starting to feel better. And then you get humbled by the Boston Celtics, as most teams do by the Boston Celtics. But the Suns are in a unique spot because you can't just shake it off and be like, okay, whatever, we'll see you in the playoffs. No, you might not. I mean, you've only got 9 games left, and you got to win at least 5, if not 6 of them. So we're going to see right now, Wolf, how quickly they can bounce back from that, and that's been something that's kind of been an issue for them this season. When they lose a game, they kind of lose a few in a row.
What is your expectation right now, though? What is your expectation of what you're going to see from the Phoenix Suns when they do play?
I think they'll be fine tomorrow, but I don't know if fine's going to translate to a win. I mean, the games they still have coming up: Minnesota, Houston, Milwaukee, Boston, New York, Golden State, Oklahoma City. Those are the next 7. Like, there's a reason that we pointed to this stretch of the schedule, because it can go sideways so quickly.
I honestly don't know what's going to happen with this team, brothers. I really do not. And once again, tell me who's going to play. Who is going to play? Who's going to be in Coach Bud's rotations? How many minutes is Ryan Dunn going to get? How many minutes will Oso get? How many minutes will Colin Gillespie get? How many minutes will these guys continue to get? That's what I want to know. Is there a mandate? Has there been a mandate? It's time to play these young guys. Go out and play these young guys. I know that a lot of people have questioned Coach Bud and whether or not they're going to make a move in the offseason with Coach Bud as well. Not just KD, but also Coach Bud. Mm-hmm. That is a question mark that is out there right now. Who's really calling the shots? Who has been calling the shots right now? I don't know. There's a lot of question marks. The one thing I do know, it makes no sense to go back to the rotations that you had before. You got to continue to play these young guys right now, and I know it's the most difficult part of the schedule. So what? You played really, really well in 4 games against some pretty good teams.
Yeah.
2, definitely the last 2 that they played, Cleveland and Milwaukee, before, of course, getting blown out by the Celtics.
It's got to be such a weird atmosphere around this team right now. And I know you say, professional sports, it's a mercenary. That's what you are when you're a professional athlete. I understand that. But, you look at this team, and what made me think of this is you bring up, people talk about KD might not be here next year. And you're like, well, Coach Bud might not be here next year. Everybody on this team might not be here next year with the exception of Devin Booker. Everybody.
True.
Like, if we did a draft of, okay, who is associated with the Suns right now that's going to be back next year, the first pick would be Matt Ishbia because he owns the team. The second pick would be Devin Booker because it just wouldn't be great business to trade him. And the third pick, I have no idea who the third pick would be. You'd probably have to take Bradley Beal, right, because he has a no-trade clause, but he's going to be the first guy they try to move. The point is everybody that isn't named Matt Ishbia or Devin Booker is potentially on the move this offseason. Now, not everybody's going to move, but they're all potentially on the move because who else would you definitely want to keep? You definitely want to keep Ryan Dunn. Well, any team that might take Bradley Beal's contract off your hands is going to definitely want Ryan Dunn. So can you finesse that where you're giving up picks instead of Dunn? I hope you can. But just that atmosphere, you almost have to approach these last 9 games like, hey, this is, there's no point if you're on this team and looking past these next 9 games because you have no idea what's going to happen after that.
No, you do not. And once again, that's the reason why I'd love to know just how much of a topic of conversation Coach Bud and his future was as well. What is that conversation going on inside that? Or is there a conversation inside that organization
right now?
There's
a conversation.
Well, the rumors have been out there. There's no doubt about that. And you know me. I am not fire the coach. That is not who I am, Basin Orleans. I never have been that. Never. And it's because I understand what it's like to be a professional athlete. Go do your job, okay? Schemes, schemes get different. There's no doubt about it. There is such a thing as good coaching with scheme and bad coaching as well. I don't think that has been the case with the Phoenix Suns and Coach Bud. I don't think that. What I do think is the execution hasn't been good. The intensity hasn't been good. The toughness hasn't been good, especially on the defensive end of the floor. That's what I think. Players execute offensively and execute defensively. You want to blame somebody? Blame players. That's always the way that it's going to be for me. But having said that, again, when you say blow it up, I think they're going to blow it up. If the Phoenix Suns don't finish this season well, don't get into the play-in, miss the play-in, or just don't even win a game in the play-in, if that is the case, I think they're going to blow the whole thing up minus Devin Booker.
Well, there's no point in blowing it up halfway. There really isn't. If you're going to blow it up, to me, if you're going to trade Kevin Durant, blow it up and keep Booker. But if you're going to trade Kevin Durant, then you've already said we're not trying to win next year. So blow it up. And I'm not saying that's the wrong move, but if you're going to do that, unless you're getting multiple good young players back for Durant and you're going to go with we're going to be a deeper team and going to have less talent at the top, I think most likely if you're trading Kevin Durant, you're getting picks back, and hopefully you can get one good young player back. So if you're doing that, you're trying to move Beal, everything's on the table. If you have the conversation, you think Coach Bud's your guy, then that's fine. But if you have the conversation, you're like, yeah, we're probably going to let him go in a year, though, if this doesn't get fixed. You want to string this out for multiple off seasons? Like, you're either making the moves this off season or you are not. Here's Kevin Durant after the game last night in terms of what they have to do to just get rid of that Boston game.
When you have this sort of setback kind of game, how do you respond to that, I guess?
We get ready for the next one. We got a big conference game against Minnesota, a team that we've been struggling against, and we want to look to get a win against, so move on.
And Minnesota, A, the Timberwolves have something to play for. B, Ant plays out of his mind every time he sees Kevin Durant. C, Kevin Durant has started to play out of his mind when he sees Anthony Edwards. So this is going to be a good one tomorrow night. Wow, the music is...
Yeah, what's really loud right there. They hit the bass.
And it's just Justin Martinez on every screen.
Yeah.
J-Marts. Sending a message. All right, when we come back, this started on the show yesterday, Wolf. We're gonna solve it. We're gonna answer this. Here we go. The hot dogs are coming in. All right, which hot dog is better, the Sonoran dog or the Chicago dog? They're both available. They're both in front of us right now. We're gonna do a taste-off next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join KTAR and Arizona Sports April 12th in Tempe for Pat's Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of ASU Sun Devil football. Celebrate the legacy in every stride, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. New this year, the post-race Tillman Tailgate. Enjoy live music, food truck alley, and the Expo Marketplace outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today to honor Pat Tillman's legacy with every stride at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and spring has arrived, which means it's a great time to build the backyard of your dreams, and my friends at Turf Monsters can make that happen. Whether you're looking for artificial turf, new plants, a new patio, or a beautiful putting green, and now through the end of March, all new customers get 10% off. Call them at 623-263-7388 or online at turfmonstersaz.com, and do it now before it gets hot.
Tonight, a 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm gonna bring home. Jason Statham is a working man. Where's the girl? You a cop? You wish I was a cop. From the director of The Beekeeper. This is human trafficking. When you do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work. A Working Man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters tonight.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 23 best lawyers in America, 14 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Every business has a purpose to inspire, a purpose to innovate, a purpose to serve. At SRP, our purpose is to power yours. From rebates for energy-efficient upgrades to money-saving programs, we help businesses of all sizes find reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Discover the possibilities at savewithsrpbiz.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then You spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is opening day for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They take on the Cubs tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Our web department has been hard at work with tons of D-backs content, so make sure you head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Arizona men's basketball plays top seed Duke tonight in the Sweet 16. The Wildcats are looking to move on to the Elite Eight for the first time since 2015. That one tips off at 6:39. Speaking of U of A, the Wildcats received a commitment from Perry High School forward Koa Pete. According to ESPN, he is a 5-star recruit and 9th in the 2025 class. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Now the pitch, sharply on the ground, diving Perdomo in the glove, back to his feet, he throws him out in time. Oh man, so good.
Now more of Wolf and Luke live from Chase Field for D-backs opening day.
All right, the scene has changed dramatically here. We're out at Chase Field. The lights are down. They're testing the scoreboard and the music, Wolf.
Yeah.
There's also a couple hot dogs in front of us.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't even remember how this started, and it was just yesterday, but the debate between the Sonora dog and the Chicago dog, and okay, well, look, the Diamondbacks are playing the Cubs today.
Jarrett Carlin.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
He had it in his look-ahead yesterday that the Sonoran dog was better than the Chicago dog, so, I mean, it's up to you guys to decide and say if he's right or not.
And you put it out on our X account yesterday, and then we got into this big debate.
Yes.
And we realized.
Do you want the final results of that?
Sure.
Okay, let me find the final results of that.
Here, while you look, I'll keep setting this up. So we got into that.
Sonoran dog won 65.8%. Chicago dog 34.2%. We ended up having 272 votes.
Okay. So they're playing the Cubs right now. So this works out perfectly. We're like, hey, we're going to be at Chase Field, so we can have the Sonoran dog.
Yeah.
But then we can actually also try the Chicago dog because the Chicago dog is part of the Diamondbacks versus Dog season-long series of specialty hot dogs that features a different dog for every visiting team, which I think is just a brilliant idea, right? I mean, it's baseball. Who doesn't want to experience that? And hey, the Cubs are coming to town, so you can have a Chicago dog, and you can do exactly what we're doing, Wolf. Compare the two of them. So thanks to Chef Stephen Tilder of Levy Hospitality, we've got the famous footlong Sonoran dog, which can be found at the Taste of Chase in Section 130. We've got that in front of us, and then we've got the Chicago dog, which is available all weekend at Big Dogs, Section 105 or 324.
Okay. So this is going to be really, really difficult.
You didn't hear anything I said. You just want to eat.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fine.
That was well done by you, Driver.
I'm sure it was.
Can I just tell you, based on our needs right now, I'm going to X this thing out, and I believe I already did, as a matter of fact.
Who's to say?
I X'd it out
okay.
right now. I'm going to take a bite out of the Chicago dog. Is that okay to do that right here?
I figured you were going to do that while I was talking.
Right now.
Okay, so Wolf's taking the headset off. We've got half Chicago, half Sonoran in front. Really, we've got the best combination because Aaron came out here, cut them up, and we've each got half and half right here in these plates. So Wolf's going to do his official taste test right now. Seems like he's liking the Chicago dog. Mustard everywhere. This is just an absolute mess on the field. By the way, Chef's Sonoran dog recipe is going to be featured in Eater Southwest Cookbook coming out later this year. So check that out as well. I feel like most people listening have had a Sonoran dog at least, but if you haven't, you're going to have to try it.
Okay, I just took a bite of
so
the
you
Chicago
did Chicago dog. Okay.
Oh, so good.
It looks good.
So
this is
very, very good. By the way, Rick, covered in mustard, I might add.
As it should be.
Yeah, the Chicago dog has mustard.
So does the Sonoran dog.
Oh, it does.
Yes,
okay, maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm just saying.
It's kind of what it sounds like right now.
Okay, now, Luke, why don't you go ahead And you take a bite.
Well, this is going to require you to talk. Like I can
Well,
just see
that's
this
okay.
is what you're going to do. I'm going to take the bite, and you're going to stop after 2
Listen,
seconds of talking.
I've analyzed many games over the course of the year. I analyze people actually when they're doing something out on the field, and I can certainly analyze you right now, Luke. I know you're trying to size that hot dog up. What are you going with first?
Chicago.
Okay, the Chicago. Okay, well, all right. I can't see it. Your hands are all over the thing for the crying out loud. Luke Lipinski now trying to get the Chicago-style hot dog into his mouth. It's very difficult, Dave Sononines, because it's big. It is big, and it is juicy, and it is really, really good. And, you know, the one complaint I have is I have a napkin that is the size of, I don't know, but I could use a little bit more of that. I'm just saying, because it is a little messy. But can I tell you right now, this dog is as good as it gets. It's meaty. It's juicy. And then you've got the pickle all over it, of course, onion. I love onion
it's a good dog.
as well, with the mustard. And I'm going to eat this with the tomato on it as well. I'm going to eat this and enjoy it. It is so good. But first, I'm going to try the Sonora
while we're on the air. Okay, so we've each done the Chicago dog, and Wolf is going in for the Sonora. And this, I tell you, this is really the way to do it. Just go half and half with each. So now you've got Wolf going in on the Sonoran dog, and that's a mess. Almost as much of a mess as I made. I also intelligently wore all black today, so you can see all the mustard I spilled. One bite into this endeavor.
My favorite part of this is y'all making a mess all over yourselves.
Yeah, no, we are right here on national television. Well, maybe not, but on the radio. Wolf's back from his journey to the Sonora dog. How'd that go for you?
That is, oh my goodness, that is so smoky good. That is smoky good. You know me, I like that smoky.
There really are no losers here.
This is right now the best thing you could do is buy both of them. Buy both of them. That's the best thing you
All right,
can
you
do.
talk. I'm going to try the Sonoran dog.
Both of them right now. As Luke Lipinski eyeballs the Sonoran dog right now. He's already had the Chicago dog. Now he's going in for the Sonoran dog kill, so to speak. Boy, he did that so much better than I did. My goodness, how did you keep it all on there? It is smoky good. Do you taste that? The smokiness right there? I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about right now. The thing that I love the most about this is 2 will probably fill you. That's what, because they're big. And you know what? If you want to come to the ballpark and you want to eat 2 hot dogs, you're not going to get any better than the Chicago and the Sonoran.
Yeah, this is the way to go.
That's the way to go.
I tell you. Now, in full disclosure, the last spring training game we were at, I tried a Sonoran dog because I don't know that I had ever really had one. That can't be true, but I hadn't had one yet this year.
Okay.
So I already got like a head start on the Sonoran dog a couple weeks ago when we were out at Salt River Fields.
Yeah.
Never disappoints. As you said, bacon makes everything better.
Everything. It's so good.
Is it necessary? I don't know if it's necessary, but yeah, it is necessary, actually. You have to have it. Do you have a verdict here?
Yeah, you know what I would say this? Take your warrior queen to the ballpark. How about that? And you buy 2 hot dogs, and then you do what we just did.
This
you
really,
split it.
this is the money way to do it.
You
Just chop
split
it in
it,
half.
and then, yeah, you know what? You get half of the Chicago, I get half of the Sonoran. See how that works? Put it together, you got a full dog here. It's a little bit different. That's what you need to do. You need to take not just yourself, somebody else. Date night.
Yeah, it'd be weird if you split up the hot dogs and then had 2 for yourself.
Yeah.
Just eat them.
Right.
You don't have to chop them up.
Exactly.
Yeah. This is good. I love the D-backs, the versus thing, the versus D-backs versus dog season-long promotion where you can get a hot dog that's designed like this. So you can get a Chicago dog at the stadium all weekend. I like that.
So they're going to change it up for every team that comes in here.
They're going to change it up throughout the season, yeah.
Yeah, throughout the season. Boy, that's creative, isn't it? How good is
got
that?
Some creative chef work here.
Yeah, that is awesome right there.
You're just thinking you want to go to break so you can eat the rest of that dog.
I'm looking at this clock and cannot even believe, Basinonians, right now how slowly it's clicking away over here to my right. The seconds. I mean, honestly, it's like 5 seconds for every second because I know we're close to break and I want to eat this thing badly.
I'll be honest. I went in thinking Chicago dog because that's kind of what I'm used to.
Yeah.
Snoring Dog's really good.
Yeah.
They brought their A game on.
It's wrapped in bacon. It's
Well, it
the
is.
clear winner.
Clear winner is. I don't think
Anything
it is the
that
clear
involves bacon is always the clear winner.
Yeah, well, I have to agree with Luke on this one. This is really, really tough. They are both fantastic hot dogs. And the best thing, once again, bring your wife. Bring the Warrior Queen. Cut those dogs in half, and then you each get it. Half of it Sonoran, half of it Chicago.
Best case scenario, we just get to enjoy the Chicago dog, and then the D-backs take 4 of 4 from the Cubs and send them back on their way. That's the way
I wonder
to
if
do
the grounds crew has a fork.
They're
because
probably
I'm going
like,
to need a fork.
Who are these two guys?
Because,
just
well,
sitting
I'm
here
just
eating
saying,
hot
Mel,
dogs?
honestly, there's a lot of stuff that, I'm going to need a fork.
There is mustard
because you want to get
everywhere.
everything. You want to get it. Yes, it's fantastic, man.
All right, well, if you let me go to break, you can eat that thing.
Okay.
All right, when we come back, another mock draft to look at. This one's a 7-rounder, and it has the Cardinals taking somebody new in the first round. Again, that's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns up.
And the final score tonight, Celtics win it wire to wire, 132-102. They beat the Suns to snap Phoenix's 4-game win streak. And Boston extends its win streak to 7 in a row, now 54-19 on the season, dropping the Suns to 35-38.
What does this L mean for the Suns and the play-in? We chop that up today on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I can tell you, I've had the all-on-4. I have, Basinonians, and it tastes really, really good. And it feels good as well to actually bite into a hot dog. How about that right there? Well, you could do the exact same thing at Aria Dental Implant Center. You could get the all-on-4, and right now, how about 0% financing for 24 months for qualified patients? 0% financing for 24 months. That's another reason to have the new smile you want and you desire and you deserve from Aria Dental Implant Center. They're now offering patients financing through Cherry, the opportunity to finance their investment at 0% for 24 months. Patients must qualify through Cherry. I can tell you again, Aria Dental will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
We were the Humane Society of the United States. 70 years of fighting for animals. Today, we are called Humane World for Animals, a name that reflects our unstoppable commitment to end animal cruelty globally. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
Sonic Radio. It's time for my favorite segment, Ask the CIO. Hey, caller, you're on.
Hi, a big fan. I used to think I could never love another burger more than my favorite. Then I tried the Sonic Smasher. With its tangy smasher sauce, melty cheese, and hand-smashed Angus patties seared to crispy perfection. How do I tell my favorite burger it's been replaced?
Easy. You don't. It's a burger. It has no feelings.
The Sonic Smasher. Try it as a double or triple. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest sale of the year is on right now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler because it is Truck Month. That means my friend and general manager John Nissen and his sales team are discounting all remaining 2024 trucks and SUVs on the lot. Like on 2024 Ford Expeditions, you can save up to $12,000 $10,000 off MSRP, or America's favorite F-150 STXs $9,000 off MSRP. Even save up to $10,000 off MSRP on the wildly popular Bronco Badlands. Folks, these 2024s have got to go. Hurry in, check out their entire inventory, and remember, with Earnhardt, you'll be treated like family. Offers require approved credit. They end March 31st, 2025. So shop now at Earnhardt Ford or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new vehicles, exclusions apply. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. That's earnhardtford.com.
The D-backs face Ronald Acuna Jr. and the Atlanta Braves for a weekend series starting April 25th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Vince Morata. Join us Friday morning. We'll get you ready for Suns T-Wolves, recap D-backs opening night, and update the brackets. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Chase Field, we've composed ourselves after eating like animals during the break.
My goodness.
Just mustard and onions flying everywhere. You know what, Wolf?
Yes.
You hit the nail on the head during the last segment.
Okay.
You probably don't remember what you were saying because you were just so focused on the two hot dogs in front of you.
Oh, that is so good.
The way to do it, come out here with somebody.
Yeah, that's right.
Get the Sonoran dog. Get the Chicago dog. Chop them in half. Because they're big dogs. I mean, like
big.
You just need one hot dog.
That's right.
But if you do it the way we ended up having to do it, so we kind of stumbled into this, but Aaron Maloney came out, chopped them in half, so we each had one of half of each so we could do the taste test. That's the way to do it. Because you know what? They complement each other pretty well.
Really? Oh, man, it tastes so good. Boy, that is, how about that? A little suggestion for the ballpark, too. You might want to go ahead and actually offer that. A little.
Ooh. I don't
half
know
of it Chicago,
dog,
half of it Sonoran. Are you kidding me? Oh, my goodness. That was excellent.
I felt like we were going to execute that segment pretty well until I reached for the Chicago dog and put my hand in the Sonoran dog because there are so many toppings on the Sonoran dog.
Yeah. I'm covered in mustard.
I wasn't going to say anything, but it's embarrassing for all of us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
They could probably catch it on one of these TVs. They're starting to get ready to just I'm hoping there's
Do you
one
need
of those.
that water? I mean,
I'll growl at you if you try to take this.
Wash it up.
You're going to take my water to wash your hands?
Yes.
I hope this is like one of those, it's opening day, so they have like the national cameras on all the different stadiums. And I hope they're zooming in on Arizona right as Wolf's taking a big bite into a Sonoran dog. That's like the feed.
What are the bags we have down here? Just
I don't know.
Gift bags? Oh.
What are they?
I don't know. Mel's involved in everything and doing something over there. I don't know. Waving a mug around or something.
I thought that was like a cue for us to like hurry it up. A little football for you, Wolf.
Oh.
And the 7-round mock draft that Matt Miller, who's been on the show quite a few times, put out.
Matty.
By the way, before we get into this again, thanks to Stephen Tilder of Levy Hospitality, the chef who put these together for us. I'm sure he's like, why do I have to make 2 hot dogs 6 hours before the game starts? Well, Wolf and Luke need to eat. They forgot to pack a lunch.
Yeah, right.
So thank you, Stephen. We appreciate it.
Stephen, that was nails,
that was clutch,
bro.
Yes.
Nails.
Also, we did both forget to pack lunches. So Matt Miller has the ESPN mock draft. It's a 7-rounder. And I did look. Cam Scatterbo, he has going 123 to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, my goodness. Can you imagine that, though? 123 in the 4th round to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yes. Could you see that happening?
So much of it is landing on the right team, unless you're trying to be the first pick in the draft, you know. But if you're going to go outside the first round, you want to land on the right team. I think that would be a great fit for Scat.
You know, honestly, right now, there are a lot of teams, of course, where you start looking at running backs, and I think he's going to go higher. I think he's going to go higher. There are some teams that value a running back more than other teams. Mm-hmm. That pendulum is swinging back. We know that. We've been talking about it for years, literally.
Yeah.
It's coming back more to the center where the value of a running back, once again, is very important to some teams. Isn't that right, Saquon Barkley? Isn't that right, Philadelphia Eagles? Of course, it is. but not every team is there yet. And that's why I think it might hurt Cam Scatterbo, but I don't think it's going to, Basinonians. I think more and more people, especially after last year, the year 2024 in the National Football League is going to be the return of the running back year to me. And because of that, that's going to help Cam Scatterbo. I think he's going to go higher than 123.
Yeah, if that's the cutoff line, I tend to agree with you. It's a pretty loaded class of running backs. It's a pretty good, so that's obviously working against him and pretty much every other running back that's not Ashton Genty and Amarian Hampton. But I just think
nobody runs the ball like Cam.
That's the thing. He proved himself to be such a unique runner. I'm not saying you take him over Ashton Genty, but I'm saying whoever takes Cam Scatterbo is going to be happy they took Cam Scatterbo, because that guy, that to me, he is like the epitome of, you want a football player? You want a guy that's going to go out there and make plays on the field, or do you care more about the 40 time or whatever? And there's going to be a team like Pittsburgh or whoever, maybe Arizona, that's like, I'll take Cam Scatterbo. Why not? At a certain point, he's going to have dropped too far.
Here's the whole thing. I know, that is once again a situation where, can you imagine if somehow, some way, Cam Scatterbo is there in the 5th round? If he's there in the Ross! If he's there in the 5th round.
Well, we have to explain what just happened. Wolf was complaining he didn't have water. And
yeah.
Somehow Aaron just found a mug and filled it with water.
Yeah, it's kind of like my hands have mustard on them. And you know how that is. Mustard doesn't just go away.
It doesn't. I've been trying to get
You've got to douse
evaporate.
it.
Yeah, well.
And so anyways, Cam Scatterbo, if he were there, I see, like, I look at that situation. You bring up the proposition of the Arizona Cardinals drafting Cam Scatterbo. And I say to myself, well, they already have James Conner. And then Trey Benson. They really, really like Trey Benson as well.
They don't need a running back.
So they don't really need a running back. But it's a situation where you might – can you imagine if the Arizona Cardinals – there's Monty Ossenfort, and he's a general manager, and JG, who loves football players who give you everything they've got and love to ball out, right?
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden you've got Cam Scatterbo there. Let's just say he falls through the cracks and he's there in the 5th round.
Well, at a certain point, it doesn't matter if you need a running back.
You want a running back at that point in time. That's why I'm saying I
could
hope
be
it
your
doesn't
future
happen.
back.
I hope it doesn't happen to Cam. I hope he doesn't. I hope he goes higher than 123. 105 would be nice. 104, not.
I hope he goes
105,
103
106,
or earlier,
somewhere in there. But, man. You can't pass on him. If he's there in the 5th round, you wouldn't just take him and say, you know what, hey,
you're going to sell some jerseys right away.
Here we go.
That's not just he went to ASU. That's like he went to ASU, and everybody that was watching that playoff game nationally loved Cam Scatterbo. Now, in this draft, who he has the Cardinals, Matt Miller, taking in the 1st round is another new name. And this was kind of the theme yesterday, and then he put out the mock and had another one. At 16, he has them going defense.
Mike Green, edge, Marshall.
The edge rusher was an absolute menace in his final season with the Thundering Herd, behind 17 sacks and 23 tackles for loss. His energy coming off the edge jumps off the tape, as does the physicality he brings to the table. Coming out of a non-power conference, though, can the 6'3", 251-pounder's production translate to the next level? That's the big question for the projected 1st-round pick. NFL comp, Pittsburgh Steelers edge rusher Alex Highsmith.
Wow. And honestly, that was Tyler Drake, was it not?
It was Tyler Drake.
That was Tyler Drake on that draft capsule right there, and he was talking about Mike Green, basically. He's the edge player from Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
But I was fascinated with the guy with the roller.
I figured.
Look at that. There's a trick to everything, isn't there, brothers? You got this massive roller. You're trying to flatten the dirt out there, make it feel like concrete. I mean, look at the skill. I mean, this guy knows exactly what he's doing.
You're talking about the grounds crew.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
The guy with the roller.
Well, I understand, but we're on the radio, so I'm just trying to paint a little bit of a picture that's not like a chef with a roller. There's a guy rolling the dirt around home plate. I'm sure he loves having his job narrated by Wolf, who's sitting 10 feet away.
It is truly incredible to see the grounds crew out here doing what they're doing right now. How cool is this? We see them all the time. We're sitting up there on the porch in left field off the cold beers and cheeseburgers, of course. Google it, my young Craig's. We're up there broadcasting as we watch this.
Google cold beers and cheeseburgers.
Yeah, I'm just saying right now. It's just to see him actually up close and personal doing it. It's very cool. They have a very arrogant look on their face, like they know what they're doing.
They do know what they're doing. These are professionals.
Exactly.
This is the major leagues. I knew this would be more of a distraction for you than if, like, the game was going on 10 feet away from us. Because you are always enthralled by this when we're sitting out there in left field, and now we are sitting right next to them as they do it. And
once again, look at the fact you can't leave footprints. You can't leave footprints out there. This guy knows it. It's all about, you know what, I'm going to make sure this ground is super flat, and I'm not going to leave any footprints. That's how you do your job.
When you're out here
you
watching
got the roller
game tonight, or if you're watching on TV or listening, well, I guess if you're listening, you can't do this, but look and see if there's any footprints around home plate, because they're rolling it out right now. All right, good news for you, Wolf. You can finish those hot dogs. When we come back, what do you want to see from the Diamondbacks tonight, specifically? Opening day, not full season, tonight against the Cubs when Zach Gallen takes the mound. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
All of what Bradley Beal has been since he's been here has been what Bradley Beal has been for the last few years. You know, like the injuries, that's nothing new. The exorbitant salary, that's nothing new. This is exactly the version of Bradley Beal that they were getting when they got him. The problem that the Suns are stuck with right now is no different than the problem the Washington Wizards were trying to get off of 2 years ago when they made him available. This is who Bradley Beal is.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at DISC, the Desert Institute for Spine Care. That's right. As a football player that has suffered a lot of damage, the spine surgeons at DISC, they've helped me a lot in the past, Basinonians, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging discs, spinal stenosis, that's what I have, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease. Disc surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to the patient's goals and active lifestyles to provide long-term relief. DISC offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. Get back to living, brothers. Go to www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest sale of the year is on right now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler because it is Truck Month. That means my friend and general manager John Nissen and his sales team are discounting all remaining 2024 trucks and SUVs on the lot. Like on 2024 Ford Expeditions, you can save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or America's favorite F-150 STXs, $9,000 off MSRP. Even save up to $10,000 off MSRP on the wildly popular Bronco Bronco Badlands. Folks, these 2024s have got to go. Hurry in, check out their entire inventory, and remember, with Earnhardt, you'll be treated like family. Offers require approved credit. They end March 31st, 2025. So shop now at Earnhardt Ford or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new vehicles, exclusions apply. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. That's earnhardtford.com.
There's going to be a lot more games that tickets get to that price. So if you want to be a part of them, you better buy season tickets. You better do it right now. You better sell it out, because we're going to have a lot more games where this state wants to show up to. Buy your season tickets. Let's make that every single week of next year. Because why would you not want to be in that environment? That's one of the most fun places to be in college football. Why would you not want to do that every Saturday?
Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Join Sun Devil Baseball as they host the team down south for a 3-game series starting April 4th through April 6th. Be sure to stick around after the Friday, April 4th game to enjoy a post-game fireworks show. On Saturday before the 6:30 first pitch, don't miss the special celebration of the 1975 College World Series team. And finally, to close out the series, Sun Devil Baseball will have its annual green game starting at 5 p.m. Get your tickets today by going online to sundeviltickets.com. Go Devils!
Looking for winning deals? Native Grill & Wings has you covered with $10 meal deals available all day. Every day featuring choices like our My Native Burger, Native Chicken Sandwich, and more. Need to feed the fam? Try our $27 family bundle. With something for everyone, we've got the whole family covered. Cold drinks, great food, and even better deals. Visit nativegrillandwings.com to find the restaurant nearest you.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7. Opening day.
Swung on that, is hit well again down the line towards the corner, and that is a fair ball home run right inside Pesky's pole.
Now more of Wolf and Luke live from Chase Field for D-backs opening day.
All right, enough of the ridiculousness with the hot dogs, Wolf. Stop eating hot dogs.
I moved it out of camera right now, so you couldn't see it. I know, but I'm going to hammer that. The rest of it.
I noticed you didn't give it away or throw it away.
No.
Ryan Nelson's joining us right here on the field right now. Ryan, thanks for doing this, man. How are you now heading into opening day?
Yeah, good. Excited. You know, when you see the red, white, and blue all over the place and the banners hanging around, you know that it's opening day, and it's a day that brings a lot of excitement and anticipation, optimism, all of it, and it's just it's exciting to be out here and to be a part of it.
So, brother, I love the fact that I asked you, hey, how you doing? And you sat down and you said, I'm doing good. I'm ready to compete. Talk to me about that. What do you mean by that? You're ready to compete?
Yeah, I think
sounds like a mindset to me, Ron.
For sure. It's a mindset, and it's also just something that I love doing. You know, you get to stand out there toe to toe and give it what you have, and put everything together that you've been working on for the last 4 or 5 months, or even further back. You know, your whole career you've been building up to this point, and I just love competing. I love going out there and playing, and it's what gets me out of bed every morning.
What is so magical about competing to you? Because I know where you're coming from. I do. But for you personally, what's so magical about competing?
I think it's kind of hard to put into words, but it's just the thrill, the butterflies in your stomach. It's going out there and toe to toe with another guy and let's see what you got. I think there's something beautiful about it, and there's that one-on-one challenge. And
see, for me, competing, I want to bang the shield and run down the hill. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what it makes me feel like. Bang the shield and run down the hill, competing against somebody else, and you're doing it at the highest level. That's very, very rewarding, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. It's a chance to see all the hard work come together, and everything the early mornings, long workouts, and all that. It presents itself in the brief moments that you get to be out there on the mound.
We're talking to Ryan Nelson. Ryan, there was a stretch last year where you were undeniably the Diamondbacks' best starting pitcher. I mean, there were injuries and guys moving around, but you also raised your game in the second half of the season. How do you carry that into this year? Do you think that'll help you at times this year if things get tough?
Yeah. I think it was a good year for me. It was a good chance to get out there and consistently go out there and show what I have, and I think this year it's kind of just let's figure out what that process was to get me into that position and continue that process and build upon it, and different roles and whatnot. But yeah, same thing. When you get the ball, you're out there to go get as many outs as you can, and it's the same mindset as a starter.
Did you feel it last year? Did something flip for you? I mean, you're still young and you're still working your way in. And last year it was, all the conversation was who's going to be the 4 or 5 starter. And then, you ended up stepping into a prominent role. But did you feel a moment where you're like, I got this? Because you were going for a while there pretty strong.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me was the mentality of it and trying to stay even keel as much as I could. Good game, bad game, you take what you can learn from it and then put it behind you, good or bad, because sometimes you can ride the highs too high or the lows for too long, and it was a lot about just flushing the last outing no matter what happened and moving on to the next one, and I feel like that kept me in a good headspace to continue to go about my weekly work and make sure I'm getting all that in, and I think I was just in a really good headspace for that time, and that's something that I've been working on and continuing to dive into is just the mental aspect of this game, because you play 162 and it can be long, and and the tough times can last for a while and the good times can too, and you just got to be able to treat each appearance and each outing as its own and give it everything you have for each one of them.
Ryan, does competition exist in a rotation? Is there competition? You went out and did this, watch this. I'm going to take the ball and go out and do this.
Yeah, that's definitely healthy competition right there, and
right.
I think there's.
Is that real?
Oh, absolutely. I think there's always competition and guys competing with one another, and I think that even if it's not directly stated that somebody's competing with somebody else, I think there's always a competition, and I think
that's a good thing. Right?
Yeah, the competition that you stated is definitely a good thing. I think that can build rotations up and build pitching staffs up and teams too. It's oh, you went out there and struck out 10, I'm gonna go strike out 12. So it's if you got pitchers one-upping each other all the time, then it's gonna be a pretty good season.
Not a bad thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're talking to Ryan Nelson. Ryan, you're starting the year in the bullpen because this team is loaded at starting pitcher, which is a great problem to have. But you've done both and you've thrived in both areas. You talk about the mindset, is that different if you're pitching out of the bullpen and you're coming in the 6th inning as opposed to if you're starting every 5 days?
I think the daily mindset is probably different. When you're starting, there's 4 days out of the week that that you're not going to get the ball.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more focused on what you have to do off the field. That's the focus, and then being in the bullpen, it's there's a chance that I'm going to go in every single day I show up to the yard. So, I think the preparation's different, but the mindset once you get the ball is pretty much the same. You go out there and compete one pitch at a time and try to get the guy in front of you out.
Ryan, one of the things I absolutely love about competing at the highest level our species can generate is leadership matters. It really does matter. Yet I've never been inside a baseball clubhouse, so I have no idea how that actually works. Is it the same dynamic as an NFL locker room, where an NFL locker room, man, you've got these leaders and they model it for everybody else? I think of a baseball clubhouse, and I think of you specifically, somebody in a rotation who takes the ball once every 5 days. Is your leadership the same to everyday players? Is it just the clubhouse itself that is the paradigm of leadership, or is it a little bit different when you're a guy who takes the ball once every 5 days?
Yeah, I think baseball in general, at least the teams that I've been on, there's not really one guy who's like the clear-cut captain or leader or anything like that. I think you've got your veteran guys who have done it for a while, and you'd be putting yourself at a disadvantage if you didn't kind of look at what they do on a daily basis and try to figure out what they've done to be successful for so long. So I think baseball's a lot of leading by example and leading by, this is how we do things around here, and a lot of our guys do it with their actions and not with their words.
Oh man, see, I got my answer.
You've been asking me that question for 3 weeks now. I obviously don't have an answer for you. Ryan, thanks so much for doing this, man. Like you just said, you could be pitching tonight, so we appreciate the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
That's Ryan Nelson joining us right there. We'll come back. The Suns struggled last night. What do they have to change, and can they do it in time to find success tomorrow against Minnesota? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's D-backs week on Arizona Sports, and we're giving you the chance to win tickets to D-backs opening weekend.
This hour's code word is Baxter. Baxter.
Enter the keyword now on the Arizona Sports app for your chance to win.
Jan from Toyota here. Have you felt cooped up from winter? Well, now until March 31st is the perfect time for a new Toyota, like Camry, Tundra, Grand Highlander, and more. So you can get back out there and do the things you love, like strapping your bikes into the bed of a Tundra to find some new trails. Too steep! Too steep! Off-roading with your best buds in a 4Runner.
Woohoo! I feel alive again!
Packing a Camry full of plants to redo your garden.
Whew, my green thumb is back.
Loading up rods and reels into a Corolla Cross for a fly fishing trip. I got one!
Hey! Sorry.
And hitching up the boat to a Grand Highlander for a lake day.
I haven't water skied in a long time!
Live out your spring fantasies with a new Toyota. Come in today.
Go from dreaming it to driving it. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of being number one, which is exactly why you call Parker & Sons. They are the best in the business. They're celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They're fast, reliable, and their trophy case is full of awards. They are the company you trust with your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Your house deserves nothing less. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Temps are heating up and pool season right around the corner. Paul Calvese here, and if the backyard upgrade is on your to-do list like we just did, don't miss the Ultimate Backyard Expo by California Pools and Landscape. Man, they transformed our yard. We're loving it. It's Saturday, March 29th. It's a free event. It's going to feature everything under the sun so you can see what's possible for your dream backyard. Vendors, giveaways, the lowest prices of the season. It's the Ultimate Backyard Expo. For all the info, go to calpool.com.
Attention.
If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 480-741-2541. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 480-741-2541. That's 480-741-2541.
Homeowners, life can be stressful and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Arizona win in the Sweet 16 and put Vinny in the worst mood of his life? We'll discuss tomorrow starting at 6 a.m.
All right, we are back here at Chase Field. Wolf and Luke closing in on, well, not really closing in on first pitch. It's 6 hours away. Burns and Gambo are arriving. They'll be taking their show up till 6 o'clock. But I cannot say enough about the location we're broadcasting from today. What is this about? What would you say, Wolf? 10 yards from home plate? Maybe?
I would say 15.
Okay, 15 yards from home plate. One roughing the passer penalty away from home plate. That's where we are. We have had the Sonoran dog and the Chicago-style hot dog.
Come on.
You can get both at the ballpark all weekend because the D-backs are playing the Chicago Cubs, obviously.
I'm going to just say this right now, brothers. You can't go wrong.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong. I'm saying you get the Chicago dog, you get the Sonoran dog. You can't go wrong.
I know that sounds like a cop-out answer, but I'm so with you because of the way we ended up doing it where you do half and half.
Oh, man, come on.
You don't have to choose. If you're going to come out here with friends anyway, just find one of them that wants to split two hot dogs, chop them in half. You get half Sonoran dog. It's basically a regular-sized dog, and half Chicago dog, and you're already a winner before the game even starts, Wolf.
You are a winner right there. And you know what, dudes? Bring the Warrior Queen out here. Are you kidding me? Bring her out here. Order 2 dogs. 1 Chicago dog.
1 Chicago,
yeah, that's
Chicago
right. You know what? And then I get a Sonoran
Chicago
dog,
dogs.
and then we'll cut it, we'll split it, and all of a sudden we get the best of both.
Jeep peppers off
good,
the Chicago
man.
dog. I was trying to feverishly eat mine before Ryan Nelson walked over here. Wolf just set his dog
Ryan.
on the table. Yeah.
Ryan could smell the mustard all over me.
It is all over. I don't know how you did that. It's like you just took the dog and just wiped it all over your shirt.
He could smell the mustard all over me, I guarantee you.
He's like, what's with these guys? We have lineups. Do you want lineups?
Oh.
I'll give you these lineups real quick. Well, I'm not going to give you the Cubs lineup. But I'm going to give you the D-backs lineup.
Thank you.
Ketel Marte batting leadoff.
Oh, Ketel.
Yes. Corbin Carroll. Ever heard of him? He'll bat second. Lourdes Scurriel Jr. in left field batting third. Josh Naylor, cleanup at first.
Oh,
because he's going to lead the team in home runs. Why wouldn't you put him cleanup?
That's what it's going to be. Okay. Hey, Eugenio?
Gabby Moreno is batting fifth. Eugenio is batting sixth. Randall Grichuk, DH seventh. Jake McCarthy, center field eighth. And Geraldo Perdomo, shortstop
yeah,
ninth.
of
There's
course,
your lineup.
Geraldo at
Zach
9,
Gallen on the mound.
At the 9 spot right there.
Let's go.
Okay,
Let's do this.
Here we go, man. That jacks me up.
All right, now that we are on an emotional high, let's talk about that awful Suns game last night against the Boston Celtics.
Do we have to? I mean, you just read the lineup.
I know it's on the show sheet, but you don't want to stray too far from the show sheet.
Yeah, you know what? The Boston Celtics were better. Ron Wolfley reporting.
Yeah, they were. Actually, Kevin Durant reported that as well. He was like, "Yeah, they were just better," and you just have to kind of you don't accept it. You don't accept it during the game. But that's the reality now. You have to accept that Boston, they're the defending champs. They are probably the best team in basketball. I know they don't have the best record, but they're right there. The Suns are not on that level right now, and they're not even close. And last night was a reminder of that. But they don't have to be as good as the Boston Celtics to make the play-in. They've just got to stay ahead of Dallas or Sacramento here down the stretch, which means they have to bounce back very quickly, which leads to the logical question. Are you going to change things because you lost that game last night, or are you going to keep running the young guys out there with Booker and KD and see if you can recapture what was working the previous 4 games?
You know, for me, once again, I'm going to continue to run the young guns out there. I'm going to continue to run the sunspots out there. I'm going to give them meaningful minutes. I'm going to start the game with Colin Gillespie. I'm going to start the game with Ryan Dunn. I'm going to start. You know, honestly, I'd like to see Oso be given the opportunity
go even
to start
younger.
as West. Yeah,
we lost. We'll go younger.
I'd love to see that. I would love to see him get an opportunity as well. I know you got Nick Richards. I know you do. Oso Iguodaro gives you a little bit more mobility, and I like that. And a little bit more athleticism as well.
So it's interesting you bring up Richards. This was Coach Bud after the game last night talking about Nick Richards specifically having a hard time defending against a three-point shooting team. And if you're asking yourself, well, did the Celtics shoot a lot of threes? They attempted over 50 last night. So this is what Coach Bud said about Nick Richards.
You know, we're going to probably stick with Nick and Oso and play those 2 bigs for the 48 minutes. And, you know, in some ways it's a good test or a good opportunity for Nick to get better scrambling and finding shooters. You know, the way the league is built now, there's going to be nights where, you know, Nick is going to have to find three-point shooters. Nick's going to have to get rotations. And I think he got better as the game went. And then also that's obviously maybe more his strength. And, you know, so trying to find the balance of when those guys should both be on the court or get their rotations, you know, is always, you know, we're trying to look at it and have the best out there.
Yeah, you know, once again, I love watching Oso continue to develop. And the reason being is because his athleticism is there. You can see his athleticism, and he's long, and he's rangy. And, yeah, he's got to get a lot better on the offensive end of the floor. But on the defensive end of the floor, I love seeing that. The desperation as well that Oso brings. And he's not afraid, Luke. He is not afraid. He will hack somebody and bring that physicality as well. I would love to see more minutes from Oso than Nick Richards going forward. And that's not a knock on Nick at all. It's what could you possibly have in an Oso Iguodaro?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly on the table because for a while there it seemed like, okay, you have to see what you have in these guys just to build for the future. And then you started winning games as you were doing it. So it's like, it's the best of both worlds. We're not playing for the future. We're playing for the future and the present when we play these guys. Last night wasn't a good game. It really wasn't a good game for anybody. I mean, KD had, what do you have, 30?
Yeah.
But it really wasn't a good game even, you know, he was on the side that lost by 30 to Boston, so I'm sure he wasn't happy afterwards either. I think you're in a spot right now where, you know, you have to be playing for this season because a play-in spot is on the line, and if you're a competitor, you believe if you just get in, I mean, if you're thinking like a player, you're like, we get in, we'll beat Sacramento. Okay, and then we can beat the Clippers or whatever. Okay, and then, you know.
Especially in a one-and-done series.
Yeah. We're all looking and saying you have no chance against Oklahoma City, and last night did nothing to help that argument that they do. But if you're a player on the team, you're like, get us in there, and let's roll the ball out there and play against Oklahoma City. So you're still playing for this season, but you have to get an idea of what you have in Ryan Dunn and Oso Iguodaro because you got to know what you're building around for next year, but you also have to know what their value is if teams come along and ask for one of them in a trade. You have to know if they're almost untouchable in your mind.
Don't you feel right now, though, that you have a large enough sample size to know what you have on this team through the first 65 games, 68, 69 games?
The rest of the team?
Yes. You wouldn't return to that rotation, right?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't do it.
You know, if they lose tomorrow and they lose Sunday and it's clear that they're losing because young guys are making mistakes, then maybe we can have a conversation next week about it. But
yeah.
I'm sticking with this for a while.
I think that's a real possibility as well. Just think right now, you were playing the players you were playing for a reason. Mm-hmm. They were getting the minutes they were getting for a reason. That has changed. Everything has changed. You're playing the young guns a lot more. You made changes in the starting lineup. Why? Why were you doing that? You were doing that because because you were not winning and you were willing to try anything. Anything. That's what they did. So guess what? They got a reward. They went off. Suddenly, this try-anything rotation that you ran out there onto the floor started winning games. 4 games in a row against 2 really good teams, games 3 and 4 as well. So now all of a sudden you're going to change that because you lost to the defending champions and got beat down? No, I don't think you're going to do it. I think you're committed to this kind of rotation till the end. I could be wrong on that. We'll see.
I think until further notice, at least. I mean, put it this way. Does anybody look at that game last night and say, man, they lost because Ryan Dunn played? Like, no. They lost because Oso got some minutes. It's not like they have Steph on the bench that they're keeping there, or Anthony Edwards, or Tyrese Halliburton, whoever. It's not like they have Giannis sitting over there and like, sorry, Giannis, we got to play Oso over you. We already, like you said, we have already seen the other options this season. They lost by 30 last night to a really good basketball team, maybe the best team. That's not enough to change anything that you were doing. If you keep losing, then you can have that conversation, but not yet. All right, when we come back, how are the vibes around the Arizona Diamondbacks entering this season that starts for them in under 6 hours now? We're going to ask Arizona Sports Arizona Diamondbacks reporter Alex Weiner. He'll join us right here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
What Diamondback that did not make the opening day roster is going to have the biggest impact on a team this season?
Dre Jameson.
Okay.
Dre Jameson.
Okay.
You?
I thought you might have went Dre. I thought you might have went Jordan Lawler, Henry, or Gilbert Diaz, or somebody like that.
Dre Jameson.
I think that's a good one. Dre Jameson's a good one.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the fire department. What is your emergency?
No, we got a fire in the pool. She's in the pool. She's not responsive.
Is she out of the water?
Yes, sir. I got her on the floor, and I'm trying to get her CPR.
How old is she?
3, 4. A bunch of white stuff keeps coming out of the house.
House is driving you as we speak, so keep doing that CPR, okay, until she wakes up.
Yeah, she's doing it. Yeah, she's doing it. Come on, baby.
How long is she under the water?
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
While someone's doing compressions, someone else go open up the door and make sure it's open for them.
Let her live. No.
Okay, we gotta keep doing the compressions and keep breathing.
Dad, oh my God, please, God, don't let me die.
The paramedics are pulling up, but don't stop until they come and take over, okay?
This heartbreaking 911 call is only one of far too many. Fulton Homes reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
Looking to upgrade your home? The Window Depot is your go-to spot for Milgard windows and patio doors. Select from a variety of styles, including aluminum, vinyl, or fiberglass, to start your journey to a brighter, more beautiful home. The Window Depot has Milgard windows in stock, ready to go home today, or their team can help you with a special order. Whether you're looking for energy efficiency, aesthetic appeal, or custom solutions, they've got you covered. Build the home you deserve with Milgard windows and doors from the Window Depot. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Are you looking to find more fairways, hit more greens, and lower your scores? Then a custom golf club fitting from a Shields certified master fitter is your answer. Learning from the world's top fitters at Titleist Performance Institute, Callaway Performance Center, and the Ping Proving Grounds, we're equipped to fit you with the right clubs to make your game more consistent. Go to shields.com/expert fitting to schedule a custom fitting today.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. D-backs opening day.
Swung on. There's a laser shot right center. Oh, Carroll tracks it down. Makes the catch on a slide.
Now more of Wolf and Luke live from Chase Field for D-backs opening day.
We are out here at Chase Field. Burns and Gambo are going to be out here at Chase Field as well, starting at 2 o'clock. Thanks to Ryan Nelson, who joined us earlier in the show, Jody Jackson as well, and now our own Arizona Sports Diamondbacks reporter, Alex Weiner, is joining us. What's up, Alex?
Hey, this is really cool. You guys should be able to sit out here during the game sometimes.
Yeah, we could do. Well, you'd stick around and do the show throughout the evening if we got to do it during the game, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
As a matter of fact.
Figured I'd give it a shot.
Alex, have you had the Sonoran dog?
I have not had the Sonoran dog, although I heard you have.
The Chicago dog?
I have not had the Chicago dog.
Oh, you gotta hook yourself up on that, man. That is really, really good.
That's all
tip,
Wolf has for you.
Little tip
in
for
this conversation.
All right, thanks, guys. That was great.
Yes.
He asked Ryan Nelson the same thing. Hey, have you had these hot dogs?
Did he have them?
No, he's like, I'm trying to pitch in the majors. He didn't say that, but I mean, like, he's trying to, stay in shape, not just pound hot dogs. They were good. Wolf's actually right on this one. Your thoughts on this season heading into opening day tonight? Like, where in your mind is the ceiling for this team?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a ton of optimism. Last year, I mean, with so many things that went wrong for this team, from the injuries to how the pitching matched up, they won 89 games and thought that they were a playoff caliber team, and I would agree with that. So I don't think there's much of a ceiling on this team. I think it's a pretty high, I guess, in the sense that it's a pretty high ceiling, right? Because they have the pitching staff on paper that you think could get you not only to October, but you go into a postseason series with a Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly top three. We'll see what they get out of the bullpen, but obviously if Justin Martinez continues to make the progress that we saw from last year, Puck continues to do what he does, and then you have an offense that, maybe doesn't lead the league in offense, but if they're a top 10 scoring offense and a top 10 pitching team, that's a team that gets you in October. And once you get there, anything can happen. So, yeah, I wouldn't really put like a specific ceiling on this team. I think they have set themselves up to be pretty competitive.
Alex, other than a win, what is the one trend you would like to see from the Diamondbacks starting in Game 1?
Just probably just up and down the lineup, just like good at bats, how everything kind of flows together. Your top two guys setting a tone with Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll, I think could be one of the best duos in Major League Baseball this year. It was interesting last year, like Ketel was so good through much of the season, and Corbin really heated up in the second half. But there wasn't that much time when they were both humming at the same time because Ketel got hurt in August. So just to have kind of the best versions of both of those guys at the same time, I think could be really dangerous. So setting the tone with that standpoint, and then just seeing what Zach Gallen's got on day one. Last year, he was good, not great, and I think he's kind of an introspective guy who can kind of go out and this is what I want to accomplish. Seeing what that looks like from day one will be really interesting to watch, and then how they handle the bullpen. Who closes the game if that becomes a situation that they fall themselves into?
Do you think this team is maybe it's intentional, maybe it's not, but almost more built for the playoffs than they are for the regular season?
That's a good question. I don't know about that. I think the depth that they have assembled over the last year and a half with some of the moves they've made for the bullpen or just guys coming up, I do think they are better able to withstand 162 than they were at this point last year when there were some more depth questions than we had. I do think this team will be pretty dangerous in the postseason if they do get there. Obviously, you have to get there. The National League is very, very tough. The division is going to be very tough. But once you get there, just based on the top of the rotation, I think you go into any series with those three guys, and we'll see what they get out of Brandon Pfaadt and his progression with Erod, potentially Ryan Nelson, who's just on with you guys. I think they are built to be pretty dangerous once they get to October. You have to get there first, but I do think the depth of this team gives them a better shot of that than they had last year.
Speaking of top, as a matter of fact, Alex, we're in the top of the ninth, and the Diamondbacks have a 3-2 lead. Who's taking the ball? Who's coming out of the bullpen?
Who's up?
Answer the question with a question.
Oh, I love it right there.
Because
so you think it literally is going to depend on who's coming up. To me, I thought they'd run Justin Martinez out there and see how it goes.
Yeah, it's I think they've talked about wanting to have one guy establish himself and emerge as the go-to closer. At first, going with matchups, J Mart's certainly going to get those opportunities. I think Puck will also get those opportunities. So if it's a situation where a handful of righties are up in the 8th inning and you kind of map it out and it's like, okay, Kyle Tucker's the main guy we got to get out in the 9th, you might see Puck in there in the 9th inning instead of J Mart. But, yeah, I would say probably one of those two guys, unless some situations happen earlier in the game and 7th inning, bases loaded, something like that, you bring somebody in earlier. But, yeah, I would say it's probably one of those two guys, but I can't give you a definitive answer without knowing who's coming up.
We're talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, I haven't gotten a prediction out of Wolf on wins this season. I don't know. I think they're winning 90+, and I think they're more dangerous in the playoffs. But I'm trying to also temper the expectations a little bit going in. And
106 wins.
Well, when we first got here today, we felt so good about everything. 162. It seemed like it was on the table.
That's the beauty of opening day, right?
That's true. The potential obstacles, though, for this team, we were kind of trying to identify those earlier in the show. And there's a few, certainly. I mean, there's nothing that's a given this year. Set injuries aside, because that could hit any team. But what do you see as the biggest hurdle for this team to get where they want to go?
Yeah, I think just some of the bullpen uncertainty. Again, I think they've done a decent job as far as building out depth and giving themselves options. But Ginkel's already hurt, and Graveman was hurt throughout spring training. Now you don't have a long man in Jordan Montgomery. And, Ryan Nelson could be that guy, but do they want to keep him stretched out? How long is he going to be in the bullpen is a question. So I would say maybe just like as they figure a lot of these moving pieces out, could there be some games that, slip by in the first, however many weeks of the season because there is some uncertainty with the bullpen? I would say that's mostly it. Offensively, this is a pretty deep team. Could be some regression from last year just kind of naturally based on how well they hit the ball in the second half. But they also did it with walking a lot and not striking out a lot. Those are things that can translate year to year. So I would probably go with bullpen if I had to pick one thing that gives me a little bit of pause.
So I asked this to Luke earlier in the broadcast, Alex, and he tripped all over himself. So I'll ask you this.
It's probably
right now.
True, actually.
Who do you think is most likely to get off to a good start?
Between who? Just on this team?
Anybody.
Oh, anybody on this team.
Who do you think is most likely to get off to a good start? I got to tell you, Luke had it like that, even though he did trip over himself.
Well, because then he asked the second question, I wanted to change my answer to my first question.
Okay.
So.
Who do you think is likely to get off to a good start?
Okay. I think Ketel Marte is always just a threat to hit no matter what the situation is. If he just comes back from injury, if he's just starting the season, if he's on a tear, that's a guy from both ends of the plate that just has crushed the baseball the last couple of years. And he's leading off tonight against a lefty. He crushed lefties last year. I would not be surprised if Ketel got this thing going. But I would also say Corbin Carroll, based on the way that he swung the bat in spring training and the momentum that he built coming off of last season. There's definitely a lot that we saw in spring training that were pretty good signs in terms of how he was driving the ball, how hard he was hitting the ball. So, those are the two easiest answers in the world, but you're going to go with the top two guys.
That's a good answer right there because Ketel Marte, how many times did he lead off games with home runs last year?
He hit 13 first-inning home runs last year, which was third in Major League Baseball, and he also missed time.
So, once again, hey, that's trending well right now.
Yeah, it seemed like he was hitting them all in the first or the ninth last year. Alex, you mentioned, Ryan Nelson, and do you keep him stretched out so that he could be a starter down the line if you need one? What's the point where he's a bullpen guy this year, where if somebody gets hurt in June, we have to go down to Reno to get a starter? Like, is there a moment where that flips? And then who do you think that starter would be that would have to step in?
Yeah, Torrey has talked about the point of no return with some of these guys. I don't think it's very far down the road, right?
Okay.
Because, it's something where you can't have him pitch all of April as a reliever going 35 pitches, 40 pitches per. Somebody gets hurt, and then you throw him in there for 85 pitches. There's a build-up process there that they don't want to do in season because they've tried it before and it hasn't really worked out for the best. So I would expect it to not be, a huge extended period of time. I would say probably a week or two. You get through the first cycle or two cycles through the rotation, everybody's fine, they've built up, and then you can kind of move forward with that. If they do want to keep him in the bullpen, because that's not been necessarily hashed out or at least publicly disclosed, down in AAA they have some depth. Gilbert Diaz is the most intriguing arm in my opinion. Just came up last year as a rookie and kind of handled himself from a poise and mound presence perspective. Has some boxes still to check off, but in terms of a live arm who's a young guy you can count on going forward, I would say Diaz probably catches my attention, but you also have Tommy Henry and Christian Mena. You have a few guys down there.
Okay. Alex, great stuff, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Again.
Cool. Absolutely.
Join Arizona Sports April 12th in Tempe for Pat's Run. The 4.2-mile run and walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the Sun Devils. Celebrate the legacy in every stride, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an Arizona State Sun Devil, an Arizona Cardinal, and an Army Ranger. Learn more. Sign up today to honor Pat Tillman's legacy with every stride at patsrun.com. We come back, Wolf. We're going to wrap up the show by talking to Ryan Thompson. Grout's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join KTAR and Arizona Sports April 12th in Tempe for Pat's Run. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of ASU Sun Devil football. Celebrate the legacy in every stride, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. New this year, the post-race Tillman Tailgate. Enjoy live music, food truck alley, and the Expo Marketplace outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today to honor Pat Tillman's legacy with every stride at patsrun.org.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Temps are heating up and pool season right around the corner. Paul Calvise here, and if the backyard upgrade is on your to-do list like we just did, don't miss the Ultimate Backyard Expo by California Pools and Landscape. Man, they transformed our yard. We're loving it. It's Saturday, March 29th. It's a free event. It's going to feature everything under the sun so you can see what's possible for your dream backyard. Vendors, giveaways, the lowest prices of the season. It's the Ultimate Backyard Expo. For all the info, go to calpool.com.
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 480-933-1766. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today, 480-933-1766, 480-933-1766.
1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and spring has arrived, which means it's a great time for new plants, putting greens, and getting your backyard ready for outdoor activities. My friends at Turf Monsters can make that happen no matter what project you are looking for. And now through the end of March, all new customers get 10% off. Call them at 623-263-7388 or schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again" or "get back to living." Wouldn't that be nice? DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The 0-1 pitch, swung on, grounded to third, backhanded by Suarez, goes to second, there's one, throw to first, and that's in time. Oh, what a double play. Around the horn, 5-4-3.
Now more of Wolf and Luke live from Chase Field for D-backs opening day.
All right, we're back here. Final segment of the show from Chase Field. Well, I almost said Salt River Fields. We have graduated from Salt River Fields. We are here at Chase Field. Burns and Gambo are going to be here in just a couple minutes. We are joined right now, though, Wolf, by Ryan Thompson. Grout, as he told us to call him at the start of spring training. And now we're here for opening day. Ryan, thanks for the time again, man. How are you feeling going into game one?
I feel really good. I feel really good about where the team's at. I feel really good health-wise. It's a real bummer. We had a couple injuries last minute, but overall we've got a really good squad, and I'm really excited about the addition of Jalen Beeks, one of my best friends. We played together for 4 seasons in Tampa.
Oh.
And so seeing that signing got me really excited, and he's a good veteran presence for us and just a great overall human being. So he's going to fit in our clubhouse really well.
Man, that is really, really cool right there. For people that don't know, tell us once again why your nickname is Grout.
It's not my nickname. I was just coming up with
messing with us.
Come on, really?
Yeah.
I totally bought it. I thought it was such a good
He just said
nickname.
that's what he was going to do this season.
Oh, my goodness. It was such a good nickname.
No, I was just coming up with an example of what I like to do in the clubhouse. Try to find my way to bridge the gaps, fill the gaps of whatever the team may need me to do.
I wanted to ask you about Ryan Nelson because we just had him up here about a half hour ago, and that's a guy that was a really good starter for you guys a year ago, and now he's in the bullpen, and, it's a different world when you're in the bullpen, is it not? Like, how do you think he will handle that move?
Oh, he'll handle it just fine, but how crazy is that, right? That the guy that was, in my opinion, our clear-cut best starter down the stretch last year is now in the bullpen.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And that's not saying anything against Nelly. I think he could have done that again if he was in the rotation, but we just have so many studs. And that, it's a good thing for the team, but it's hard decisions they have to make. And I think they could have flipped a coin and made other decisions too. And he's a guy that deserves to be in a rotation, and any other team in the league would be blessed to have him in their starting five. So, for him, it's like I feel for him a little bit that he's not getting the opportunity that he definitely deserves. But what can you do? It's the nature of our roster construction, which is such a blessing. We have a surplus, which is so great, and I don't know how many other teams in the league can say that they have the surplus that we have. So he's a guy that has proven over the last couple seasons that he can be a force in the bullpen. He's got stuff that plays in a bullpen role, and he was a dominant closer in college. So it's going to be exciting to see how he's used and what he'll do.
Ryan, when we say opening day to you, opening day, what are your thoughts? What do you think of?
I just think of blessings. Like, I think, this is my 6th year in the major leagues, and I missed opening day one time. I had thoracic outlet surgery, and I didn't make the team. I was down for like 3 days, and someone got hurt, and I came up. And it was just a real bummer to miss opening day. There's something that's really special about getting the honor of being on the team. No matter what your role is, no matter what your contract is, whatever, you never take these moments for granted that you're on the opening day roster. It's something that's really special. So just kind of sitting here right now looking at the stadium, getting prepped for the game, it's just what a blessing to be here.
Wanted to ask you, we're talking to Ryan Thompson about the hitters because this team led all of baseball in scoring last year by a lot, actually. And so the thought just seems to be like, okay, well, they won't do that again. But they could. Like, what do you see from this lineup? Because I know you lost Christian Walker. I mean, you did lose some players, but you also replaced them with some players, too. And you have young guys that, in theory, are still getting better.
Yeah, I know last year, opening day, we put up 15. Mm-hmm. So if we're going to stay on pace with last year, we got to probably have a pretty good night.
We need a big first inning.
Yeah, we need a big first inning for sure. No, we got some thump. We got, I'm just looking at the lineup they already got on the board right there. It's just like 1 through 9. Like that's a scary lineup. I think about, what's funny is I didn't talk to him about it or anything, but it's like when you play on a team that's like a perennial last place team, like Beeks was on last year with the Rockies. It's like I've been blessed to be on some pretty good teams like the Diamondbacks, and it's like when you play on the Diamondbacks, you don't have to face those guys.
Yeah.
So it's like it's pretty awesome to know that lineup right there, I don't have to face those guys. They're studs.
And for him, he doesn't have to pitch in Coors Field all season.
Exactly. That's tough.
Jolt.
So with your mentality coming in, of course, this is year 6, you just said, your mentality coming into this season, do you think to yourself, you think to yourself, be who you are? Which way would you lean on that?
Both, but I would say if I had to have a scale, it would be better. My dad always taught me as a little kid that there's no such thing as staying the same. You're either getting better or you're getting worse, right? You're growing or you're dying.
My dad too.
So that's kind of been my mantra, is always try to figure out, let's see, what did I not do well last year? And let's start with that, and let's see what can I do to be the best version of myself. I don't want to be what I was last year because, I left a lot on the table last year. I felt like I started really, really strong, but there's also a sense of realism to your outings, right? Is like, how many of those outings Did you go out there and dominate them where they had no chance, or were they hitting at guys? What was the exit velos? What was your sequencing? There's so many things that go into it. You can have good games and not pitch that well. You can have bad games and pitch really well. So it's trying to be just a realist of evaluating your performances, and I kind of did that this offseason of evaluating my season. And there's a lot of room for improvement. So I think I'm better right now than I was last year at opening day, and I think that's all I can ask for.
Do you feel like you're on a team where a lot of your teammates have that same mindset that you just talked about right there?
Yeah, for sure. And it's a frustrating mindset at times. You know, you feel a little bit neurotic of like not being satisfied with where you are and always trying to find the next best thing, and it's it can get exhausting at times, not only for us, but for staff members that are watching us perform and just not being satisfied with that and trying to get to the next level. But at the end of the day, it's like we're trying to be the best in the world. We're not trying to just be a number and fill a roster spot. We want to be the best. My goal this year is to be the best right-handed sidearm pitcher that the league's ever seen, and that's like a massive goal, right?
Yeah.
If I fall short of that, I'm going to try to do it again next year. And that's just the mentality I have, and I think a lot of the guys in the clubhouse are the same way. Is, you know, maybe I'm not coming in saying, hey, I'm going to be the best closer in baseball. I'm probably not going to be a closer. So, like, I'm being a realist, right? I'm going to be the best right-handed sidearm pitcher, and so a lot of these starters say they want to win the Cy Young. You know,
So-
that's fair.
So opening day, butterflies at all?
Yeah, I think we all feel it. I think that the key is what you identify it as, right? So when you feel that feeling, is it butterflies and excitement, or is it anxiety and nervousness? However you identify it is how you're going to perform with that feeling, because you can't avoid it.
That's right.
You know, you got 20 years in the league. Those guys will still tell you they still feel it.
Acknowledge it and embrace it.
Yep. And it's excitement.
Ryan, we appreciate this, man. You've been great to us all spring. Have
buddy.
a great year, all right?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
That's Ryan Thompson joining
God
us
bless
right
you,
there.
Ryan.
Thanks
you.
to everybody
God bless.
out here who got us set up. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join KTAR and Arizona Sports April 12th in Tempe for Pat's Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of ASU Sun Devil football. Celebrate the legacy in every stride, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. New this year, the post-race Tillman Tailgate. Enjoy live music, food truck alley, and the Expo Marketplace outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today to honor Pat Tillman's legacy with every stride at patsrun.org.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Temps are heating up and pool season right around the corner. Paul Calvise here, and if the backyard upgrade is on your to-do list like we just did, don't miss the Ultimate Backyard Expo by California Pools and Landscape. Man, they transformed our yard. We're loving it. It's Saturday, March 29th. It's a free event. It's going to feature everything under the sun so you can see what's possible for your dream backyard. Vendors, giveaways, the lowest prices of the season. It's the Ultimate Backyard Expo. For all the info, go to calpool.com.
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. insurance. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 480-933-1766. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today, 480-933-1766, 480-933-1766.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and spring has arrived, which means it's a great time for new plants, putting greens, and getting your backyard ready for outdoor activities. My friends at Turf Monsters can make that happen no matter what project you are looking for. And now through the end of March, all new customers get 10% off. Call them at 623-263-7388 or schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "Enjoy life again," or "Get back to living. Wouldn't that be nice?" DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We have arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Opening day for Major League Baseball and your Arizona Diamondbacks. The roster's been finalized. We've got Burns and Gambo live from Chase Field, bringing you the best coverage there is as we're getting ready for tonight. The Diamondbacks embark on the 2025 season against the Chicago Cubs. First of 4 games in this series. Zach Gallen will get things started for the Snakes. He'll go against left-hander Justin Steele. First pitch is at 7:10. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And it's a big day for Arizona basketball and their fans. First, the U of A landed big commitment for next season in the form of Perry star Koa Pete. Chose Arizona over ASU, Baylor, Houston, and Texas. And the number 4 Wildcats have their Sweet 16 matchup against number 1 seeded Duke. If they win, it will be their first Elite 8 appearance since 2015. Tip-off is at 6:39. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. With over 400 employees statewide and Arizona's largest roofer, they can get to you fast. Save 10% at americaroofingco.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Happy opening day to you, my friend.
Man, I cannot wait. I'm just looking at the list today. The first pitch, the Big 12 champions from ASU.
Yes.
Kenny Dillingham, Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson, Xavier Alford, CJ Fight are going to be out there throwing out the first pitch. And then American Idol star and Gilbert native McKenna Breinholt with the national anthem. We're going to have the flyover. I always like the flyovers.
Love the flyovers. Never get old.
Like the flyovers.
Flyovers never get old.
Man, you just
never gets old.
Like, I know. You just got to make sure you don't miss it. You got to be in a spot where you don't miss it.
Yeah, be in your seat. And fortunately, the roof is fixed, so the roof will be open, and it's going to be nice and comfortable in here. It's going to be awesome. Can't wait. Looking forward to it. We are here. We're on the field. We have we're streaming at ArizonaSports.com, so you can watch it if you want. But we're literally, just a stone's throw away from the guys as they're coming out for early BP. Pavin Smith just took a couple of hacks, and we're here right by the on-deck circle. We're going to be here until 6 o'clock. I know for sure we're going to have Graham Rossini, ASU AD, on, and he's actually going to join us here.
Oh, great.
I have no idea who else we're going to have on. I think Tori's going to stop by for a few minutes. I think we're going to have others that they're just going to kind of bring us on opening day. But we're here. We're excited. This is our 14th opening day together, you and I.
Wow.
And the only year we did not do a show from down here was pandemic year, was 2020. That was the only opening day.
Do you remember? I mean, there was an opening day.
Oh, yeah, there was nobody here.
So we must have been doing it from my house.
I would imagine, yeah. I mean,
we must have done opening day from my backyard.
By then, I think we had moved inside because it was too hot.
Okay.
Because remember, opening day that year was like August? August 1st?
Yeah.
Remember?
So we were inside.
Yeah, by then we were inside. By then we were inside, yeah.
Crazy. I don't have recollection of that. I just remember we did the show from my house for a long time.
And have you been to every opening day?
Yes.
I mean, other than 2020.
Of course. And, I had a tradition going with, my son where he would, I'd buy tickets every opening day so he would be able to come watch. But now he's got a baseball game today, so playing high school baseball.
Some
so he's
circle
got a
of life stuff right there.
I know. It's just sad. It's sad because, as a little kid, I brought him out here. He's got to do some cool things. He got to be the kid that ran from the outfield and grabbed second base and had to run back and do that.
I remember that night.
So he's got an opportunity. He's been out there with me throwing out the first pitch. I've actually thrown out the first pitch a few times at the ballpark. So this is a special place to me. I mean, I'm not going to lie, and I know it is to you, too, for all the years you've spent here doing Diamond Talk. And, baseball is, as people know, listening to the show, baseball is our favorite sport. Yeah. Like, it's my favorite sport. It's your favorite sport. I love this Diamondback team. I love the organization. And I was so happy 2 years ago with the World Series. And then last year we had a great season, just missed out on the playoffs. And I'm excited for this year and what the potential brings.
Well, we are here. And don't worry, we're going to get into that mess of a Suns game here in a minute. But first, let's weigh in. Big surprise on what our top story of the day is here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Opening day for the Arizona Diamondbacks with all the expectations in the world upon them as they open up the season today. Chicago Cubs are in town for the first of 4. It's going to be Justin Steele against Zach Gallen. The lineups have been posted, or at least the Diamondbacks lineup has been posted. No big surprises in that lineup whatsoever. And Gambo, a season of great expectations for the Arizona Diamondbacks begins tonight at 7 o'clock here on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, no question. We had Jason Stark on the show the other day. He picked them to win the World Series. A couple people did. Most everybody predicts that this team is going to be a playoff team, and I think they will be. A lot of people think somewhere around the 89-win mark, 90-win mark, and I think it's going to be a fantastic year. It's a good start against the Cubs. They've already played 2 games, but for them, the NL Central, for them, it's playoffs or bust this year for the Cubs. On paper, they could be the best team in the division. They had a lot of additions. Kyle Tucker's on this team now, Matthew Boyd, Ryan Presley, our old friend Carson Kelly. So this is a team that expects to compete, maybe even win a division. If Dansby Swanson's healthy, a former Diamondback farmhand, this could be a really good baseball team. So good challenge for the D-backs right off the bat against the Cubs.
No doubt. And because of that, because of the quality of the National League, and we've had this conversation a few times, but I think it's really important now to have it, that it's not just the LA Dodgers that you're chasing in the National League West. Yes, you're chasing them. Yes, I think they can compete with them. A lot of people think the Dodgers are just going to automatically win the division. I think the Diamondbacks will give them a fight. But, Gambo, you're fighting with the Phillies, and you're fighting with the Padres, and you're fighting with the Cubs, and you're fighting with the Braves, and you're fighting with the Phillies. You're fighting with seemingly what feels like half the National League for 3 wild card spots. I'm not conceding the National League West, and I know you're not either. But you also have to be realistic about it and say if that Dodgers team really is going to run away with it and win 103, 104, 105 games, it is going to be tooth and nail to get one of those 3 spots, which is why these games against the Cubs already matter to start. This is one of the teams you're going to be presumably fighting with for one of those spots. These games already matter this early in the season.
Yeah, I was fascinated, and I brought this up once or twice, but a lot of people may have not heard it. We did a few weeks ago, probably about a month ago, we did a sit-down in front of clients of the radio station with Torey Lovello and Mike Hazen, and we talked about, you missed the playoffs by a game, you talk about stuff, right? Like, hey, what haunts you? What game haunts you more than anyone? And, there's certain games that me and you look at. What was it, the Brewers game? And it was
that series against the Padres at the end of the season, the 8-0 lead against the Brewers that they didn't win. That's the one that everybody remembers. Yeah.
And we're sitting there and we're talking with Mike Hazen, and we're going back, we're saying, okay, what haunts you? And he's like bringing up like a game against the Braves on April 5th. And we had this game 1 and we lost 9-8 and we jumped all over him. And we were up 6-0 in the first and we ended up like falling apart. We lost that game 9-8. I'm like, April 5th?
April 5th.
Like, you're pointed to April 5th against the Braves as a game that haunts you? I'm like, but that's like.
Made me feel so inferior when he said it. I'm like, wow, I was just thinking of the last week of the season.
They lost that game. They fell to 4-5 on the season. I'm like, nobody was like, this is going to be the game that determines the season. They lost to the Braves. It's like
calling up game number 9 on the year.
Right.
It's like, what the hell, right?
Yeah. I mean, you go back, you look at it, and it's like, wow, okay. It's, Frias came in and gave up the big run, and they lost the game. But it just goes to show you how important every single game is. And I think that was the message there that we learned, because we tend to look at a 162-game season, and if you miss the playoffs by a game, we really tend to focus on what happened in the last week or two.
Yeah.
And here you are, you've got the general manager of the baseball team, a great general manager, by the way. He's built a terrific team, and he's sitting there, he's telling us about the 9th game of the season, how that game haunts him, and I was just blown away by that.
No doubt. Yeah, as was I. I was impressed by their recollection and the fact that they still kind of have that in the memory banks. Your opening day lineup for the Arizona Diamondbacks, as I told you, no real surprises here. Ketel Marte is batting leadoff and playing at second base. Corbin Carroll is in right. He's hitting second. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is the number 3 hitter. He's in left. Josh Naylor making his Diamondbacks debut, batting cleanup and playing at first base. Gabby Moreno trimmed it down a little more muscle, went through a different weightlifting program and a different eating program in the offseason. He's batting 5th. Eugenio Suarez is batting 6th at 3rd. Randall Grichuk is the DH. He is batting 7th. He is batting 6th, 7th. Jake McCarthy is in center. He is batting 8th. Geraldo Perdomo is batting 9th and playing shortstop, and Zach Gallen is the starter. And that's something else we need to not keep an eye on, but talk about for a minute. Zach Gallen getting the opening day start. I wouldn't say controversial by any stretch. I don't think it was that. But it was certainly interesting, given kind of the process and how it all was delayed, and now Corbin Burns is starting the first game in New York and not during this series. It's a big year for Zach Gallen, not only because it's a contract year, it might be his last year here.
Yeah, it could be. And you
hate to think about it like that.
You hate to think about it because he's been such a terrific player ever since they made that trade and they sent Jazz Chisholm to Miami. Jazz Chisholm now on the Yankees. And then Zach Gallen comes over here, and he's been the ace of the staff. I think this is his, 3rd straight opening day start?
Yes, sir.
For the Diamondbacks. And, he's going up against Justin Steele. He's going to get the starting assignment. He pitched the second game in Tokyo. So he already has a start under his belt. He gave up 5 runs and 2 home runs in 5 innings. And so good pitching matchup, Gallen against Steele. Corbin Burns, of course, is going to go the 5th game. We had a lot of discussion about this week. He's not going to pitch the 2nd game. It'll be Merrill Kelly, and then Corbin Burns will pitch the 5th game. But, we sat down with Zach Gallen, and we talked about how big of a year this is with an impending free agency and a chance to cash in for hundreds of millions of dollars. And I was really fascinated. It was one of the few times we've ever got an answer like that from somebody with free agency coming up. I'm going to embrace it. I can't ignore it.
I'm thinking about it.
I can't let it, once I cross that line, I can't have it affect me. But of course I'm thinking about it. Of course it's on my mind.
A lot more on that on the course of the show. Baseball is back. We are giving you the chance to win D-backs tickets to see them take on the Cubs every hour this week. Listen for the code word each hour, then enter it in the bottom right corner of the Arizona Sports app. The more you listen, the more chances you're going to have to win. Like a plunge in a cold tub. Last night was a chilly dose of reality when it comes to the Phoenix Suns. It's cold in here. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
It's D-backs week on Arizona Sports, and we're giving you the chance to win tickets to D-backs opening weekend.
This hour's code word is inning. Inning.
Enter the keyword now on the Arizona Sports app for your chance to win.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax because, as you know, it's something that I truly believe in, the ability for you to work with a financial advisor and start preparing for your financial future. And that's what asset preservation, wealth, and tax does. Stuart Willis is a fiduciary. You may have seen him on TV on Saturdays and Sundays, the Asset Preservation Hour, giving people great information on how to grow their nest egg, how to prepare for retirement, how to take advantage of tax loopholes and situations with your taxes. Because, look, you know, the Social Security is taxable right now. You don't want to make all of this money and then have to pay so much of it in taxes. You want to take advantage of certain tax windows and pay the taxes then. And that's why you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way. They got 5 locations in the Valley. They've done a great job helping me with my financial plan, and I highly recommend them to help you with yours. Give them a call at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Are clogged drains causing issues in your home? Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if so, call Bumblebee Plumbing. Right now, Bumblebee Plumbing will clear your drain for $53, and if they can't, it's free. Restrictions apply. Call Bumblebee Plumbing at 602-428-2254. Hey, it's Vince Marotta calling out all Valley car shoppers. If you are in the market for a new vehicle, you've got to see what Brad Gunlickson, the general manager at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, is doing. He has challenged his sales team to move all remaining 2024 models by month end to make room for incoming inventory, and you can take advantage of some huge savings on brand new 2024s. Like GMC Yukon XLs, you can save up to $10,500 off MSRP. All electric Sierra Denali EV pickups, up to $14,000 off MSRP. Even Buick Encore and Envision SUVs with savings of over $8,000 off MSRP, and they are selling fast. So you got to move. Hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find everything online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models through GM Financial. Approved credit required. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your maximum refund. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about For the Win at Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, April 10th through the 13th. Wolf and I are going to be there, so join us at the Ultimate Golf Tournament Viewing Party. Catch every angle from every hole from Augusta on Stadium Swim's 143-foot screen. And while you're there, indulge in traditional tournament fare at genuine tournament prices, sip refreshing cocktails, revel in the excitement of golf's biggest event. Don't miss out on the Green Jacket Party at Legacy Club Friday night. Book your room, reserve your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
We all got a thing, yes, even you. If you love fashion, car parts, trading cards, whatever you're into, it's on eBay. So go find the thing that keeps you up at night. eBay, things people love.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll get you ready for Suns, T-Wolves, recap D-backs opening night, and update the brackets. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
You know, normally when we talk about the Suns...
Good night, everybody.
And I'll play like a play-by-play cut or a highlight from last night's game. I don't really feel like it. I'm not really in the mood to do that after what happened last night. There was no highlights. There was nothing to... That was bad. That was humiliating. It was the second biggest loss of the season by point differential.
It was hard to watch.
It was.
It was really hard
I'll
to
tell you
watch.
What, it was easy to turn off. I'll tell you, it was easy to turn off.
When did you turn it off? I got to know.
10 minutes left in the fourth. Let's see if I can read this. All the way to the end. Honest to God, you took notes all the way to the end. For what purpose?
I don't know.
Please tell me why.
I don't know.
What sort of illness mandates that you
sit
sit
hit
down
back-to-back three-pointers and block the shot?
Why do you need to know that? Why do you need to know that?
Torrey Craig hit a three-pointer to make it 132 to 100.
Gambo, with all the what's wrong with you?
Book came out at the 6:26 mark.
Okay.
Monty and Damian came in.
It's over! It's over, ladies and gentlemen!
I don't know. Like, you're the guy that can walk out of a bad movie. You're that guy.
And I have.
Yeah, and you also have asked for refunds.
I do. I go,
hey, I didn't like the movie. Give me my money back.
And they give you your money back. At least they did when I asked. Yeah.
$10? Like, you okay.
Yeah,
but
I want my money back.
Want my money back. The movie sucked. Right.
Pineapple Express was terrible. Give me my money back.
Right. I'm that guy. I'm watching the bad movie, and I can't leave until the end.
Life is way too short for that nonsense,
right.
my friend.
I mean, but
way
this is
too short.
This is what you did. You left a bad movie last night. I stayed right till the end. I watched the entire bad movie so I can tell you how bad it was.
And look, this is okay. We're taking. I'm not trying to take any cheap shots on the Suns. They captured our imagination and attention. And I'll be honest with you, they still have it. Last night was bad. Okay, last night
That's a great team they played.
That is a team. That's why I said yesterday, and I'm not trying to do this like I told you so thing, but I was really worried about last night's game. I'm like, this is the toughest test that they're going to face during this whole stretch, playing a Boston team that opened up the game, taking three-pointers with reckless abandon. I mean, just 4 seconds in, boom, put it up.
Had like 7 right away. It was a blitzkrieg.
It was like, 10 of their first 11 shots were threes, and they made 7 of them? I mean, it was the players afterwards. Kevin Durant was like, it's rough. It's hard. It's demoralizing. You want it to not be.
But they were still in the game in the first quarter.
Of course, they were. But
they did a great job of it was 42-38. And Boston was 10 of 17 from 3. You're like, oh, my God, they're going to hit 43s tonight. And the Suns were 4 of 8. But then in the second quarter, it's, and I know your point was the Suns' offense just, got stagnant.
The Suns' offense just dried up in that second quarter.
And they went crazy. Hauser with a 3, Horford with a 3, White with a 3, Brown with a 3. They went on a 15-0 run. They went on a 15-0 run. It was 73-54 at the end of the second quarter. And look, for all intent and purposes, the game was over. Like, you're not coming, and I know, I think Tom Chambers and EJ were like, well, you could come back against a team like this. But, man, you weren't coming back against that team. You weren't coming back against them. It was 73-54. They had a 31-8 run. And then you start the third quarter. In a blink of an eye, they're up by 30. Mm-hmm. Then they're up by 32. Then they're up by 34. And you're like, oh, my God, this is a bloodbath. This is just I was happy about one thing. Katie didn't play the whole fourth quarter. Katie was playing great. He was the only son to play great. He didn't play the whole fourth quarter. He didn't have to play 40 minutes, burn himself out. Book played 34. I wish he would have played less, but Katie only played 30. You got Minnesota next. They had off yesterday. They're off today. They're going to be well rested. They need to win really bad. So I think I'd rather lose like that than lose a close game in the last minute. I really would. I mean, a loss is a loss right now.
Yeah, yes, I probably would rather lose like that because it's easier to flush. It's easier, but you can only, and Kellen made this point in his game recap at ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi, in which he said you can flush it as long as you have faith
that the next game they'll be fine. That's where it gets a little sticky for the Phoenix Suns, because I don't know if I have faith that the next game is going to be fine. They've only been showing us this style of basketball for 4 games. And so last night is sort of this moment where you go, man, was it all just a fluke? Was it? And that's why Friday's game, and I know we are here at Arizona Sports, we are the kings of hyperbole, man. We're like, oh, this is the biggest game. This is the biggest offseason. This is the biggest this is the biggest that. This game on Friday is huge. It's huge because it's your nemesis. It's the team that's beaten you, 7 straight times?
7 straight.
They own you, and now you have to bounce back from what happened last night on the road against them. And if you don't, then everyone's going to say, oh, yeah, it was a fluke. Oh, yeah, those 4 games, it wasn't real. Oh, those 4 games, the turnaround. Now, maybe they're competitive against Minnesota and they lose and the reaction isn't that extreme. But you know what I mean? Like, our faith was renewed, if just for a minute. And all it took was one 30-point loss to have us questioning it a little bit. And if they lose again on Friday, and if the effort is poor again on Friday, Gambo, in some ways, we're going to be right back to square one with this basketball team.
Yeah, I get it. I don't.
You don't agree with it?
No, I do agree with it because everything is just like every game is life or death right now.
It is.
I mean, every game is. So it's not you're getting too high or too low for every one game. You have to.
That's a good point.
You got to get high after a big win like Milwaukee and Cleveland. You got to get low after a Boston loss because you're fighting for your life.
Yeah.
You're fighting to get into play-in.
Yeah.
You're fighting to avoid the humiliation of having the largest payroll in the history of the NBA with 2 Hall of Fame players and not being able to get even into the play-in tournament.
Now, in that regard, they're still 10th in the West. Tonight, everybody just about, everybody does play. I was going to say just about everybody plays. Everybody plays. The Mavs are at the Magic. That game tips off at 4 o'clock, so it'll be almost a final by the time we're off the air. Spurs are at the Cavs. That game starts at 4. I'm not worried that much about the Spurs, but I just threw them in there.
Mavs, Kings.
And Portland Kings, Mavs, Magic. Those are the
Portland at Sacramento.
Yes.
So Sacramento wins that game, they could be up 2 on you. Which is, because the Suns could get the tiebreaker if they beat Sacramento at the end, but they're not going to get into the tiebreaker situation if they're down 2 against them.
And again, we recapped this yesterday, and I'll have to look to see if it's changed. I don't think it has. Strength of schedule, if we're thinking it's 3 teams for 2 spots, Dallas, Sacramento, and Phoenix for the 9 and 10 seed. Strength of schedule by far does not favor the Phoenix Suns.
They've got to go play Boston next week in Boston.
I know. Again, you have to play this team again.
You got to play that team again.
That team is...
Can we just schedule them early next year,
They didn't
please?
even have Jason Tatum.
I know.
And it didn't matter. They just were...
They're deep.
Peyton Pritchard was like 1 for 8 from deep. It didn't matter.
No,
they just have a bunch of snipers on that team.
Yeah, that's a different team. Okay, that team... They have shooters everywhere. They have a lot of shooters. They have a lot of depth. The Suns don't have the depth like that. I mean, the Suns, it's not... a lot of the Suns' depth guys, we like them, but they wouldn't play on a lot of the good teams in the NBA. They wouldn't be playing very much on those teams. So the Celtics are a very deep team. You got to respect them.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, as we are live from Chase Field here on the field for opening day. Important questions that need to be answered ahead of the opener tonight. We'll try to see if we have answers for you next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
2 years ago, that Final Four, Florida Atlantic, Miami, San Diego State, UConn.
Yeah.
Is that floating your boat?
See, you want one Cinderella. Then everybody can get behind one.
I don't need any. You know what? If I want Cinderella, I'm going to put on some 80s hair metal.
Shake bang! Could U of A be classified as a Cinderella right now?
No.
We could become America's team overnight.
Moving to Canada on Friday.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I always tell people about the LASIK surgery that I had with Dr. Jay Schwartz and how great it was for me. And I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. And I recommend to people, if you're nearsighted, farsighted, your vision's starting to go, I do recommend a vision correction procedure with the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. But I always feel like when I'm at an arena or a ballpark is where I notice it the best. I'm by home plate, and I'm looking deep into left field and right field. I can read every single sign crystal clear, everything, even small print on the scoreboard so far away, no issues at all.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center really helped me with my eyesight. Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks, and he's got locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. If you're struggling with your eyesight, give him a try. Go get a free thorough eye exam. Let him talk to you about a vision correction procedure. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control. And so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows, and an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try, risk-free at philo.tv.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, aka DISC. Disc surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. DISC is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the disc surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
At America Roofing, it's family-owned, family-operated. Josh and I oversee every department and will be involved in every project. We'll give you good, better, best options as far as what your project needs. With the more than 400 employees, the work can be completed within a timely manner. We'll take the very best care of you. And that's why we always say, at America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Schedule a free checkup today with America Roofing and get 10% off all repairs. AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186-438-CR42.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We have arrived, ladies and gentlemen, opening day for Major League Baseball and your Arizona Diamondbacks. The roster's been finalized. We've got Burns and Gambo live from Chase Field, bringing you the best coverage there is as the Diamondbacks embark on the 2025 season. They're going to start things off against the Chicago Cubs. This is the first of a 4-game series tonight. Zach Gallen will get things started for the Snakes. He'll go against left-hander Justin Steele. First pitch is at 7:10. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And it's a big day for Arizona basketball and their fans. First, they landed a big commitment for next season in the form of Perry star Koa Pete. He chose Arizona over ASU, Baylor, Houston, and Texas. And then the number 4 Wildcats have their Sweet 16 matchup against number 1 Duke. If they win, it will be their first Elite 8 appearance since 2015. Tip-off is at 6:39. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects. Need a roll-off to haul that trash and debris away? WasteConnections.com/Phoenix.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
There's the 0-1 pitch, swung on, grounded to third, backhanded by Suarez, goes to second, there's one, throw to first, and that's in time. Oh, what a double play. Around the horn, 5-4-3.
Now more of Burns and Gambo live from Chase Field for D-backs opening day.
Troy Lavello yesterday, how ready is he for the start of the year?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. This is the hardest part of my job has been the past probably 72 hours where you have to deliver really, really tough news, have tough conversations. It's not just guys that you are sending down, it's guys that you're having to align with through injuries, such as Jordan Montgomery. So those are sad. Those are tough times. But on the flip side of that, you get to tell Shelby Miller and others, guys like Garrett Hampson, that they've made the team. And it's a lot of fun for me, but it's exhausting. At the end of the day, I'm looking forward to getting between the white lines and letting our boys go out and do what they do best.
Yeah, and I also know, and you know this too from all of our years of covering this sport and covering this team, hey, opening day's awesome. It's great. It's pomp. It's circumstance. It's flyovers and introductions and all that stuff. A lot of times, Tori and the guys will be kind of happy to get this one out of the way so they can just settle into the routine of playing baseball every day.
Sure.
Like, it's a celebration, and I'm not trying to demean or diminish that.
Everybody loves it.
Everybody loves it. But there is also a yearning to kind of get to, hey, can we just – normal day, we're here to play baseball, right?
Sure.
Like all that stuff. They just about anybody in baseball will tell you that.
There's more media covering than ever before for this game. You always get more media covering for this game, and But I liked what he said. Like, I got to tell Shelby, if I would have told you back when the Diamondbacks traded for Shelby Miller in 2016 that he'd be pitching for the Diamondbacks in 2025, you'd be like, man, he's going to the Hall of Fame.
I would have.
He must have had an incredible career. I can't believe he's still pitching for the Diamondbacks 9 years later. Shelby Miller was part of a big trade coming here in 2016. And he didn't pitch very well. He was a starting pitcher, and he's kind of transformed himself into a good relief pitcher. Was solid for the Dodgers in 2023. Last year he was with Detroit and A.J. Hinch for 51 games. And now, he made this roster with Jordan Montgomery going down. Shelby Miller ends up with a spot in the bullpen.
Yeah.
And he's a guy that can give you the 2-3 innings that you're looking for in long relief.
What is, and our colleague over at AZ Central wrote a story today about the 5 most important questions that the Diamondbacks need to answer in 2025.
Let's go over them.
Nick Pecora was the one who wrote this.
Okay.
Number 1, can Corbin Burns lead a rotation bounce back? Hard as it might be to believe, it was the 4th worst rotational ERA in all of Major League Baseball last year.
Well, a lot of injuries, right? I mean, you spent all that money on Jordan Montgomery and Eduardo Rodriguez, and they gave you nothing. Eduardo Rodriguez made 10 starts, and Jordan Montgomery was so bad they had to put him in the bullpen. Merrill Kelly missed a bunch of starts because of injury.
Zach Allen missed
not
as many as Merrill, but he missed a whole month because of that hamstring.
Yeah. So when we did our thing for the for ArizonaSports.com, I said to me, if you can get 90 starts out of your top 3 guys, they stay healthy. I'm not saying you need to get 105 out of those guys, 35 starts each, but I figured they could easily miss a few starts. But if you can get 90 out of those guys, it will lead to the resurgence. So I would say yes. I believe that Corbin Burns can lead that.
I think so, and it's about Corbin Burns, but it's just as much about the things that you talk about: staying healthy, staying healthier. I mean, you can't say that they're going to be healthy the whole time, but I get what you're saying, and I agree certainly. Number 2, and this one is obvious, but a lot of these are obvious. Which version of Corbin Carroll will the Arizona Diamondbacks get? I don't know, Gambo. Maybe it's irrational. I worry about a lot of things. I am not worried about Corbin Carroll one bit. I think he is going to be fine. He's just fine.
He's a great baseball player. He's going to end up having a terrific career. They knew what they were doing when they made that investment in him. He's learning, too. Became a major leaguer, played 162 games, Rookie of the Year. Then he comes back, didn't play 162, but it was a 162-game season. And then he comes back last year, and he makes a couple of tweaks to his swing, and it kind of affected him. And but eventually, once he figured it out, he was fine. He started to rake, and he started to do well. I think there's some predictions out that he could hit 30 home runs, and he's got power. He's got speed. He's a dynamic baseball player that's going to be in Arizona for a long time. There's no worries on my mind that he's not going to have a great year.
Now, I'll add a little addendum to that. Had he struggled in the spring, I might have been a little worried about him. Man, he had a
We
great,
were there. He had a home run.
Great spring. And I'm not one to read a lot in the spring stats, but I think if he had really struggled, there might have been a, hey, is there going to be some carryover? Hey, is everything okay? He was ripping the ball all spring long. He looked great. No worries about Corbin Carroll at all. Number 3, is A.J. Puck or Justin Martinez ready to emerge as a dominant closer?
I don't know. I don't know. Look, clearly they don't have one right now. Clearly they haven't defined one.
Mm-hmm.
And you could say it's very difficult to do that in spring training because closers are coming in. If you're trying to close a game in the 9th inning, he's going up against a bunch of guys that are in AA and AAA right now that didn't make the roster. So it's hard to really evaluate that. I think they've got a lot of guys that could potentially be the closer. I don't know if they've got one right now. I think all our eyes are on Justin Martinez, and now he pitches the first 5 to 10 times he goes out there.
No doubt.
I mean, we all believe, look, they signed him to an extension. We all believe that he's got the potential to be a closer. He just doesn't have the experience.
I'm less worried about the closing spot. I want there to be a definitive closer. I really think it's going to be Justin Martinez. I think he's going to establish himself as that guy. Hopefully it's not too much of a high wire act. I think it's going to be him. But you mentioned the piece that we wrote for ArizonaSports.com, which is available right now at ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. On right, Lauren? Okay, yeah, Lauren, give me the thumbs up on that. And that's what we think has to happen for the Diamondbacks to reach the postseason. I think if their bullpen ERA is top 10 in Major League Baseball, I think they're golden. I think they're going to go. I think that, and I look at it on paper, and I think to myself that shouldn't be a problem for them to be top 10 in ERA. I think they're that good, and they have that many good arms down there. So I'm less concerned about the one establishing himself at the back end, and I'm more concerned, Gambo, about the collective being as good as I think they can be. I think Ryan Thompson is really good. I think Kevin Ginkel, when he's healthy, he's really good. A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez. I think when Dre Jameson comes up, he's going to be a bolt of lightning. I even think Shelby Miller might be able to add a little something to this bullpen as well. If that's a top 10 unit, if that's a top 5 unit, I think the Diamondbacks are going to be fine, just fine. Even if they don't have an established guy at the end, I think they're going to be okay.
If they would have made the postseason last year instead of missing it by a game, people would have said that A.J. Puck was one of the best additions, trade deadline additions that anybody had.
No doubt.
If they would have made it.
Yes, they would have.
One game. But because they didn't make it, nobody talks about that. But the reality is that guy was lights out. Until like the last game, he had given up one run, and then he went this incredible streak of not giving up any runs, and then I think the last game of the season he gave up a few.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish.
He would have been maybe the best trade deadline acquisition.
Torrey was asked yesterday about bullpen guys and status, and he really doesn't want his guys thinking about it.
I've been very vague with it because I didn't know what direction we'd be going in, and anything's going to be possible. But I want guys to go out there, take the baseball when they're asked, not be so concerned about their status, but just go help us win games. And the roles will define themselves. We're going to have a group of guys in the front end and a group of guys in the back end, and you guys know who they are. But for right now, I'm really excited about Beeks and getting him in here and having him help us win games.
Number 4, can they replace Christian Walker and Jock Peterson? It's a conversation we've had many, many times.
Defensively, no.
Yeah.
No. Nothing against Josh Schnell. There's no way he could be as good as Christian Walker at first base. Christian Walker was Don Mattingly, Keith Hernandez. You think about the best defensive first baseman that ever played the game. Christian Walker was considered the best defensive first baseman. He was great.
Yeah.
So I think what you're looking for is, can he give you the offensive production? Can he give you the home runs and the RBIs that Walker gave you? Walker was a big bat in the middle of the lineup. He was a power bat. Naylor's going to be that too. And then the other one is, Jock Peterson. I think Pavin Smith's going to have a good year. Jock Peterson had a great year last year for the Arizona Diamondbacks. It got him a 2-year contract for like $18 million a year.
So good last year.
He was so good and a leader.
Yep.
So that's not an easy one to answer. It's going to be difficult.
It is.
It's going to be difficult to replace those guys.
They're not going to do it. I mean, they're not. Not in the ways in which we were accustomed to last year with those two. I'm comfortable in saying that now if Pavin Smith goes out there, or Pavin Smith or somebody else, a designated hitter, goes out there and proves me wrong, okay, so be it. I also think Naylor is going to, and I was just talking with Jamal about this a second ago, he's going to rake. He's going to absolutely rake. I also think once a week he will make a play in which we will say, Christian Walker probably would have made that play. Doesn't mean he'll get an error, but I think once a week during the season there will be a play where we go, Christian Walker probably would have made that play.
He scooped everything.
Everything. Could jump like deceptively high for balls hit over his head.
And his ability to go catch that ball in short right, on the foul line in short right.
Phenomenal.
Going backwards.
Almost like he had a magnet in his glove.
It was incredible.
He was just guiding it in.
It was, we're going to miss it. You're going to miss that.
And then number 5,
player.
real quick, if they aren't better than the Dodgers, are they at least better enough than the other teams? Meaning, if they can't catch L.A., are they good enough to win the National League wild card in a National League that's loaded?
Is my better than your better?
Is my better than your better?
I'm going to say yes.
When we come back, the Suns better was not better than the Celtics better. The 2 best players for the Suns, one, the other, That's next. Burns and Gambo.
Suns up. And the final score tonight, Celtics win it wire to wire, 132-102. They beat the Suns to snap Phoenix's 4-game win streak. And Boston extends its win streak to 7 in a row, now 54-19 on the season, dropping the Suns to 35-38. What does this L mean for the Suns and the play-in? We chop that up today on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest sale of the year is on right now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler because it is Truck Month. That means my friend and General Manager John Nissen and his sales team are discounting all remaining 2024 trucks and SUVs on the lot. Like on 2024 Ford Expeditions, you can save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or America's favorite F-150 STXs, $9,000 off MSRP. Even save up to $10,000 off MSRP on the wildly popular Bronco Badlands. Folks, these 2024s have got to go. Hurry in, check out their entire inventory, and remember, with Earnhardt, you'll be treated like family. Offers require approved credit. They end March 31st, 2025. So shop now at Earnhardt Ford or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new vehicles, exclusions apply. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. That's earnhardtford.com.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 480-741-2541. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 480-741-2541. That's 480-741-2541.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
When you hear that a small Blizzard treat is just 85 cents in the DQ app, you might just feel like you're dreaming. 85-cent Blizzard treats. Trust us when we say you're not. But get to DQ quickly, because this dream is only a reality for so long. Hurry and get your small Blizzard treat for just 85 cents with a $1 purchase when you sign up for DQ Rewards. For a limited time at participating locations. Terms apply.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Well, we're happy it's opening day. I'm a little sad Mitch isn't down here with us.
I know
how much he loves baseball as well. Sorry, Mitch.
It's okay. Boss came around and handed out Cracker Jacks and Big League Chew to make up for it. So,
oh, that's right.
I'm in a good mood.
Are you wearing your Giants jersey today?
I went D-backs today. I wanted to be respectful of opening day. You know?
All right, good for you. I would have said take Cracker Jacks away from that man if he's wearing his Giants uniform.
Mitch, real quick.
Yes.
Real quick. What were the callers like last night after the game?
There wasn't a ton of total despondence. It was just like, man, look at how well we played the last 4 games, and this is the response, but still optimistic. So not as down in the dumps as I would have thought.
Good. It's still reason to be optimistic. They've won 4 out of 5 and beat 2 good teams.
Sure.
That was a tough game.
Lose on Friday, and it might be a different story.
Exactly to that point you made earlier, Burns.
Yeah, lose on Friday, it might be a very different tone. But for now, it's fine. It's fine. What's our poll question today, Mitch? What do you got for us?
I wanted to go simple. I wanted the focus to be on the Diamondbacks, and I didn't want to overcomplicate things. So, simple, straightforward question. How are you going to be consuming Diamondbacks opening day? I have 4 options. You are live from Chase Field, so you'll have a seat. You'll be a media member, whichever of those fits your bill. You'll be at home watching on TV or listening on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. You'll be watching at a sports bar. Or option 4 is you're watching Arizona and Duke instead.
I'm doing both.
Yeah, you're good at multitasking.
Are you going to take notes on the basketball game tonight, Gambo? Just curious question. No? Okay.
No, I think if Kellen sits next to me in the press box, then he'll have the game on.
Yeah.
I can pay attention to it.
We'll watch it that way.
Yeah. I have to record the game. What channel's that game on?
CBS,
Okay.
Channel 5.
I got to record it.
CBS. I'll be here. So will Gambo. So will Lauren. What's our poll results?
61%. They're going to be watching or listening from home on the television or the radio.
Nothing wrong with that.
18% are going to be watching Arizona and Duke as opposed to opening day.
That's a lot.
Not necessarily that they don't want to watch Diamondbacks baseball. There's plenty of comments about the trying to watch it aspect. 16% will be at the game tonight, and then 5% will be at their local sports bar.
Yeah.
All right.
Burnsy's the type of guy that could be at home watching the Diamondback game, the Arizona game, and Shawshank Redemption all at the same time.
It's 100% true.
Yeah, sure.
I absolutely could. Because I mean, I don't take a bunch of notes during the game. I don't.
Your brain remembers what you saw.
I wouldn't say that. I just the next morning, I can read a story or two and go, oh yeah, I remember. I wanted to mention that. Oh yeah, I remember. I wanted to write that down. So yeah, I can. Tonight, if I could watch D-backs baseball, Arizona basketball, and probably Shawshank Redemption for the umpteenth time. But I'm here. I'll be focused on this. Maybe I'll have the U of A game on my phone. Kevin Durant, after the game, talking about how demoralizing it can be to play a team that shoots as well as Boston shot last night.
When you see that thing hit the net like that, from that deep, yeah, man. You know this is coming. You know what type of team they are. You know what type of league we're in. But it's still a little demoralizing when teams hit deep threes, you know what I'm saying? And it's not something you can always get used to, you know? And then sometimes they only miss. They spread out so much as the ball bouncing high off the rim because it's a deep shot, and then offensive rebound, kick out 3, you know? So that could make it seem like we're not engaged as a team or we're not playing hard. But that's just how the ball bounces sometimes. And they pretty much know what their identity is out there and how they want to approach it. And it's nice when they don't shoot well from the 3. but it's nice like tonight.
Kevin Durant was not the problem last night.
No.
30 points, 30 minutes, 11 of 15 shooting. How's that efficiency?
It was the rest of the Suns.
It was everybody else. It was
25 out of 71 for everybody else.
Yeah. He was 3 of 4 from deep. Everybody else was 10 of 37. I mean, it was quite literally everybody else who was on the floor who was the problem for the Suns. And this is especially Devin Booker. You have thoughts on this. I do too.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear what you have to say about this because I want to chime in on this one too.
My first thought is Book wasn't very good. I mean, it's another night. There's been way too many of those. I always define, and I've had a lot of NBA great players tell me this, how you define superstar, great player, good player. And we've gone over this, right? Like not every superstar is going to play 82 terrific basketball games. You're going to have down games, 5 to 10. The great players are going to have more like 10 to 20 down games where they don't play very well. And then, good players probably more like, 20 to 30. You're a good player, but you're not going to be like Book has had way too many of those not good games to me.
He really has
this year.
There's no doubt.
I mean, to the point where, like, if using the philosophy that I've been told by many is like you're not a superstar and might even not being. I think he's a great player, but he's had too many games where he's not a great player. Too many. Like if you said how many games do you think Devin Booker had this year where he's not a great player? It's a lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
I still think he's a great player. I still think he's a star in this league. I think this has been an uncommonly, unusually bad year for Devin Booker. And I feel like we're kind of back to having this conversation again about trying to figure out why. Why has this year been so bad for Devin Booker? And I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. But it's just obvious.
Three's not falling again last night. Can't make he struggled with the three.
Struggled with the three.
Having a down year with the three. Not the worst of his career, but it's been a down year with the three. There are times I had the game-winning shot the other day against Milwaukee. That was a great moment.
Oh, he was great against Milwaukee. He didn't shoot the ball well, but I thought he controlled the game very well, running the point,
running
the
terrific.
offense.
I thought he had a great game. As a facilitator, he was fantastic. But last night, 4 of 13 from the field, 1 of 6 from three-point range. He had 14 points, 10 assists, but was a minus 33.
Minus 33. Here's the other thing I think about this too. All right. We've all had 1,000 conversations about Book, KD, and the 3 defensive-minded guys out there with them, and how great it is, and all the energy, and all the desire it brings, and it's all still true. It's all still legitimate. I think the problem is on a night like last night, when you need to quite simply keep up with another team on the scoreboard, like you need to keep up with Boston. If you're going to roll with a lineup like that, you can't afford an off night from Devin Booker. You know what I mean? Like he has to be great too. It's not just enough for Kevin Durant to be great if you're going to beat a team like Boston when they're going to make 22 3-pointers. You need Devin. It doesn't mean Devin Booker has to hit a bunch of threes. I just mean Devin Booker can't be a minus 33 in his time out there. He has got to match Kevin Durant's scoring ability out there if you're going to give yourself any kind of chance to keep up. And I think this is one of the flaws with going with a lineup like the Suns have been going with over the last week and a half is that, it's gritty and it's edgy and they defend and they're playing with energy and hustle and it's awesome. But when you're being outgunned like that by Boston, you need your best offensive players to be great. Devin Booker was not that last. I think the flaw with this lineup was exposed a little bit last night when Devin Booker doesn't have a great game.
There are games that they can win when Kevin Durant carries the team by himself. There are games that you could do that. But if you're playing a team like Boston, you're exactly right. You need both guys. Yep. Both your best players have to play well to win. We always say that. And the only way you're going to compete with that team is if both of your guys are having great games. And it didn't happen last night.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, even without a defined closer, some people still look at the Diamondbacks bullpen and think it's one of the best in baseball. Why? We'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please. Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours. Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours. Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Temps are heating up and pool season right around the corner. Paul Calvisi here, and if the backyard upgrade is on your to-do list like we just did, don't miss the Ultimate Backyard Expo by California Pools and Landscape. Man, they transformed our yard. We're loving it. It's Saturday, March 29th. It's a free event. It's going to feature everything under the sun so you can see what's possible for your dream backyard. Vendors, giveaways, the lowest prices of the season. It's the Ultimate Backyard Expo. For all the info, go to calpool.com.
Are you looking to find more fairways, hit more greens, and lower your scores? Then a custom golf club fitting from a Shields certified master fitter is your answer. Learning from the world's top fitters at Titleist Performance Institute, Callaway Performance Center, and the Ping Proving Grounds, we're equipped to fit you with the right clubs to make your game more consistent. Go to shields.com/expert fitting to schedule a custom fitting today.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We have arrived, ladies and gentlemen, opening day for Major League Baseball and for your Arizona Diamondbacks. The opening day lineup has been submitted. We've got Burns and Gambo live from Chase Field, bringing you the best coverage there is as the Diamondbacks embark on their 2025 campaign. They will start off against the Chicago Cubs, the first of 4 games in this series. Zach Gallen will start things off. He'll oppose left-hander Justin Steele. First pitch is at 7:10. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And it's a big day for Arizona basketball and their fans as well. First, they landed a big commitment for next season in the form of Perry star Koa Pete. He chose Arizona over ASU, Baylor, Houston, and Texas. And then the number 4 Wildcats have their Sweet 16 matchup against number 1 seeded Duke. If they win, it will be their first Elite 8 appearance since 2015. Tip-off is at 6:39. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Swung on, there's a laser shot right center. Oh, Carroll tracks it down, makes the catch on a slide.
Now more of Burns and Gambo live from Chase Field for D-backs opening day.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy opening day to you. We are hoping that at some point today you're going to make your way down to Chase Field. We'll see you down here. We are on the field right next to the on-deck circle. We're streaming live at ArizonaSports.com. Felisa is over there. She's got the cameras pointed at us. And we're here. We are gonna get guests. We're not sure who and we're not sure when, but we have great faith in our friends at the Arizona Diamondbacks to surprise us by bringing us people. Gambo's got. Look, you got your glove.
My glove.
Ready to play some catch?
Ready.
Gonna have a catch? Play catch? What are you gonna do?
I'm going to have a catch.
You're going to have a catch.
Yeah.
You're an East Coast guy. We decided this.
Have a catch.
If you're an East Coast guy, you have a catch.
Yeah.
If you're a West Coast guy, you play catch.
Play catch or have a catch?
Yeah,
that
play
should be the
catch.
poll question. Have a catch or play catch?
Mitch?
What do you got, Mitch?
Can you make that one happen?
I can make it happen, or I can see if we've asked that before, because I feel like we have.
I feel like we probably have asked that before.
I don't mind recycling it, though. I'm more than happy to
we have
put it
different
out.
listeners from like 5 years ago.
Are you a have a catch or
have
a
a catch?
play catch?
I'm play catch.
Play catch.
100%.
Yeah, I'm a play catch.
I've seen the movie. It's a great movie. Don't get me wrong, but I'm very much play catch.
I'm just thinking of going up to somebody, hey, you want to have a catch? That's how you say, you want to have a catch?
Yeah. You know, somebody comes up to me and says, hey, you want to have a Coke? Yeah, I have a Coke.
Want to have a Coke?
You know, hey, you want to have a burger? Sure, let's have a burger. But I don't know.
You don't say you want to play a burger?
Do you want to play burger?
You want to play a Coke?
No, we don't say
That'd
that.
be quite the scene, I would say.
That would be quite the scene, no doubt about it. So, yes, Gambo has his glove.
Got my glove.
And he is ready to have a catch with Torey Lavello whenever Torey sticks his head up and out of there. So we're live from opening day, and we're excited to be here on the field. The preparations are underway. They're dragging the infield right now. Batting practice for the Diamondbacks set to begin in about an hour. Get down here early for all the pregame festivities, the flyovers, the intros, beat traffic, all the things, right? It's going to be really crowded down here. Get down here as soon as you possibly can. The no defined closer for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Okay.
We've been talking about this all month long.
Mm-hmm.
Today there was, and there's been a lot of this, bold predictions for every team in Major League Baseball. We talked about some of these bold predictions yesterday, as a matter of fact. But this one was a little bit different. This one came from The Athletic, and I like what they do because they hold themselves accountable, Gambo. I'm a big fan of people who hold themselves accountable. And The Athletic said these were our bold predictions from a year ago, and most of them sucked.
Yeah, it was probably a bunch of Corbin Carroll predictions.
Well, it was. Actually, last year's bold prediction was, from The Athletic, a year after becoming the first Diamondbacks player to win a Rookie of the Year, Corbin Carroll becomes the first Diamondback to win the MVP and the first to have a 30-30 season.
You sent something today, and I was blown away just thinking about it. The race for the MVP this year, if all these players have a great year.
Yeah.
Ohtani, Soto, Harper, Corbin Carroll. Like, I looked at the list you sent over, and I'm like, God.
Yeah. It was a segment they were doing on MLB Network yesterday. And they were having and I took a screenshot of it. You were working from home. I took a screenshot of it in the studio. And the question they were asking was, are we about to witness the greatest MVP race in the history of baseball this season? Shohei, Soto, Tatis, De La Cruz, Betts, Kyle Tucker, Bryce Harper, Francisco Lindor, Ronald Acuna, Ketel, Freddie Freeman, Freeman, Jackson Chourio, Corbin Carroll. That's just where I stopped making the list, right? And of course, some of those guys are longer shots than others, and maybe it's Shohei and everybody else is a distant second. Man, that is some wattage in the National League. That is some star power in the National League.
Yeah. Soto was in the National League. And then he went to the American League, and I was back in the National League. So it's not like, oh, my God, the Mets got Soto. Okay, Soto was with the Nationals when they won the World Series.
Yeah. All right, so that was their prediction last year, was Corbin Carroll wins the MVP. And they admit, okay, we got it wrong. All right, we screwed that one up. Their bold prediction this year, and I like this one because this one kind of speaks to something I predicted as well. The Arizona Diamondbacks, whose bullpen ERA ranked 23rd last season at 4.41, have a top 5 bullpen this season thanks to a deep rotation that keeps arms fresh, something you mentioned yesterday, and a full season of A.J. Puck and the continued rise of Justin Martinez. I think if that happens, top 5 bullpen in baseball, they're going to the playoffs. You could just write it down right now if that happens.
Yeah. That was it's crazy to think Paul Sewald only blew 4 saves last year, but he also lost his job as the closer. And he pitched to an ERA of 4.31, 42 games, 4.31 ERA, and he had the 4 blown saves. I think all of them while I was away on vacation.
July. Yeah, a lot of them were in July.
It was just disaster after disaster after disaster to the point we lost confidence in him. And it's a shame because, you went into that season like, okay, we don't have to worry about the closer. We don't have to worry about the closer. You've got your guy. They made the trade. He was really good for them in the postseason, really, really good for them in the postseason. And the year they went to the World Series, I had one bad game. It changed his ERA a little bit. But other than that, if you go look at the game logs, he was terrific. Now you go into this year. The thing about Justin Martinez that we're all going to talk about is, to me, he did pitch a lot of games last year. 64 games. He did get 8 saves. He blew 2. He had a terrific ERA of 2.48. He struck out a ridiculous 91 batters in 72 innings.
That's ridiculous.
Just ridiculous.
Yeah.
So
he's got some of the best stuff in baseball. I mean, he really does.
He misses bats.
Yes,
a
lot.
You want your closer to miss bats.
Yes.
You want your closer, okay, I walk a guy, I hit a guy, I got to get a strikeout here. I can't have that runner moved over to second. I can't have that runner move over to third. I can't give up a sac fly if I've got a runner on third and less than 2 outs. I need a strikeout. Mm-hmm. He gives you that. Everybody prefers a strikeout guy as their closer. And so I think that he's going to get there. The question is, last year we talked about this a lot. Last year they were very reluctant to make him the closer because they just didn't know how he would react to failure because there's going to be failure.
Yeah.
And, I think he'd get a little rattled when he got guys on base and he'd struggle and his mind wasn't right. And you'd see Perdomo come over and talk to him. And I think I want to see this year how that mindset may have changed with a full year under your belt, a complete offseason under your belt.
Yeah.
Just more maturity.
Yeah.
Just more maturity.
One more year under your belt of which you got to grow up a little bit.
Right.
And if we're being honest, too, the fact that they saw fit to give you that contract at that age is undoubtedly a vote of confidence, a significant vote of confidence from the organization. Not so much as a closer, okay? I mean, eventually, yes. But just as hey, you're one of our guys. Well, we believe in you. We want to make sure you're not going anywhere. We want to make sure that you're locked up and I think if he's looking for a reason to believe that, hey, everything's fine and you're good and you can afford a little failure every now and then, they just gave you $18 million over 5 years. I mean, they gave you generational wealth for you and your family for the rest of your life. You're good.
They
You're
married
golden.
you.
They did. They married you.
They got married.
You should take confidence in that. You should, hey, I'm the man. They paid me my money. I'm the guy. And so I think there's something to be said for that. Look, I think a full year of A.J. Puck and not just 2 months. I think Ginkel being in the role that he's accustomed to being in, another year of Ryan Thompson. I'm a big believer in Dre Jameson. I think good things are going to happen there when he comes up. Yeah. I think this bullpen and the fact that rotationally they are so deep that I don't think they're going to need much out of their bullpen other than to be great in those great moments. And I know I'm kind of minimizing it, but you know what I mean? If you're going to get 6 innings out of your starter every single night, and on this team you should get 6 innings out of your starter on most nights, it just allows Torrey to mix and match all day long with that bullpen in terms of how he deploys Mantiply, how he deploys Jameson, how he deploys Puck or Ginkel or Thompson or Martinez. Gives them a lot of options. I think it's a really good bullpen. I think if they're a great bullpen, they are going to go to the playoffs and they're going to make a lot of noise when they get there.
I think you're going to have a record number of clean innings from the bullpen. You know, because I think that they've got guys that you could give the ball to and say, these guys are going to get you the 3 outs necessary to get out of this inning, not leave with runners on second and third and nobody out, and you got to bring in somebody else. I mean, they've got a lot of – I mean, I don't expect A.J. Puck to be putting a lot of guys on base and Torriev to yank him from the game because he didn't get anybody out. So I do think that they've got 4 or 5 guys that are very capable of pitching clean innings.
And I would be shocked, assuming this team is a contender at the deadline, I'd be shocked if Mike Hazen didn't go out and add another reliever sometime around the deadline. All the top contenders do. You almost have
but
to.
what about the Montgomery salary?
Well, I'm not saying a closer. I'm just saying a reliever.
Okay.
Not a defined closer. Just somebody to add to the depth of the room and give you another option. Because chances are most of the teams you're competing with in the National League, they're going to do exactly the same thing. So you kind of have to keep up with that a little bit.
Bullpen guys are always the ones that go. There's always a lot of bullpen guys going at the trade deadline.
Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes are reminding you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids around water. For life-saving water safety tips and to enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy, text SWIM to 620-620. The young guns, the ones that we were loving on for the last week and a half, they were no match for the power of the Celtics last night. We'll talk about that next on Burns and Gambo.
It's D-backs week on Arizona Sports, and we're giving you the chance to win tickets to D-backs opening weekend.
This hour's code word is bat. Bat.
Enter the keyword now on the Arizona Sports app for your chance to win.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing, and it is time to give your roof some TLC with JLC. That's right. If you need a new roof, well, JLC Roofing is offering our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement roof. That's right, $1,500 off a full replacement roof right now with JLC Roofing. So if you need a new roof, this is the time to get one. JLC Roofing is a third-generation roofer. Third generation. They've been around for a long time. From grandfather to father to son, nobody does it better. They can help you with tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing, and they offer our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement roof. Why would you not want a family-owned business, generations of roofers, doing your roof, helping you get a new roof instead of a company that was bought out by another company that was bought out by another company? No, you want to go with a generational company, and that is JLC Roofing. All you have to do is call them at 602-ROOFING for a free estimate on your roof. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Are clogged drains causing issues in your home? Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if so, call Bumblebee Plumbing. Right now, Bumblebee Plumbing will clear your drain for $53, and if they can't, it's free. Restrictions apply. Call Bumblebee Plumbing at 602-428-2254.
Hey, it's Luke. What did opening day tell us about the 2025 Diamondbacks? We'll be reacting to D-backs Cubs tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Kevin Durant, after the game last night, sometimes a team is just better than you are.
I mean, they make the first 7 threes of the game. I mean, that kind of started. And it just showed what type of team they can be. They had us scrambling. They had us chasing them all night. We got mismatches in Porzingis, so if you switch and you got a small guy on him, you're going to have to show him some type of attention. Then boom, swing, drive, kick, three. You know what I'm saying? That's just great ball by them. We're trying to, like I always say, we got good intentions trying to come to the game, but sometimes the team just beats your scheme, team just shoot over you, team could just be bigger than you and win the game, no matter how hard you play or how much chemistry you got or what streak you were on. Sometimes the team's just better than you.
Yeah, truth. There was a lot about last night that, it's one game, and it's funny to hear Mitch tell us you had asked him about the reaction last night during the postgame show and how it wasn't as panicky as maybe you would have thought after a 30-point loss, after a 4-game win streak. And I'm glad. I'm glad it wasn't panicky. I'm glad it wasn't. But, we're talking about this game a lot because we were so legitimately excited by this team and how they were playing, and we were curious to see if they could keep it going and if they could go far enough to change our minds about what they should do this offseason. And all of that is still on the table. But, Gambo, one thing last night that was really obvious as part of the game, that all of those young guys that we loved and still do, they were very exposed last night. And they were very whoa, okay, not quite ready for the Celtics sort of thing.
No, they were, Dunn, Oso, Gillespie, and throw Cody Martin in a combined 9 for 28 from the field, 4 of 16 from deep. They didn't get much help from those guys. I mean, Oso had 2 rebounds in 21 minutes. Dunn was a minus 26. Cody Martin was 1 of 7 from deep. Gillespie had no assists in 16 minutes, was a minus 14. The reality is, these are players, these are good young players that you want to develop and might be, can definitely be a part of your future. But if these guys, and here's the truth, okay, and not a lot of people are going to want to hear this, but the truth is, if these guys were playing on any of the top contending teams, in the end, they're not playing. You put them on the Celtics, none of these guys are playing on the Celtics or Milwaukee or Oklahoma City or the top teams in the league that are very, very deep. These guys aren't going to see much court time. Colin Gillespie's not playing on any contending team. He's not going to play.
Oh, of course not.
But here he's done a good, I'm not saying he hasn't done a good job. These guys have done a good job. And it's been needed because the Suns just aren't as deep as these other teams. So they've had to rely on these guys because the Suns are just not – the Suns don't have the quality of depth that some of these other teams have.
Yeah, I mean, it's not – and it's not meant to be a knock on those guys. Look, the Suns weren't even playing those guys, right?
No.
I mean,
until they had to.
Until they had to. And until in that moment of desperation and with the injuries, they turned to players and look at that. They gave us a spark. Look at that. They gave us energy. They gave us something that we've been lacking all year long, and the Stars liked playing alongside those guys. But, yeah, I think it's right to say they wouldn't be playing on a lot of other teams because they weren't playing with the Suns. The Suns weren't throwing those guys out there.
Right.
So, yeah, and that's, again, it just goes to show how fragile this plan is, right? Like, and how it's going to just depend on a lot of things going right for the Suns to win basketball games, doing it the way they're doing it. With this schedule that they've got, these young guys need to play above that. They didn't last night. They certainly did against Milwaukee. They certainly did against Cleveland. They weren't able to do it last night. Let's go see if they can do it against Minnesota. Let's go see if they can do it against Houston on Sunday.
A team that's been a thorn in their side for a while
now.
now.
But to say that they didn't do it against Boston means they can't do it is incorrect. And I know you're not saying that.
No.
They did it against two of the best teams in basketball in Milwaukee and Cleveland. So clearly they're capable of it. Clearly it's there. Last night, Boston's just a different beast. They really are. They're just a different – man, they are cutthroat in their approach. They are.
It's the way they were built. The way they were built is that they've got more shooters than any other team in the league. Nobody has the amount of shooters they do. Nobody has the depth that they do. I was just watching Porzingis dominate that game the way he did. It was like, wow. Just, you got no answer for him. He's drilling a three, drills another three, then he takes it inside. There was a time when Book had to guard him. It was like, okay, that's not going to happen.
You almost, I felt guilty of this last night. You almost forget about him.
Porzingis.
Porzingis is
on
on
he's
that
so
team.
good.
And he's so good.
So good.
But you almost forget he's there.
He was a superstar at one point.
And there's Drew Holiday. And there's
still great.
Still great. There's
still
Jaylen Brown. And there's, it's just they are so loaded. And the young guys were a little overmatched. Now, this is where riding the young guys like this, and I don't think Bud still has a choice on this, I do wonder if another couple of games of them not playing great and Bud redoes the plan. You know what I mean? How many more games of them, and I know it's just one, and I know I just got done saying, hey, don't dismiss them. They were great against Cleveland and Milwaukee. But I do wonder how many more of them struggling before Bud goes, hey,
Royce,
you know what, on
Allen,
second thought, Allen, you're going to get tons of minutes. Plumlee, you're back on.
I'm back to the veterans.
Royce O'Neal, you're back. You're up. Go get him. You know what I mean? And I wonder. Is it Sunday against Houston? Is it Tuesday against Milwaukee? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
It's a good question, Bud. But I don't really. It's hard to get a read on Bud. It's really hard to get a read on him because what everybody wanted to do to go with the young guys, he didn't. And then he eventually did, and you wonder if it was a mandate from up above that told him you've got to do this, and if eventually he's going to go back to those guys. He is a hard guy to get a read on what he's going to do.
Very much so.
Is he going to stick with these guys from now until the end of the season? Because we still want them to play and develop, and I think it's important that these guys play in these games.
Yeah.
Because I think these games are, a good barometer for them for the future.
Does he have a mandate from above to play them? Again, I don't know. You've brought that point up many, many times, and I don't know the answer to that question. But it's touchy and it's fragile. It's all very fragile for the Phoenix Suns, and one loss against Boston doesn't undo everything. A couple of more losses like that, I think, does undo everything and does leave Bud back into, hey, look, I did it your way. I played the young guys. It was working for a while. It ain't working anymore. I'm pulling the plug on it. And I really do think we're a couple more losses away from Bud doing exactly that.
Listen,
young guys.
Minnesota on the road, that's a tough game.
Yes,
you play Houston. They're playing great basketball. And you got to go on the road. You got to go play Milwaukee, Boston, and the Knicks. Mm-hmm. Knicks should have Brunson back by then. Yeah, these are all games that they may not be favored in. They may not be favored to win any of these games.
Right.
So you got to find a way. But they weren't favored to win against Cleveland and weren't favored to win against Milwaukee, I don't believe, and they found a way to win.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, live from the field at Chase Field, the experts look at the bullpen and they love it. The rotation, they might love it even more. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
You can listen to Arizona Sports 98.7 all over Arizona, even when you're out of range of our mighty transmitter that sits atop South Mountain. If you've got Wi-Fi or any cell signal, you can hear Arizona Sports live on the Arizona Sports app. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta calling out all Valley Car shoppers. If you are in the market for a new vehicle, you've got to see what Brad Gunlickson, the general manager at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, is doing. He has challenged his sales team to move all remaining 2024 models by month end to make room for incoming inventory, and you can take advantage of some huge savings on brand new 2024s. Like GMC Yukon XLs, you can save up to $10,500 off MSRP. All electric Sierra Denali EV pickups, up to $14,000 off MSRP. Even Buick Encore and Envision SUVs with savings of over $8,000 off MSRP, and they are selling fast. So you got to move. Hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find everything online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models through GM Financial. Approved credit required. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
At America Roofing, we look to earn your business by giving competitive pricing, quality product, and quality installations. At America Roofing, we like to think that we're taking care of our neighbors. As we've grown up here, Josh and I, we're family owned and operated. Our word is our bond. We'll take the very best care of you. And that's why we always say, at America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Schedule a free checkup today with America Roofing and get 10% off all repairs. AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 1864386.
appointment for next year in the form of Perry star Koa Pete. He chose Arizona over ASU, Baylor, Houston, and Texas. And then the number 4 Wildcat.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Here's the 1-1. Swung on, hit well, right center field. That one is going to split the gap, and that is going to get all the way into the pool and gone.
Now more of Burns and Gambo live from Chase Field for D-backs opening day.
Zach Gallen talking yesterday about his goals for today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think the pitch count. Tori does a pretty solid job. As much as I hate it earlier in the year, like keeping us on a tighter leash. So yeah, I mean, gotta be cognizant of that a little bit. But at the same time, I mean, starting tomorrow, the games count. So it's going out there and trying to throw up zeros and give the team a chance to win, really, and not too worried about maybe throwing 110 pitches. Let's be smart for the long haul, but let's also try and give us a chance to win.
Yeah, and that's how it's going to be the first, week or two, the first 2 turns through the rotation. They'll still be worried about pitch count and keeping guys manageable, building up arm strength, things like that. It's kind of in that gap where maybe Ryan Nelson can find enough innings and enough pitches to keep himself stretched out, right?
Absolutely. If your starting pitcher goes 5, he's got 85 pitches. You might decide right now, let's turn it over to Ryan Nelson, let him go to 6th, 7th, and 8th, and then, you get him 3 innings here or there. Remember, we talked about this yesterday. You got a lot of games on the East Coast, the possibility some rainouts. If there's rainouts, then you got double headers. If there is a double header, Ryan Nelson will start. So if there is a doubleheader, Ryan Nelson will get a start as long as he didn't pitch like 3 innings the day before, type of thing. So that's how it plans out. But I'm happy. I can't wait to see Corbin Burns pitch, but I'm a big fan of Zach Gallen. He's been a great Diamondback. He gets the ball tonight on opening day. It'll be a special moment. He's had 3 of these before, and this is a good pitch to hand the ball to.
Look, we thought the rotation was stacked a year ago, and it was. When you're talking about Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, and they added Eduardo Rodriguez and Brandon Pfaadt, and eventually Jordan Montgomery. We looked at it and we're like, man, that's a really, really good rotation. It's almost, I don't want to say it's laughable, but it's almost like, okay, if we thought last year's rotation was good, holy crap, this rotation is, I mean, just the prospect of having to face Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen in a postseason series is daunting, right? Like a 1-2, unlike just about anything you're going to see across Major League. There are other teams who can do something similar, but it's a really tough way to open a series.
You said something yesterday on the amount of the experience based on innings pitched that the Diamondbacks have this year compared to last year. Now, obviously, adding Corbin Burns and his experience is a big factor, and then everybody else who is pitching this year has more innings than last year. So Brandon Pfaadt has more innings pitched, and Zach Gallen has more innings pitched, and Merrill Kelly has more innings pitched. But it was a big, big difference in the starting – not the start – it was the whole lineup of pitchers, right?
Yeah, it's the opening day pitching staff.
Yes.
And I apologize. Now keep in mind this has changed a little bit because this was before Jordan Montgomery's injury. Okay, so you have to subtract, nearly 900 innings of Jordan Montgomery.
But it's still a big difference.
Last year's opening day pitching staff, up until that point, had thrown just about 3,000 innings combined in their career. This year's pitching staff combined has thrown just about 7,000 innings. 4,000 more innings, more than twice as many as last year's opening day staff. So the experience factor, if that's something you want to hang your hat on when it comes to this rotation, it's profoundly better than it was a year ago.
Let me ask you something. Did that include Shelby Miller?
It did.
Okay.
It included him and his 875 and two-thirds.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah. But it's Eduardo Rodriguez, who's got nearly 1,200. It's Gallen, who's got 815. It's
Corbin
Corbin Burns, who has 900. Shelby Miller, who has 875. I mean, it's just across the board.
And then everybody bumped up from last year, got a little bit more innings.
It's part of the reason.
4,000 more innings.
Yeah, 4,000 more innings than a year ago. And even, take out Jordan Montgomery, it's still 3,000 more innings, 3,200 more innings than it was a year ago. That's part of the reason why, in previewing the season, one of the websites, I think it was The Athletic. Yeah, it was. They had already given the Diamondbacks, they said it was the 5th best lineup in baseball.
Yeah.
They said it's the 4th best rotation in all of baseball. And a big chunk of that is obviously Corbin Burns and adding somebody like Corbin Burns. But I told you yesterday, and I know the minute we have Merrill Kelly on the show, you're going to hold this against me. I think by the end of the season, Brandon Pfaadt will have supplanted Merrill Kelly as the number 3 starter in this rotation. And I know you're going to use that against me.
I'm going to try not to.
The minute he comes on, but I do believe, I think Pfaadt is
You think I'm going to throw you right under that bus?
With both hands.
I'm going to throw you right under that bus.
Both hands.
We should do a poll question. Will I throw Burnsy under the bus the next time we have Merrill Kelly on?
Look at Lauren. Lauren.
You think I'm going to?
And I'm going to have to – I'm already preparing my defense for Merrill.
Okay,
Merrill's
good.
going to think it's not about him. It's not about him in the season I think he's going to have. I think Brandon Pfaadt is going to have a special year.
Yeah.
I really do.
I hope you're right. I looked at it a different way because I looked at when they were ranking all 30 Major League teams opening day rotations. I looked at the Cubs, who they're playing right now, and the Cubs were 21st. And that's one of the things that might be able to hold them back a little bit is that, they're deep with their starting pitching, but it's not a great starting pitching staff. So that's the thing that the Cubs are worried about a little bit. Can they get back to the postseason for the first time since 2020? Can they win their first division title in a full season since 2017? They don't have the traditional number 1 ace. The rotation, consistent experience. It's got some upside in it with Boyd and Brown and Talion and Amanga and Justin Steele's pitching tonight. But it's not a great pitching staff, so they had them ranked 21st.
Here's Buster Olney on sorry, Lauren. Am I allowed to play this? It's slugged. It's baffling why the Cubs were so cheap this offseason. Are you sure? Okay.
They should have Alex Bregman as their third baseman. He was a free agent in the winter. He was absolutely a perfect fit for what the Cubs needed. Bregman was interested in the Cubs, and they didn't come close because they don't spend like a big market team spends. Look, they typically are third or fourth in revenue, playing one of the biggest markets in Major League Baseball, and they're consistently now, it feels like in recent years, like 14 or 15 in payroll. They've talked about, well, this is our budget, this is what we have available. It makes no sense that the Cubs aren't more aggressive, especially because they play in the land of opportunity that is the National League Central. They should win this division.
You ever been to Wrigley?
No.
Okay.
No, I have not been to a game at Wrigley.
It's first of all, it's a beautiful experience that every baseball fan should see once in their life. It's also an ATM machine. And I mean, literally, there is so much cash in that place from the bars and the stores and the T-shirts and the resale value. And I mean, it's
why are they not spending?
Why are they not? It's. I don't know that much about the finances of baseball. I know that I've been to Wrigley a half dozen times in my life, and every time I go, I think, God, they must just make a fortune at this place. Just a fortune.
Well, nobody's going to White Sox games.
No, we actually did that too. The same summer, one summer we went to Wrigley, we went to the White Sox game, and it was a very different experience. But the
Brewers have won 4 of the last 5 division titles, if I'm not mistaken. So the Cubs, they feel like they've got a team this year. They did add, Kyle Tucker and Matthew Boyd and Ryan Presley, but that's interesting, right? Alex Bregman wanted to play for them, and they didn't.
How did you not want him? Why would you
not
want him? If he wanted you, why on earth would you not want Alex Bregman? And again, and I know this.
Do you feel like you've gotten, if you're the Cubs, do you feel like you've been burned a couple of times on guys?
Oh, I'm sure you do, but I just think there are certain teams that, like when the Diamondbacks spend big on their roster, it's a surprise, all right? And not because of any, value judgment of Ken Kendrick, but it's a surprise. It's not one of the bigger markets. Gambo, if I were a Cubs fan, I would demand my team spend a lot of money on my roster. If I were a Red Sox fan, I would demand my team spend a lot of money on the roster. You're playing, it's the Boston Red Sox. It's the Chicago Cubs. Don't tell me you don't have it. You have it.
Yeah.
Spend it.
Miami, I was looking at something today. Miami's opening payroll is like $27 million. And the Dodgers have that much on. I know Jeremy's in Miami. It's like $27 million. And somebody's making a point like the Dodgers, the pitchers that they have injured right now equal more than that.
It's 11 guys on the injured list.
It's the Dodgers.
But that's, okay, now we're really getting off topic, but that's what pisses off a lot of people about the Dodgers. They can afford to have 11 guys on the injured list.
So here's the note. Fun fact. The Marlins have an opening day payroll of $25.7 million for all of their active players. The entire roster, $25.7 million. The Dodgers have $27 million in opening day payroll for their inactive pitchers.
Yeah.
Just pitchers.
Just pitchers.
Because they've got, right now they got, Kershaw and Evan Phillips and Kopech and Gratterall, those guys are injured. Their injured guys make more than the Marlins' whole team.
It's the issue that pisses off baseball fans on both sides of the spectrum. How can the Dodgers have 11 guys on an injured list and they're paying every single one of them? How could the Miami Marlins have a payroll of 25 point whatever million dollars?
Right.
But then it's funny on a day like today. That kind of outrage, unless you're a Miami Marlins fan, and Jeremy, I get it, you have a right to be upset about this. I don't think anybody really thinks about payroll or how much you spent or how much you didn't spend. On a day like today, a week from now, I think you worry about it. But I think on a day like today, you don't think that much
Miami's got one of the best pitchers in baseball. One of the biggest things this offseason is
totally getting traded.
He's getting traded.
He's getting traded. Everybody knows
You can't keep him.
Yeah, everybody knows he's getting traded.
Right. That sucks if you're a fan of that team.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
I got a great player. We got to trade him.
I'm so glad we have an owner here for the Arizona Diamondbacks who the last couple of years has written those checks. I mean, and I know it's because of the success and, cashing in on the success. But thank goodness that it's nice to have the owner of what's considered to be a medium, mid-sized market who's willing to spend that kind of money. It's great. It's great to not have to worry about this
It's great
stuff.
that about 5 years ago they finally paid off all the deferred money from the World Series team, and they don't have that hanging over their heads. And obviously this is an owner committed to putting whatever money they make back into the ballpark and the team, and he did.
When we come back, so we've talked a lot about the Suns. We've talked a lot about the Diamondbacks. There's something else going on tonight as well, and there was a big move and a big announcement today made as well, and we will talk about all of that next here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Devin Booker over the last 3 games, and there is a game-winning shot mixed in here, obviously, but he is shooting 37.5%, 18 of 48 from the field, averaging just 16.7 points per game. This is just over the last 3 games. They got 9 games left if they're going to make the play-in. I don't know that they're going to be able to do that if Devin Booker or Kevin Durant, if their shooting is off at all.
Are you saying you think there's something wrong with Devin Booker?
I'm just saying that he's going to have to be peak Devin Booker for them to get it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
First thing, there are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Toyota's Ready, Set, Go sales event is going on now. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, Tacoma, Tundra, and the all-new 4Runner. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Every business has a purpose to inspire, a purpose to innovate, a purpose to serve. At SRP, our purpose is to power yours. From rebates for energy-efficient upgrades to money-saving programs, we help businesses of all sizes find reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Discover the possibilities at savewithsrpbiz.com.
Dan Bickley with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, you guys put the big in big screen televisions.
That's right. We have the largest TVs in the valley, like our jaw-dropping 115-inch model. It's an experience you have to see to believe.
Wow. And if I need my new TV delivered or installed?
Speedy delivery, full installation, you name it. We've got it covered.
Don't forget, drop my name. You're going to get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement. But you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Arizona win in the Sweet 16 and put Vinny in the worst mood of his life? We'll discuss tomorrow starting at 6 a.m.
It would put Vinny in the worst mood of his life if U of A is to beat Duke tonight. It put a lot of people in a bad mood, but a lot of people in a good mood too. Yeah. Well, of course. I mean, I know you're a U of A honk. I know. You're a U of A basketball honk. I know you are.
I like U of A basketball.
Not everybody shares your opinion, Gambo. I'm sure you're aware of that.
I know. I don't have any ties to any of these schools, so I root for ASU football over U of A football, and I root for U of A basketball over ASU basketball.
Well, tonight is a big night, and, I mean, U of A is already it's the Sweet 16 matchup. It's about 6:30, 6:40 when that game is going to start, and U of A's already kind of gotten where they need to go in the sense that
as a blue blood, get to a Sweet 16, make sure you don't get embarrassed in the first or second round. I mean, I don't disagree.
Yeah, they've played to their seed.
Yeah,
and they're not going to get humiliated. They're not going to get embarrassed. They didn't get bounced by a lower level seed. They got exactly where they're supposed to go. Everything else from here on out is going to be kind of gravy for U of A basketball. This Duke team it's generational. It's Cooper Flagg. Everybody loves him. Everyone's talking about him. It would be an upset of mammoth proportions. And I know the point spread doesn't say it's that big of a deal, but I know it's U of A and they're still a blue blood.
Yeah.
But given how much attention there is on Duke and has been on Duke and has been on that kid in particular, I think it would be an upset of mammoth proportions if U of A were to win tonight.
They're loaded and they're beating the hell out of everybody they're playing, and they've got not only Cooper Flagg, but this Tyrese Proctor is, a really tall combo guard. He's a great passer. He's a sensational player, and he's just, he's playing out of his mind right now, and he's very good defensively. And so they are terrific, and they are deep, and they're talented, and they're drilling everybody they play right now, and they did all season long. So, but now here comes Caleb Love. This will be the 10th time that Caleb Love is playing Duke. He's got a winning record against them.
5-4,
He's
right?
5-4.
Yep.
He hit the big shot in the NCAA tournament that sent Krzyzewski into retirement. They were down. North Carolina was down 1. He drilled a 3, and that helped win the game. He doesn't mind the pressure. He doesn't mind it at all. I mean, Arizona has, again, as a blue blood and as a dominant program, Arizona is going to be given a puncher's chance here against Duke. Then they're not favored to win. Nobody's picking them to win. But I think if they shock the world, some people would say, well, I mean, it's Arizona.
You know what? That's exactly what it's going to be. If they do win tonight, people will see. It's not like it was San Diego State that did it. It's not like it wasn't some, a non-traditional basketball program. Arizona is still Arizona. They just got a commitment today from one of the top prospects in America, which we'll talk about in just a second.
Okay.
It's not like, there are certain teams that if they were to upset Duke in the Sweet 16, people would be like, oh, my God, how did that team win? Nobody should be like that if Arizona wins. I get it. Duke's Duke. But Arizona is still, considered one of the top programs in the country. So it wouldn't be that big of a surprise if they did, No,
it's a terrific roster with KJ Lewis and Caleb Love, and Vasir's playing a lot better right now, and I love the Carter Bryant kid. He's going to be probably going to be a lottery pick. They have great players on their roster, and they're well coached, and they played good in these games, and they had a great Big 12 tournament and made it all the way to the championship game and gave Houston a run for their money. But now you're going up against a team that's just clicking on all cylinders, so it's going to be a tough battle for them. But they're familiar with Duke. Caleb Love's played Duke twice as a member of Arizona.
Played him earlier this year. They lost 69-55 in November. Cooper Flagg had a really good game, 24 points, 7 rebounds, 3 blocks, 3 assists. Tyrese Proctor, you mentioned him. He did a really good job defending Caleb Love in that first game. So it's going to be, you mentioned some of the role players. KJ Lewis is going to have a big game. They're going to need some of their role players to step up. Look, I'm curious. I'll be watching. I'll say this, okay, and I'm not saying Arizona's going to be that team, but this tournament has been devoid of that shocking, oh, my God, did you see that moment? Really hasn't happened.
Just a Maryland game.
There have been, and the better seed won. It was just we've had a couple of buzzer beaters, the one from the first 4 and then the Maryland game. But in terms of real shocking, like Arkansas beating St. John's, no offense, that's not like an, oh my God, I can't believe that happened. That's John Calipari.
Shame on you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to break your heart, but that's not that. I'm waiting for that big deal moment in this tournament. That, oh wow, I didn't see that coming. We haven't had any.
Would that be Arizona over Duke?
Hell yeah, it would.
Yeah, that would be.
It would be. Hell yeah.
Because a lot of people have Duke winning the whole thing, or at least getting to the finals.
Every other person has
my
Duke
bracket has Duke in the finals.
Yeah, so I think we're looking for that signature, oh, wow kind of moment. Today on the Pat McAfee Show, maybe
big
people
announcement.
Had an oh, wow kind of moment as Mr. Peets from Perry High School chose Arizona.
First and foremost, I would like to thank God. Without him, none of this is possible. I want to give a special thanks to my family for the unwavering support. Thank you to Perry for an amazing 4 years. Thank you to my principal, Ms. Patterson, and my athletic director, Ms. Birch. A special shout out to my coaches, Coach Dwayne and Coach Harwig, for making me the player I am today. Thank you to my athletic trainers, Allison and Olivia, for everything. Special shout out to my teammates. I know y'all boys out there watching right now. Shout out y'all boys.
Boys, champions.
Also, I'd like to give a special thanks to my trainers, Coach Kenny and Chuck, for the countless hours you spend in the gym. Also, I would like to give a thank to all the coaches that have recruited me throughout this process, but I can only pick one school. So with that being said, I'll be going to the University of Arizona.
Okay!
And that is a great get because this kid is phenomenal. I mean, this 6'8", 5-star recruit. He chose U of A over Arizona State, Baylor, Houston, and Texas. I'd love to know what his NIL deal is. I really would, because it's probably a big deal.
It's rich. It's
20 points, 10 rebounds, 4-time state champions. This is a special player. ASU thought they had a shot. They were in on it. I think it's good that they were in on it. But in the end, he chose Arizona. Can't fault the kid. It's a great program. They sent a lot of guys to the pros. Very likely he's here for 1 year and then gone. But this was one of the top players in the country, and he chose the Arizona Wildcats.
Yeah, it does take a little bit of, not that there was luster about Bobby Hurley coming back, because there wasn't, but on the lists of pros and cons as to why you bring Bobby Hurley back, his ability to maybe get Koa Pete was one of the few pros on that list of bringing him back, and him going to U of A is it's a blow. Because it was really one of the few reasons where you said, hey, bring Bobby Hurley back because he has a shot at getting this generational player here, and him not doing that, it stings. It hurts. Well, we're going to talk with Graham Rossini about this in a half hour. I don't know how much they were counting on him coming, but it hurts that he's not, and it kind of hurts the case of bringing Bobby back that he's not. I think, my opinion, you might disagree with that.
Yeah, Bobby's got 1 year left on his contract, and when that's over, and if they have a down year again, it's very likely they're going to move on and bring somebody else. But yeah, you lost the kid to St. John's. That was you were hopeful he was going to be a big piece, a terrific shooter. Bobby Hurley said he's one of the best shooters that he's ever coached, and now you had a chance at Koa Pete, and I think as if you're an Arizona State fan, if he would have chose Baylor, Houston, or Texas, you'd be like, okay. But the fact that he chose Arizona, that probably has to hurt a little bit more.
No doubt.
Because those are all good schools. U of A, ASU, Baylor, Houston, Texas, all great schools. He chose U of A.
Reset time. When we come back halfway home on this opening day, Lauren slides on over, and she takes us through the top stories of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Suns up. And the final score tonight, Celtics win it wire to wire, 132-102. They beat the Suns to snap Phoenix's 4-game win streak. And Boston extends its win streak to 7 in a row, now 54-19 on the season, dropping the Suns to 35-38.
What does this L mean for the Suns and the play-in? We chopped that up today on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union, their locations all across the valley. There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. I am a very happy member, and I'm happy for lots of reasons with Global Credit Union. I'm happy because they offer everything a bank does, whether it's checking, savings, loans, all of that stuff. I'm happy because they are absolutely committed to reducing fees as best as they possibly can. Everything these days has a fee attached to it. At Global Credit Union, they're about eliminating fees. No fee checking accounts, no fee savings accounts. I like that they have big, wide open membership opportunities. And I love that you can always reach a live person. Sometimes it might even be 3 o'clock in the morning. You have questions about your money and you don't want to talk to a computer and you don't want to leave a message. And at Global Credit Union, you don't have to. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any questions. A real person with real answers. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about For the Win at Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, April 10th through the 13th. Wolf and I are going to be there, so join us at the Ultimate Golf Tournament Viewing Party. Catch every angle from every hole from Augusta on Stadium Swim's 143-foot screen. And while you're there, indulge in traditional tournament fare at genuine tournament prices, sip refreshing cocktails, revel in the excitement of golf's biggest event. Don't miss out on the Green Jacket Party at Legacy Club Friday night. Book your room, reserve your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
When you hear that a small Blizzard treat is just 85 cents in the DQ app, you might just feel like you're dreaming. 85-cent Blizzard treats. Trust us when we say you're not. But get to DQ quickly, because this dream is only a reality for so long. Hurry and get your small Blizzard treat for just 85 cents with a $1 purchase when you sign up for DQ Rewards. For a limited time at participating locations. Terms apply.
Homeowners, life can be stressful, and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We have arrived, ladies and gentlemen, opening day in Major League Baseball and for your Arizona Diamondbacks. Opening day lineup has been submitted. We've got Burns and Gambo live from Chase Field, bringing you the best coverage there is as the Diamondbacks are set to embark on their 2025 campaign. They start tonight against the Chicago Cubs, the first of 4 games in this series. Zach Gallen will get things started for the Snakes. He'll oppose left-hander Justin Steele. First pitch is at 7:10. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And it's a big day for Arizona basketball and their fans as well. First, they landed a huge commitment for next season in the form of Perry star Koa Pete. He chose Arizona over ASU, Baylor, Houston, and Texas. And then the number 4 Wildcats have their Sweet 16 matchup against number 1 seeded Duke. If they win, it will be their first Elite 8 appearance since 2015. Tip-off is at 6:39. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects. Need a roll-off to haul that trash and debris away? WasteConnections.com/Phoenix.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock on this opening day. Lauren is here. She has our 4 o'clock reset, all the top stories of the day. Some stuff we've talked about, some stuff we haven't. We have no idea what's in it. She's down here with us on the field. Welcome to opening day with the Burns and Gambo show.
It's an honor to be here.
Good to have
honestly.
you. Isn't it beautiful?
It's great.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is the best thing. This is the best thing we do.
I know. I keep
This is
geeking
so
out over
great.
there a little bit every once in a while. I'm like, wow, it's cool to be
Gambo,
down here.
She's a Cubs fan, so it's like every time one of those Cubbies popped their head out of that dugout over there, she's like, "Oh my God, there's
Oh, my God,
I didn't take a sneaky photo of Dansby Swanson over there about 20 minutes ago. That's not me.
I mean, listen.
Did you take a sneaky, creepy photo of Dansby Swanson?
Yes, I did.
You can't blame her. Born and raised in Chicago to be a Cub.
Oh,
wait, I'm sorry. You were born and
with
raised
this
here in
again.
Arizona.
Wait, okay, and you were born in New York, and you're rocking an Italia jersey right now.
Yes, and apparently a lot of the people in the Diamondbacks organization were having a debate as to which jersey I was going to wear.
And you went with Italia.
Troy Lavello was like, we were all just deciding like what jersey we were going to wear, and I said you were going to wear the Italian one, and I was right. I'm like, okay, glad to know that you're not like going over game plans for how to beat the Cubs. You're trying to figure out what jersey.
Yeah, if they lose tonight, we're going to blame it on their obsession with your choice
what
of
choice of jersey I was wearing.
Yes.
I sure
all right.
just wore a Diamondback
So
one.
if we could pull Lauren enough away from gawking at the Cubs, you got some 4 o'clock reset stuff for us? What do you got?
Yeah, well, let's start with baseball because we're out here for opening day and we've got a little bit of baseball news coming down today. The Toronto Blue Jays have extended another offer to Vlad Guerrero Jr. He told ESPN earlier this month that when they didn't reach that deal on February 17th, he did not agree of the $600 million deal. They were roughly $50 million apart, so trying to make something happen during the season.
There was some speculation that they were really going to try and get this done before opening day. Like, really, really try to get this done before opening day. So the fact that there was another offer made, I think he's going to end up there. He's too valuable.
Such a great player.
He's such a great player. But I was half wondering if that was going to get done before the Blue Jays played their opener. So it doesn't surprise me that they were talking like that.
No, not at all. And the Baltimore Orioles outfielder Tyler O'Neill, he hit a 3-run home run today against the Toronto Blue Jays in the 3rd inning of the game, extending his major league record by homering for 6 straight opening days.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Are you seriously?
Yeah.
This dude's homered in 6 straight opening days?
So basically pick him up on your fantasy league and then drop him as soon as game 2 rolls around, right?
That's impressive.
Yeah, that's impressive.
That seems like a productive use of a pick.
Not really.
No.
Not at all. No, not one bit.
Not at all. And the Phoenix Suns, they lost last night to the Boston Celtics, 132-102. Kevin Durant, the lone bright spot for the Suns there with 30 points in 30 minutes.
Yeah, he's the only one who played well. The rest of the team shot like 25 for 73. But even KD was like a big minus. I mean, defensively, they just had no answers for that team. It was a blitzkrieg. They just came out of the gates in the first quarter, and they kept it up second quarter. That game was over at halftime. It was the one good thing is that Kevin Durant did not have to play the entire fourth quarter. He got a little bit of a break, a little bit less minutes. He played 30 minutes instead of his normal 38 to 42. Book played 34. That's the only good thing coming out of that game.
You know what? I think there is one other small good thing I think to come out of what happened last night is that it doesn't seem as if Suns fans are freaking out about it. You know, like I expected a lot of, oh my God, it was all a fluke. Oh, that's it. It was never real. It was I don't think you're getting that. It's more of a, okay, that's a bad game. But that doesn't mean we're going to throw out what happened in the last 4 games just out the window and act like it didn't happen. It happened. Let's see if this is a trend. Let's see if this is a fluke. They're not making up their minds after one game. And I think that's the appropriate reaction if you're a Suns fan to what happened last night. Don't freak out about it. It was one game. Freak out about it if they get blown out by Minnesota.
Lose to Minnesota, lose to Houston.
Yeah, they can freak out all you want about
Yeah.
it. But after one game, I don't think you freak out after one game.
It's like that caller we had on earlier this week who said if the Suns can do anything right now, I want him to see them beat the Timberwolves because they've had your number.
And that is going to be one of the biggest. They have lost 7 straight games to that team. They've not been particularly competitive in a lot of them. They're reeling a little bit after the Boston game. Man, that game tomorrow night is a big deal for the Phoenix Suns.
And we'll see if Bradley Beal's back for the Suns in that one.
Oh, boy. It's a big game for the T-Wolves, too.
Yes, it
they've
is.
got a lot on the
Oh,
line
yes,
here.
they
So
do.
that's an important. And they're very well rested. The T-Wolves do not play tonight, and they didn't play yesterday. Well, the Suns did. So the Suns played. They got to travel. They'll play Minnesota tomorrow. It's an earlier game because of the time difference. So they're very well rested.
Yeah, we'll be off a little bit early for that one over there. And then in college basketball news, if baseball isn't your cup of tea, you got Duke U of A tonight. That game starts at 6:40 on CBS. Gambo, you got a prediction. What are you feeling?
I got Duke.
You got Duke. And you just gave Kellen crap 5 minutes ago for picking Oregon over
Duke
U of
over
A.
Arizona. That makes a lot of sense. He took Oregon over Arizona. That makes no sense.
That game went down to the wire.
He's got make no sense to pick. I have Duke in the finals. I want Arizona to win. It's like I don't want Aaron Rodgers to sign with the Steelers, so I own Burnsy lunch. I don't care, But I think that Duke's going to beat Arizona because they've been the best team. Them and Auburn have been the best team in college basketball all year long.
I got Duke winning tonight, too. I'm just taking a glance at the scoreboard. I think the game is getting underway right now. I think that's going to be your shocker tonight. I think BYU's beating Alabama.
Ooh.
Is that a shock? Does that count as a shocker?
I don't think so.
No, not that much? Okay,
No.
then I think BYU's going to beat Alabama tonight. If I could redo my bracket, I would have BYU winning that game tonight. Other than that, I think it's going to be another pretty we'll see what Arkansas does against Texas Tech. Maybe it won't be a totally chalky night, but I think it's going to be a pretty chalky night. But I got BYU beating Alabama tonight.
Perfect. All right, and I'm hoping that happens, if we're being honest.
You don't like Alabama?
No, I like BYU.
Oh, okay.
I like this story. Jamal, by the way, behind you just threw up his arms. Like, what the heck? Yeah, Jamal, you got something to say?
Can't hear you, Jamal.
Danny Ainge, coast to coast.
Them to win.
You picked
in my
BYU?
bracket. Alabama.
You picked Alabama to win it all?
Yeah, so this became an awkward conversation.
Oh, to win it all? Okay, that is an awkward conversation.
Yeah, that is.
Okay.
Then I apologize. And Jamal, while we got you on mic, why don't you jump on in here? Because it is opening day. I feel like I got to bring it around to baseball to end this all out. What are your guys' predictions for tonight?
Pain. Oh.
No. The baseball game.
Burnsy loves the movie reference.
Pain.
He loves the movie reference.
Prediction?
What, for the Diamondbacks game?
Yes.
They're gonna send the Cubs to 0-3. They're gonna send your Cubbies to 0-3. That's what's gonna happen.
Everything's so personal.
Everything, yeah. They're gonna go to 0-3 on the season, and their season's gonna be a mess.
6 innings, 2 runs allowed for Zach Gallen, with 6 strikeouts and 2 walks. I got a Josh Naylor home run.
Oh boy.
And I got a Corbin Carroll triple tonight.
Well, Gambo, that's a prediction.
Okay. I'll go 5 innings for Gallen. 2 runs allowed, 5 innings. And I'll go with Suarez. Gino with the home run.
Long ball for Gino?
I'm going to go Gino with the long ball. He's going to go off to a good start this year.
Jamal?
Gallen goes 5 2/3, gives up 3 runs, and Cattell hits a home run.
Ooh, all right. We'll check in on all of these tomorrow. And with those bold predictions, that's your 4 o'clock
Do we
reset.
get our first Corbin Carroll triple this year?
Burnsy just predicted one tonight.
I believe that's going to happen.
Okay.
I think that's going to happen tonight. We will see. All right, thank you, Lauren. That's our 4 o'clock reset. Everybody's caught up on what's going on in sports. We'll keep you updated on the scores, too, not only for March Madness, but the Mavs just about ready to get underway against the Magic in terms of the play-in tournament. So we'll make sure everybody is caught up there.
Big game.
Big game. Opening day has several games already into the books, but going into the year, what are some of the biggest storylines going into this Major League Baseball season, and how many of them have to do with the Arizona Diamondbacks? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
It's D-backs week on Arizona Sports, and we're giving you the chance to win tickets to D-backs opening weekend.
This hour's code word is field. Field.
Enter the keyword now on the Arizona Sports app for your chance to win.
At America Roofing, once a request for service is placed, you'll be assigned a sales professional who will meet with you. The salesperson will then give you quotes that are related to a good, better, best scenario. With the more than 400 employees, the work can be completed within a timely manner at no hassle to the homeowner, as the job site will always be left in a clean manner. We'll take the very best care of you. We've got you covered.
Schedule a free checkup today with America Roofing and get 10% off all repairs. AmericaRoofingCo.com.
College basketball brackets, the crack of a wooden bat. Oh, spring is here, Basinonians, and so is the Brooklyn Betting Spring Sale. Going on now through April 1st. Everything, and I mean everything, both in-store and online, is 25% off. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. There's no pushy salespeople, just knowledgeable sleep experts that will help you find the perfect sleep solution just for you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Golf responsibly with Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale from Four Peaks Brewing, Arizona's #1 craft brewery. Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale is easy to enjoy. Subtle notes of passion fruit, orange, and guava flavors, and a crisp, refreshing finish. Check out Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale at your local restaurant or retailer. Golf responsibly.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of being number one, which is exactly why you call Parker & Sons. They are the best in the business. They're celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They're fast, reliable, and their trophy case is full of awards. They are the company you trust with your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Your house deserves nothing less. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Temps are heating up and pool season right around the corner. Paul Calvise here, and if the backyard upgrade is on your to-do list like we just did, don't miss the Ultimate Backyard Expo by California Pools and Landscape. Man, they transformed our yard. We're loving it. It's Saturday, March 29th. It's a free event. It's going to feature everything under the sun so you can see what's possible for your dream backyard. Vendors, giveaways, the lowest prices of the season. It's the Ultimate Backyard Expo. For all the info, go to calpool.com.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Swung on that, is hit well again down the line towards the corner, and that is a fair ball home run right inside Pesky's pole.
Now more of Burns and Gambo live from Chase Field for D-backs opening day.
All right, Gambo, you usually do this to me, so I'm going to do this to you.
Yeah.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Good.
All right.
You're going to give me the bad first?
No. You know what? I'm not going to be like you.
Okay.
I'm going to give it to you how you've asked for it. Okay? The good news is that the last time a team was as favored as much as the Dodgers are to win the World Series.
They did not.
They did not. The bad news is that the LA Dodgers are the most favored team to win a World Series since the 2002 New York Yankees. So it's been 23 years since a team has been favored to win as much as the LA Dodgers are. It was your New York Yankees. It was back in 2002, and as you'll recall, they didn't even make the World Series. They lost in the first round to the Anaheim Angels, who went on to win the World Series against San Francisco. So good news, bad news. Yeah, the Dodgers are the overwhelming favorite. The good news is that doesn't necessarily mean a damn thing in this sport.
No, listen, they've got you saw them last year. They beat the Yankees in 5 games in the World Series. Ohtani didn't even pitch last year. They've got great Hall of Fame players, Betts and Ohtani, and then they added Sasaki to that pitching. I almost when they got him, it was like you almost couldn't believe it. So I think that they've spent the money, they've spent it wisely, they've done a good job with it. They want to be a dynasty. They want to be a dynasty. That's what they're talking about in LA now. Is can they win? Can they become a dynasty? Not just win one and then wait a few years, because they won one in the pandemic year, and I mean it counts. It counts, but it was 55 games.
I'd buy a T-shirt if the Diamondbacks had won a World Series during the pandemic year.
I get it, and then they won it last year. It felt a little bit more legit, and now now their feeling is, can that team actually be a dynasty? Can they win 2 in a row? Can they win 3 in a row? How good can they be?
Yeah, it wasn't even the Roki Sasaki thing that bothered me as a Diamondbacks fan. It was when they got Kirby Yates and Tanner Scott a week apart. It's like, come on, guys. Right. You know, like, I mean, are you going to sign all of them? You're going to sign every single pitcher? The fact that they have 11 players on their injured list, people think that's absurd because most teams can't afford to pay 11 players to be on their injured list, but the Dodgers can and not blink them. Now, eventually, if all those guys come back, they're going to have to make decisions, right? They can't keep them all on the roster, and they're going to have to figure. But for now, that's not a problem because for now, 11 of them are hurt.
Their lineup, there's no weakness in that lineup. You're going to go, you got Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Teoscar Hernandez, Will Smith, Kiki Hernandez, Max Muncy. Tommy Edman was so good for them last year. So they're like, the team is really loaded. And in their rotation, they got Blake Snell, who, like, he doesn't go deep into games, but he's a great pitcher. You got Yamamoto. Like, think about, like, their starting rotation. Glasnow got hurt last year, but still got Glasnow. You got Sasaki. Dustin May coming back from injury. You got Tanner Scott now. It's just like, it is a... we love the Diamondbacks rotation. Like, we love the Diamondbacks rotation. Their rotation is just as good, if not better.
There's no doubt about it. The top 12 storylines for the 2025 MLB season, and that was storyline number one, was, is this a dynasty or not? And, when Dave Roberts was asked about it, what it's going to take for the Dodgers to go back-to-back, he's like, we have to get to the second round. We have to get to the first round of the playoffs and get to the second round if we're going to be some sort of a dynasty. Because that's the saving grace on all of this for if you're a Diamondbacks fan. Yes, over 162 games, they're probably going to be better than your team is. That's just the law of averages over that much time, that roster, that depth, that payroll. They're probably going to be better than you are over. I'm not conceding it. I'm not saying the Diamondbacks shouldn't try, but I'm just saying chances are they're going to have a better record. The beauty of this thing, and we learned this a couple of years ago, you get into a 3-game series, you get into a 5-game series, hell, you get into a 7-game series.
Sure.
I mean, anything can happen. A guy can get hot, a guy can get cold, a guy can get rocked. So who knows? I mean, you'll favor the Dodgers in a moment like that, but you just don't know. That was storyline number one on this story on The Athletic. One of the other stories was about National League superiority. And it said, yes, even beyond Los Angeles, there is National League just superiority in terms of the Phillies, who already won today, by the way. They got a big, I think, a walk-off homer for Alec Bohm in that game. The Braves, the Padres, the Cubs, who are here today. Like
the East is going to be crazy.
It's going to be nuts.
The NL East with Soto. Did the Mets win today?
I don't know.
Okay, I didn't see that. I didn't look at that. But you look at the NL East and how good that's going to be. The Mets won 94 games last year. They added Juan Soto. The Phillies won 92 games. The Braves won 88, and they had a lot of injuries. Like, that's going to be like they're going to beat each other up. But man, those teams are just loaded. Those three teams are absolutely loaded.
The Mets lost to the Astros.
They did lose. Okay.
The Braves lost to the Padres 7-4. The Phillies won in 10, as I mentioned. 7-3 was the final there. Brewers lost to the Yankees 4-2. You probably know that. Dodgers are playing right now. What are we doing? What's wrong? Huh? Keep going. What am I looking for here? You
the Marlins?
The Marlins score? The Marlins beat the Pirates 5-4.
Oh,
Jeremy,
our resident
I'm like, what am I?
Two teams that got a combined payroll of what, like me and you make.
I gave the scores people care about, Jeremy. I'm like, what am I missing here? Oh, you're Marlins. Yeah, nobody cares about that. So, yes, the National League is going to be really, really tough. But I tell you, I think what's going to be fun, at least the first couple of months of the season, will be to see just how close the Diamondbacks can hang with the Dodgers. Because I think they can. I don't know if that's going to last.
Okay, all right.
But I certainly think for the first couple of months of the season, they can absolutely hang with the LA Dodgers.
September 1st, they within 5 games?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay, I'm going to say yes, too.
I'm going to say that they are.
Me, too. Because, like, the Diamondbacks are, like, are the Dodgers going to win 110? Like, if they have one of those seasons, like, they're capable of it, I guess. 105 games, something ridiculous. But if the Dodgers go out there and win 98 baseball games and have a great year, and the Diamondbacks win 90, it's probably likely that when you get to September 1st, they're within 5 games of them.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. This is, and Rosenthal makes the point in this story, this might be the best roster that Mike Hazen has ever put together. It probably is the best roster that Mike Hazen has ever put together, has ever assembled. And so what they're capable of and how high the ceiling can go. I don't think any of us really know, but I certainly think rotationally they can keep up with them. I think the lineup, the Dodgers have a little bit of an advantage with especially all that pop at the top like they've got, and Shohei having likely an MVP season. But I think that certainly rotationally, the Diamondbacks can compete with the LA Dodgers and go toe-to-toe for that series.
Yeah, and their World Series hero is Freddie Freeman, the grand slam off of Nestor Cortez.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you still got Freddie Freeman, still in his prime and playing well. Hernandez is fantastic. Will Smith is such a good player. They're just loaded. They're loaded. They've got a lot of pitchers on the shelf right now. If they get those guys back, they, again, just reinforcements for them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. As we are live from Chase Field, Mike Hazen walking by us right now. As we are 2.5 hours away from first pitch, we'll be on the field until 6 o'clock. Lauren, I'm looking at you. Are we good? We're okay. No, we got a little bit of a delay. So when we come back on Burns and Gambo, we're going to talk about Bradley Beal and whether Bradley Beal could have helped the Phoenix Suns last night against the Boston Celtics, and if we need to rethink Bradley Beal. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Join KTAR and Arizona Sports April 12th in Tempe for Pat's Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of ASU Sun Devil football. Celebrate the legacy in every stride, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. New this year, the post-race Tillman Tailgate. Enjoy live music, food truck alley, and the Expo Marketplace outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today to honor Pat Tillman's legacy with every stride at patsrun.org.
All right, it's that time. It's hot out, and it's going to continue to get hotter, and that's why you need to go get that AC unit tuned up. I've got Christian Brothers coming to my house tomorrow. Because I'm getting both AC units tuned up tomorrow, and they do a great tune-up for just $89. A complete tune-up, $89, to make sure your unit is running efficiently and effectively, and make sure that you are good to go for the summer. It's peace of mind, but they're also going to go through everything. So you're going to get everything done for you and checked for you, and it's just $89 to have Christian Brothers come out to your house and go through your AC unit. So very important to do, because a properly running AC unit is going to run more efficiently, and when it's running more efficiently, it's going to save you a lot of money. It's going to save you a lot of money because it's running efficiently. So they're going to check everything from the contactors to the disconnect and the fuses and the capacitors and the condenser and blower motors and the indoor and outdoor coils. And they're going to inspect the drain line to ensure proper drainage to avoid attic leaks. And they're going to do all this for $89. So call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 to schedule your AC tune-up. That's 602-222-3535.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice for more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Texas. And the number 4 Wildcats have their Sweet 16 matchup against number 1 seeded Duke. If the Wildcats win, it will be their first Elite 8 appearance since 2015. Tip-off is at 6:39. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
D-backs Cubs. The season opener tonight. Pregame at 6:30. 7:10 first pitch. Right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Okay, I almost got concussed. Do we have that on? No? They're taking batting practice. How on earth did that ball get over here? How did
I think that's Alec Thomas. Did you say anything negative about Alec Thomas?
No.
Did you say, like, you think Jake McCarthy should play every day and
Nope.
Alex should be in the AAA?
Nope.
In the minors?
Nope. I said nothing
right.
of the kind. Somehow a batted ball from Alec Thomas, even though he's surrounded by enough netting to protect a president.
Yeah.
Somehow a ball got over here where we're broadcasting and came about an inch away from clocking me in the head.
Wow.
It was about to be the John Gambadoro show, which I know is probably a dream of yours, but it was about to be the John Gambadoro show. It's very close.
Yeah.
Very close.
I didn't see what happened, so we'll have to.
I didn't either. Just all of a sudden, it was like, whoa, here comes the ball. And it was very close.
Damn, protective netting.
Yeah.
Where's Derek Hall? We got to get on that.
He's down there somewhere.
Can we add that to the list of things we got to do to the ballpark? We need better protective netting.
Okay.
Burns, you almost got killed.
I'll admit this.
Yeah.
I didn't think about this during the game last night.
And you shouldn't have. And you shouldn't have. You shouldn't have. That ship has sailed. I think that ship has sailed.
The Bradley Beal ship?
Yeah, I think the ship has sailed. Like, it's just like you win 4 games in a row. He doesn't play. You beat Milwaukee. You beat Cleveland. And you're talking about, here's the record for KD and Book when they play without Beal. And it's really good. It was like, 14-3 or something like that?
13-3 before last night.
13-3. Now it's 13-4. And then you lose a game, you can't go back to that. You can't go back to that card. Oh, what if Bradley Beal would have played? Do you think he could have helped in a game like this? No, he couldn't have helped. He couldn't. Okay, Charles Barkley in his prime couldn't have helped last night against the Celtics with them knocking down all those threes. That wasn't going to happen. So I don't think you can go back to that card. I don't think you can sit there and say that him playing would have made a big difference at all. I don't think so.
It was the guy who suggested it was a writer that you and I both have a lot of admiration for, and that was Doug Haller over at The Athletic.
Sure, he does a great job.
I'm a big fan of Doug, and I at no point during, and I'm not like trying to call out Doug or anything like that. I always love it when anybody gives us any kind of inspiration to have a conversation. Basically, Doug's point, if I can try to simplify it as best I can,
okay,
was that there are just going to be some nights where you're going to need more offensive firepower on the court in order to keep up with teams, and that last night was one of those nights. And that when you're rolling out lineups where there's a lot of Oso and a lot of Ryan Dunn and a lot of Cody Martin and a lot of, Colin Gillespie, certainly not established scorers by any stretch of the imagination, there are some nights where you're going to be able to you need to have another guy who can fill it the way Bradley Beal can fill it. And that last night was one of those nights. And I read it this morning, and I thought, because I'm always open to new thoughts and new ideas, and I thought, okay,
right.
I hadn't thought of that. That's an interesting takeaway from last night's game, that at some point, so you don't buy it. You don't believe
Not
it
at all.
Not one bit.
Not one bit. Not one bit. Again, that ship has sailed. They're moving on. They got Kevin Durant and Devin Booker to score a lot of points. If you need three-point shooting, you got Grayson Allen, you got Royce O'Neal.
I'm going to stop you right there.
Yeah.
They've got Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. Devin Booker had a terrible game last night.
That's right.
It's the plan is dependent on Devin Booker being great.
Sure.
Okay, and if he's not scoring a bunch of baskets, he needs to be distributing a bunch of baskets, and he wasn't even really doing that last night.
Right. You're not going to win.
If that plan's not working, there's no pivot to a different plan. There's no trying something else. There's
Nope. You're going to lose.
Okay.
Those guys don't play well, you're going to lose. You know me.
I know.
I've always, if they don't play well, you're not going to win. Kevin Durant and Devin Booker have to play great. If they're not going to beat good teams if those guys don't play great. You might get by with one of them playing great every once in a while, if a Dame Lillard is out or something like that. But no, you need those guys to.
I'll be
those
honest.
guys have to play great for you to have a chance to win.
I don't even know if Devin Booker playing great last night would have made a difference against that team.
No.
I don't even think that would have mattered last night if he had a good Devin Booker game. He would have had to have an elite Devin Booker game.
They outscored you by
for them to
27
compete.
from three-point range.
Yeah.
They won by 30. They outscored you by 27. There was nothing he could do. It's just one of those games. And, in your email today, you wrote something about, flush it. This should be an easy game to flush. Flush the game. You got Bradley Beal. We can't sit here and say, Bradley Beal would have made a difference and they would have had a chance to compete against Boston. Bradley Beal plays. They wouldn't have.
I don't think that's what Doug was trying to say. I think what Doug was trying to say was, and again, I'm not trying to speak for him. I think what Doug was trying to say was there are going to be some nights where you're just going to need to have better offensive players on the floor than defensive players. That you're going to need to match teams' offense with offense. Are we bringing him in? Come on in. Come on in, Alec. Have a seat. You're going to be right here.
Oh, wow. You're bringing in the enemy?
No, I'm not. He's not.
Hey.
Put on the headphones and let's
talk about this ball.
So, Alex Thomas, Diamondbacks center fielder, is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show. You know that ball almost killed me. Came off of your bat. I don't know. Somehow
and it ended up back here.
Somehow, I don't know if
That's
it came
not
off
good.
the pitching screen and it came back here.
It's a hole in the netting.
But all of a sudden, people yelled, "Hey!" And is that what happened? It came off of the L screen and ricocheted over here. Okay.
Somebody yelled, "Look out!" And it ricocheted. So we got the ball.
Yeah.
I got the ball. There it is.
How you doing, man? Happy
Good.
opening day to you.
Yeah.
Good
Thank
to see
you.
you.
Appreciate it.
You don't like Gambo's
What's the matter? You
Italian
don't like
jersey?
No, it looks good.
Yeah.
I got this. It's not green.
I got this from Daniel Descalso.
Okay.
Who, former Cardinal, former Diamondback. He's a coach now, and he represented Italy in the World Baseball Classic. And then right here on the field, he came and he gave it to. We got a lot of Italians. I mean, Hazen's Italian, Lavello's Italian. We got a lot of Italians here, so you're gonna have to embrace this if you want to.
No, my kid, whenever I have one, is gonna be Italian too. So.
Your wife's Italian?
Yeah, my fiance. Yeah.
See, look at that.
It's everywhere.
Have you been there?
No, I haven't been there.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll go at some point.
Do you know where she's from? Like where the family's from?
No.
Okay, we got to talk about this. You got to find out. We got to have this discussion.
This is very important to him, Alec. This is very, very.
I was just in the
important for him to
booth
know.
before, and Chris Caragiola's showed me pictures because he just got married in. He got married in Italy. I got married in Italy. So
okay. I'm getting married in Mexico.
Mexico.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. When is that going to happen?
In December.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Where?
I can't give all the information.
Oh, you don't want to give all the
he's
information?
trying to live a private life.
Okay.
All right, so let's.
It's somewhere in Cabo.
In Cabo.
Okay,
yeah.
good. That's it.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. Congratulations. That's
yeah,
awesome.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
You excited? Is this? I mean, do you ever get used to something like this? Opening day, the excitement of opening day.
Yeah, for sure. Getting back to it, getting to play every day, and this is what you dream of, just playing the game and having fun out there.
How do you guys manage these expectations? You are, one of the teams that everybody is talking about. You can't get on the internet without clicking on some story about how they think you're going to do this, you think you're going to do that. How do you guys manage such a thing in the room?
I think we just care about what's going on in our clubhouse and, controlling what we can control and playing the game the way it's supposed to be played, which is hard and, gritty the way we play. So we got a lot of dudes that, are ballers out there. So, we're really excited just to go out there and play.
What do you want to do this year? What are some of the expectations that you have for yourself this season? Be a little more consistent. What are you trying to accomplish?
Yeah, I have high expectations for myself this year. I have something to prove, and I want to be healthy out there. I want to be able to play my game confidently, and definitely being more consistent and being who I am whenever I'm on. So I think I have a lot of success in the minor leagues, and for some reason it hasn't translated over to the big leagues yet. And, I think this year is going to be the year where it translates.
Defensively, it has. Like, this team has had great center field. Devon White early, Steve Finley. And I've said this, you might be the best out of all the center fielders. CY, Chris Young. Defensively, you're as good as anybody in the league at what you do defensively. So it's just a matter of trying to be a little bit more consistent offensively?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I, compete a lot in the box. It just there's times where I do get myself out. And, for me, it's battling with myself and just being a little bit more consistent with, the approach, and also being able to lay off some pitches that are not my pitches.
Yeah. So is that the key, not getting behind 0-2, 1-2, lay off some pitches, or do you want to try to get out and swing at some of those first pitches?
Yeah, I definitely want to be aggressive. That's who I am, and that's how I've always been. But I definitely want to be selective up there as well. So, selectively aggressive and staying within myself and, not thinking too big of, the situation or the game. It's the same game whether in your AAA or in the big league. So I think that mindset for me has changed a little bit. I think I put a lot of pressure on myself since I've been in the big leagues, and, it's just the same game. So I think that's what I've been really trying to, hone in and focus on is, this is the same game I've always been playing since I was a little kid. So, nothing changes.
Alex Thomas is our guest here for a couple more minutes here on the Burns and Gambo Show. How good has Torrey been to you about maintaining that line of communication and being open with you about when you're going to play, when you're not, why you're going to play, why you're not, to keep you engaged as you, battle for as much playing time and as many at-bats as you can get?
I think him and my relationship, it's based on, the truth. And I think whenever we're on the same page with that, I think that's when we're, the best and, the best with everyone. When you just tell guys, what their role is and what they mean to the team. And I think he does a pretty good job of, telling you how much you mean to the team and making sure that you're in a good headspace, going out there and knowing your role. So, I think he does a good job of that.
But also being honest with you about, just being clear and direct and keeping everything up front and all of that, right?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely respect, people who are honest and truthful about things. And, so that's what me and his, relationship is based on.
Yeah. Well, Alec, I know you got a game to get ready for, an opening day to get ready for. And
try not to hit my radio part, man. I don't want to do the show solo. Come on.
I already hit some people over there.
You did?
Yeah,
wow,
so I hit some people over here.
It's a real problem.
I think I need to hit the people out
there.
That'd be great.
I got it. Yeah,
Alec, we appreciate it, man. Best of luck this season. Thanks for coming on. Alex Thomas, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, it's our weekly visit with the athletic director of Arizona State University. He just walked onto the field here at Chase Field. Graham Brasini, our guest on Burns and Gambo.
Weekly at Marana Mornings.
The Shelby Miller thing is interesting. We know his first stint, he was a highly anticipated Diamondbacks acquisition once upon a time via trade. If you polled longtime Diamondbacks fans on the most disappointing acquisitions, Shelby Miller would get votes. He's a different pitcher now. He's a relief pitcher. That is maybe lower down on the list of things I'll be watching for. A potential Shelby Miller Diamondbacks redemption arc this season.
He's going to have to do a lot to be better than Dansby Swanson as a middle reliever.
I don't think Dansby Swanson's a very good middle reliever at all.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. It is the truck to end all trucks. It's the Sierra. It's a great vehicle. It is built for adventure. It is rugged. It is sleek and sophisticated. It has all the tech that you would ever want, whether it's for work or for play. And Liberty GMC has a ton of them right now at a great deal as well. Right now, save $15,500 off a new 2024 Sierra 1500, or get 4.9% financing for 84 months on a new 2024 Sierra 1500. So whether it's a weekend adventure, whether it's heavy-duty work, the Sierra has it all, and you're not going to find a better deal than you're going to find at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Southwest Gas, fueling homes, businesses, and communities with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Learn how Southwest Gas is strengthening our neighborhoods and supporting growth in those communities at swgas.com.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer, or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
On Saturday, April 26th, arrive early to the D-backs versus Braves matchup and get a Diamondbacks replica jersey courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
At America Roofing, once a request for service is placed, you'll be assigned a sales professional who will meet with you. The salesperson will then give you quotes that are related to a good, better, best scenario. With the more than 400 employees, the work can be completed within a timely manner at no hassle to the homeowner, as the job site will always be left in a clean manner. We'll take the very best care of you. We've got you covered.
Schedule a free checkup today with America Roofing and get 10% off all repairs. AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Burns and Gambo. The AD Update. Talking all things Sun Devil Athletics and NIL Weekly with Graham Rossini.
Brought to you by America Roofing, Arizona's #1 residential and commercial roofing company. Save 10% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Welcome back to the Burns and Gambo Show. It is our weekly visit with the athletic director of ASU. For whatever reason, Gambo went sprinting off to the side. Everything okay?
Because I always mess with Casey because they always talk about, like, I wear those shirts that I wear. They always talk about the shirts I wear.
Two sizes too small?
They're not. This is a large. It's a
Hey,
large.
you had an amazing looking jersey on
a
minute ago. We got to represent.
I'm going to put it back on.
Graham Rossini, the AD of ASU, former Diamondbacks employee. It's like old home week bringing you back here, right? I'm sure it's nostalgic. Brings back some great memories for you.
Yeah, it is. And 13 opening days, there were a lot of 4:45 a.m.s getting going for opening day. The media hits that we would do. Awesome day. I'm in on the opening day. Should be a national holiday. Sign me up for
Amen to that.
whatever legislation we can get going for that. It's a beautiful day, and it feels like home. It's good to be back today.
And you know what? It's so easy to root for this team because this organization is such a great organization.
No doubt.
From the top to the bottom, the people, Mike Hazen, Tori Lavello, Ken Kendrick, Derek Hall, like, there are great people that work here.
Yeah,
it's a good place to be.
Friends for life. You know, I'm lucky I live near Hayes and Derek and see Ken all the time at a breakfast spot near the neighborhood. And they've been great friends forever. And
is
just
Ken
excited.
picking up the tab?
Ken's always in meetings. You know, he's
Okay.
deep in conversations. He's holding court with the people that he's meeting with. But Ken's an early riser. He's getting after it. And how about the offseason that they had? Pretty exciting.
Yeah, Corbin Burns
No
coming
doubt.
here. Yeah,
No doubt about it.
listen. They have spent that money. I mean, everybody's shocked at the Diamondbacks being one of the big spenders when it's basically a mid-market team.
Well, and the fan base is energized. Coming off the World Series a couple years ago, you've got all this incredible homegrown talent, and then now you sprinkle in those pieces that can really set it apart. And it's fun to be a fan and fun to see what they did this offseason.
All right, let's talk about you guys because there's a lot to talk about with you guys right now, and that includes introducing your women's basketball coach a couple of days ago, Molly Miller. I saw the picture that you put out on social media, the standing room only announcement. It looked like a big crowd for that.
The worst kept secret in sports.
Pretty much, right? Like everybody kind of knew
For
that's what
36 hours.
You guys got to be very excited, though. You clearly got the person you want to lead that program.
We did, and she'll actually be here tonight with her husband, Derek, so we'll get a chance to hopefully get her on the field at some point. But Coach Miller's got infectious energy. She's so much like Coach Dillingham in terms of just that energy, passion for coaching, passion for teaching, wanted to become a Sun Devil, was really, I said, pursuing us as much as we had her on our radar, and couldn't be more excited about her taking our program to the next level, plugging in, hitting the ground running right out the gate, and we're super excited for the future of this program.
Yeah, and you guys had a rough last 2 years. The last 2 years were really rough with the women's basketball program. So the commitment from the top, from you to the top, is to get that women's basketball program back to where it used to be.
It is, and even leaning on a lot of personalities that have been involved in the program before. Charlie Turner-Thorne was there yesterday. She's been a great friend of the program. 26 years of her impact on this program and her players plugging back in and helping us move forward. So very excited. SunDevilTickets.com. Great plans to plug into women's hoops, and we're super excited about this program.
Were you there for the Cam Scattaboo secret private 40-yard dash? Were you there for that?
No, we had a few things going on today.
Okay.
What did he run?
I'm sure I heard. I was listening on the drive over. I know where we're going next. So I missed football, but we got a good football angle here at Chase Field in a couple hours with Coach Dillingham.
This is going to be great. You got everybody coming. I got like
Sam
five-year
Levitt,
guys coming
Jordan
out.
Tyson, Xavier Alford
Fife.
throwing out the first pitch. Yeah, CJ.
Fife.
So we got a lot of football action. Spring ball's underway, so really fun time of year.
How did that come together to where Kenny and the boys are coming out to throw the first pitch? How did that all come together?
Derek was with us at the Peach Bowl in Atlanta, and so he was a guest of ours, obviously a proud Sun Devil himself, and so he was at the game, and when he got back from Atlanta, he sent me a note the next day. He said, hey, opening day, let's get the guys out for a first pitch.
Freaking awesome.
It's been in the hopper for a couple months, and just glad we're here tonight, and it'll be a great celebration for them as we're trying to put a cap on the Big 12 and the CFP championship, and we're into next season right out the gate.
I know Kenny's talked about, we got to move on now. We got to move on. But, man, it's hard to move on. It was such a special year, and you got to acknowledge them today. I think it's still great to get them in front of everybody. The crowd tonight is going to be a sellout crowd,
right?
Just to make people relive those great memories that the team had.
Yeah, no doubt, and it's a team that we'll always be able to celebrate, not only tonight but in generations moving forward. And we can do both. We can be getting for next season while we're celebrating the year that we just had. And again, you've got lovable personalities, kids that want to be a Sun Devil, playing their best football at this university. And like you said, 50,000 D-backs fans here tonight. A lot of them are ASU fans, or a lot of them have a chance to become ASU fans.
Yeah. Speaking of which, and I'm not usually one to name drop or anything, but I am friends with his father, so I'm really excited to see Gage Workman and the Chicago Cubs guy. As a former ASU baseball player, watching his career, I know Wid well. He and I are friends. He actually employs my daughter-in-law.
Nice.
And so I'm sure for you, the excitement of seeing ASU alum, and knowing how many ASU alum will have a chance to play Major League Baseball players and are Major League Baseball players is a very exciting kind of outreach thing for you to be able to be proud of as well.
Yeah, I've got a gift bag here. I'm going to go see him right after we wrap up and give him a big hug and offer our congratulations. And 118th Major Leaguer coming out of ASU. It's pretty amazing. And he was part of an infield a couple years ago. Spencer Torkelson's already been in the big leagues. Alika Williams with Pittsburgh. Drew Swift is the fourth on that infield that's coming up in the A system. And so it's always a celebratory moment. And again, in the 13 years I spent with the D-backs, I saw a number of MLB debuts here at Chase Field. Andre Ethier comes to mind, Colin Curtis, Merrill Kelly, who's on the team now and got a chance to debut here at Chase Field. So there's been a great lineage between ASU and the D-backs over time, but also with Major League Baseball in the Valley and getting a chance to see these guys as they come through. It's always something that we look to do.
I was so happy to see, and I love him, and everybody does, I was so happy to see Pat Murphy at an ASU football game last year because of how much he meant to that program and his success. And I didn't like the way it ended. A lot of people didn't. But the fact that you have him back because he's a manager of Major League Baseball now with the Brewers, and he had a lot of success with you guys. And it was always tough because everybody was comparing him to the coaches of the past, like, Brock. And so I think that was – but he had – to me, Murph had a lot of success, and he's had that program – relevant when he was the coach.
Yeah, he did, and he's a dear friend. I got to spend 8 years with him and consider him as close as anybody in my life to this day. And it's just great that he's been around a lot. Kai was in the program. Kai's in the Padres system now. I think he'll start in Double-A this year. So Murph's been around us a lot, but it's nice that we've been able to celebrate the fact that he's the only person in the history of baseball ever, 150 years of professional baseball, to be an NCAA Coach of the Year and a Major League Manager of the Year. And so that was something certainly worth celebrating. We had him out to hockey to drop the puck earlier in the season. He came out to baseball a few weeks ago to get recognized.
That's just so great.
In front of the baseball fans. And so, again, we've got great stories to tell, and we want to find every chance we can to bring those to life.
I hate to bring this up, but did your heart drop a little bit when you were watching the Pat McAfee show this morning? Were you watching that when that came down?
Yeah, congrats to Koa. He's an amazing young man and earns every opportunity that he's got coming at us. We would have loved to see him been in the maroon and gold. Obviously, we were heavy in on that recruiting process and found out last night that he was going to be making a commitment. And so wish him well. Not the outcome that we had anticipated.
So you knew last night.
We knew last night that he was announcing his commitment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we didn't know where it was going to go. So I was tuned into Pat McAfee just like everybody else, waiting to hear how this was going to go. And again, not the outcome that we had sought after, but wish him well. He's a tremendous young man and very close to the Sun Devils with his family. Not only older brother in the football program, his mom, his grandfather actually played baseball, ironically, at ASU for Coach Winkles, was a national champion back in 1969. So we wish him well, and we're turning the page, and we're going to go build a roster. Yeah.
Can you turn it around to be a positive that one of the best players in the country was considering ASU?
Well, it changes our focus. And, again, you can't put all your eggs in one basket in anything that we do. And so we've always been thinking of contingency plans where if he doesn't come here, and now we've got the ability to build out several players using the resources and the energy that was going to go into Koa. And so, we've talked a lot to Coach Hurley about there's 15 men on this roster. All 15 need to be contributing members. They need to have role clarity. They need to be able to add something to this program. And one player alone isn't going to get this program where we need it to be.
Graham, you've been really good to us throughout the course of the year. I don't know if this is our last conversation or if we've got one more, but in case it's our last one, I want to say thank you for everything, all the great conversation we've had going back to the fall. Maybe we'll talk again next week. I'm not sure. But either way, welcome back to Chase Field. Tell Gage we said hi.
Absolutely.
Enjoy the night. We look forward to seeing Kenny and the crew out there with all the pregame festivities. And, man, thanks. We appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks, guys.
You got it. Graham
Thanks,
Rossini,
Graham.
our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, AD over at ASU. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, opening day and everything that comes with it. And we're going to talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo. The AD Update.
Brought to you by America Roofing, Arizona's #1 residential and commercial roofing company. Save 10% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman talk about the Suns' chances of making the playoffs on Empire of the Suns. Get it where you get your podcast or on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Empire of the Suns, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team. They're available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley to help you with all of your mortgage needs. Refinance, new home loan, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. Let the Lund Mortgage Team help. All you have to do is call them at 623-889-0130. When it comes to refinances, new home loans, they're ready to help you. They're helping a lot of people that want to get pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it for free. So if you're a renter and you want to own your own home, they'll get you pre-approved absolutely free with the Lund Mortgage Team. They're also helping a lot of people with high-rate credit card debt. They can knock that out with a home equity line of credit. That's available to you if you're a homeowner, and so they're willing to help you with that as well. So give them a call, 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. Don't wait another year wishing you had custom shades. Do what I did and call All Pro Shade Concepts. They're celebrating 20 years in 2025 with free estimates, complimentary installation, and they will cover your sales tax. I use roll-down shades to keep the cold air out and turn my patio into another room. And when summer comes, their retractable awnings block the sun and add backyard shade. Visit allproshadeconcepts.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
There's going to be a lot more games that tickets get to that price. So if you want to be a part of them, you better buy season tickets. You better do it right now. You better sell it out because we're going to have a lot more games where this state wants to show up to. Buy your season tickets. Let's make that every single week of next year. Because why would you not want to be in that environment? It's one of the most fun places to be in college football. Why would you not want to do that every Saturday?
Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Join Sun Devil Baseball as they host the team down south for a 3-game series starting April 4th through April 6th. Be sure to stick around after the Friday, April 4th game to enjoy a post-game fireworks show. On Saturday before the 6:30 first pitch, don't miss the special celebration of the 1975 College World Series team. And finally, to close out the series, Sun Devil Baseball will have its annual Green Game starting at 5 p.m. Get your tickets today by going online to sundeviltickets.com. Go Devils!
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
And then the number 4 Wildcats have their Sweet 16 matchup against the number 1 seeded Duke. If they win, it will be their first Elite 8 appearance since 2015. Tip-off is at 6:39. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the Valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best. Online at sciatica.com.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
First pitch, Del Castillo swings, high drive, right field, walk-off homer! Adrian Del Castillo! You won't hit a better first homer to start your major league career!
Now more of Burns and Gambo live from Chase Field for D-backs opening day.
Oh, 5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We welcome you back as we're live from the field at Chase Field. The Cubs, they're on right now taking their batting practice.
That's our old buddy Carson Kelly. Yeah. He's a good D-back.
You think if you yell loud enough, he'll come over and talk to us?
No, I just always liked him. I liked Carson.
I liked him. Carson was a good guy.
Carson's with the Cubs now.
He's a good guy. He wasn't
with the Tigers last year a little bit.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Absolutely. Exciting. There are very few. I mean, this is one of our favorite days of the year, and certainly this is one of our favorite spots to do a radio show from. We're literally on the on-deck circle for the Arizona Diamondbacks here at Chase Field. So batting practice with the Cubs going on right in front of us. The Diamondbacks were about an hour ago. People walking up, people saying hi. Local media personalities, Mike Hazen, Torey Lavello, Graham Rossini, we just had on. Hoping that if Kenny Dillingham gets down here early enough, we can get him on for a couple of minutes. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. But opening day is always the best, Gambo. And when you factor in expectations and talk of a World Series and talk of a playoff appearance and Corbin Burns and $210 million, maybe it's not quite as anticipated as last year's opening day. This is one of the most anticipated opening days we've ever experienced here for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, to the point where, I think 2 years ago, this team kind of caught everybody by surprise and made it to the World Series. Nobody really – people liked the Diamondbacks. They thought they were a nice little story and a good team. And then they had this incredible run. And then you beat the Brewers and you beat the Dodgers and you beat the Phillies. And you got to win 2 games in a row in Philadelphia to get to the World Series. And then it was just, almost, I think in some ways, kind of like the Suns' year with Chris Paul, when a lot of us thought they would be a 6 seed and they ended up going to the NBA Finals. Mm-hmm. And getting close to winning it. I thought the Diamondback team 2 years ago, again, we were hopeful that they were going to be good, and they ended up being great. Last year, they were very good. They had a very good team. They won 89 games. They just finished a game short of going to the postseason. Who knows what they would have done if they would have got to the postseason. So I think the moves were made this year to make sure that, hey, we're not going to leave any doubt.
Right.
Like, we're going to get in, and it's not going to be about, like, one game at the end of the season.
No, but it's funny that you bring up the Suns as a comparison because I think it's a very good comparison. And I think this is we talk about this a lot here on Burns and Gambo. We talk about as sports fans, you look at sports through the lens of expectations. The Suns in 2021 were a really cool story because nobody expected them to go to the NBA Finals. The Diamondbacks in 2023 were a really cool story because nobody expected them to go to the World Series. That is not the case now for this team. And we saw that with the Suns the last couple of years. It wasn't a cute little story anymore that they were good. We had expectations for them to be good. Hey, you went to the finals. We expect you to go back. Hey, you got Kevin Durant. We expect you to be great.
Right.
Hey, you got Bradley Beal. We expect you to be really great. It's sort of the same with the Diamondbacks. It's different when they come out of nowhere and it's this pleasant, cute little surprise that you weren't expecting. We have high expectations for this team, and because of that, if they fail to meet them, it's the level of disappointment that you feel when they don't meet them, it's profound. It's very different than just an average Diamondback season.
Okay, I agree. Dodger fans, if they don't win the World Series, they're gonna lose their minds, right? The Dodger fans.
Yeah, for everything they've done to that roster.
Right, like
yes.
It's World Series or bust.
Yes.
Are we in the same position here?
It's a great question, and I appreciate you taking the cue because that's kind of where I was thinking we go with this conversation. World Series or bust? I don't think so. It's definitely playoffs or bust.
No doubt.
It's definitely playoffs or bust. I think it's get past the first round or bust.
Okay.
After that, I kind of feel like anything can happen. And I suppose anything can happen in the first round of the playoffs. It's a best of three.
I mean,
anything can happen.
And
in
the
a
NL
best of
is
three.
loaded. Okay, think about this. Phillies, Braves, Mets. Okay, only one of them is winning the division. So,
right.
You might get the Phillies in a wild card round.
You might.
You might get the Braves in a wild card round.
Yeah, you might. And so it's so difficult to say that in baseball because it's just so random. I mean, a 3-game series, you hate to say, man, this whole season is a disappointment if they don't win this 3-game series. So I don't. That's where things get kind of fuzzy. They have to make the postseason. If they don't, it's been a disappointment. Beyond that, it's hard to know. It's hard to know where to say. It's not the World Series. There's part of me that wants to say it's the National League Championship Series, that I feel like that anything less than that would be disappointing. But I don't know. You tell me.
I don't think you did something earlier. The Dodgers are the overwhelming favorites to win the World Series with the betting odds, right? Like the biggest favorite since 2002 with the Yankees. The Diamondbacks aren't even top 5 with the World Series odds, right?
With the betting odds?
With the betting odds.
No, I don't believe
top 5.
No, I think in most of the power rankings they're in the top 5, but in the betting odds, no, they're not. I'll look real quick, but I don't believe they are.
Yeah, I think there are certain times when your feeling is it's World Series or bust. I don't want to like just come out and agree with you. I think this team has to get to the postseason for it to be a success.
Yeah, we're gonna take a break because when we come back, the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Oh, there he is.
And he's going to be joining us on the show, and he's also got a glove in his hand, Gambo. So I think maybe something's about to happen here.
Right.
Might have a catch with Torey. Torey Lovello, the manager of the Diamondbacks, going to join us next on Burns and Gambo.
It's D-backs week on Arizona Sports, and we're giving you the chance to win tickets to D-backs opening weekend.
This hour's code word is play.
Enter the keyword now on the Arizona Sports app for your chance to win.
Back here to tell you about the attorneys at Berg Simpson and the Berg Simpson Law Firm, where I can assure you, if you're ever in the situation my wife and I were in many, many years ago where we were involved in an accident, we did not call Berg Simpson, and we made a major mistake in not calling Berg Simpson because we were T-boned by another driver. The car was smashed. There were 4 people in the car. Everybody was a little bit dinged up. And the next morning, it was like we didn't even really think about it because we thought, well, The accident wasn't our fault. I'm sure everything will go fine. I'm sure we'll get exactly what we need, and everything will go really easy. And, boy, were we wrong. None of that happened. Everything was a fight. And in retrospect, we absolutely should have called Burke Simpson. So if you're in the same situation and you need it, you want the very best to represent you, and that is what Burke Simpson is. So have this number handy just in case. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Burke Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control. And so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows. And an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try, risk-free at philo.tv.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Ready! Get ready for the weekend with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, your home of the no-fee emergency. Call now to book your appointment time for today, tonight, or later this week. We're here to help. With Ready Services, you'll enjoy free estimates, no trip charge, no after-hour fees, no weekend fees. You can even get a free second opinion on your big job. Always ready since 1957, saving you money and doing business the right way. ReadyServices.com. Ready.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the 0-1 pitch, swung on, grounded to third, backhanded by Suarez, goes to second, there's one, throw to first, and that's in time. Oh, what a double play. Around the horn, 5-4-3.
Now more of Burns and Gambo live from Chase Field for D-backs opening day.
We're back here on the Burns and Gambo show, and the tradition continues.
It's always so much fun for me.
An opening day catch between John Gambadoro and Troy Lavello. Just happened right in front of us here.
Couple of paisans playing a little ball.
Just having a catch. Just having a catch.
Everybody's like rolling their eyes and wants to throw up every time we go into that Italian shtick, don't they?
Oh, that's a good question. No, but then Graham Rossini comes over and he's on it. Mike always tries to tell me how Italian he is. Mike Hazen. He's always like, my wife was Italian. My boys are more Italian than anything else. I'm like, okay, I get it.
Honestly, I roll my eyes about it a little bit because I hear it all the time. Like all the time. So I don't know if everybody's as sick of it. I get a little sick of it because I hear from him constantly. That noise. But
oh, wait a minute. I like the producers. Who's doing that noise?
Oh, that's Mitch back at the studio. He pushed
well done.
He pushed a button. And
yeah. That's good.
Have a catch or play catch?
Play catch.
Play catch.
Yeah, play catch for sure.
I think it's an East Coast thing.
East Coast thing, have a catch. You want to go have a catch?
Because you're a West Coast guy, right?
I was born and raised in Los Angeles, California,
okay,
right?
Of course, I knew that.
Yeah.
Your dad, of course, I knew that. So, yeah, West Coast, play catch.
Play catch, for sure.
East Coast, have a catch.
Yeah.
It's still, I mean, I'm 58 years old. It's still one of the coolest things is to just have a catch.
Right.
I mean, just even with my son, just to, like,
yeah,
go out there and play catch, whatever you want. Just to go do that.
He used both of them.
Well, I just tried to. Yeah.
He's just trying to blend in.
I'll agree with you. Like, I go back to playing catch with my dad and doing the exact same thing. In fact, I played catch with my dad on this field. I came in here in like 1998, 9-ish with the Phillies, and played catch with my dad right there in front of first base. It was a great moment for me. I'll never forget it. I'll remember playing catch with my dad when I was a little kid. And my sons, right, playing catch with my sons to this day is a great moment for me. It's just baseball. It's connecting.
Wow.
It's a beautiful thing.
And coming from an immigrant family, my parents didn't know a damn thing about baseball.
Yeah.
Like, I had to learn everything on my own and do everything on my own because my father didn't know. My father never played catch with me once.
Yeah.
Ever. Like, ever. Like, so, you know.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's
Italian old man. You want to play soccer? Yeah, that's all you want to do.
I don't know anything about baseball.
Yeah.
When I go to see my family in Italy, and we bring baseball gloves. Me and Q.
Yeah.
You know, my cousin doesn't know how to put the glove on the right hand. He takes the glove like this. He puts it on his right hand. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Back in the day, they don't do this anymore, but they used to have like a sleepover here at Chase Field where you could bring like sleeping bags and sleep in the outfield grass.
Yeah.
So I brought my whole family here and we did a sleepover overnight at Chase Field. And I played catch with my son and my daughter out here on the field. We spent the night at Chase Field.
My God,
and
so
first thing in the morning, they would play the cock-a-doodle-doo and they opened the roof. And and it was like in the middle of the summer. So like, okay, it's time to leave now. Time to go. We gotta get out of here.
Did you actually sleep? Were there people actually sleeping out there?
Slept out. Yeah, we were all sleeping on the grass out there.
That's a pretty cool thing.
Great.
We got to reinitiate that. I think that's awesome.
This is a special place to us.
Yeah.
To me and Burnsy. I know for you, but for us, like, baseball is by far our favorite sport. Both of us. We love baseball more than any other sport. Not even close. And like we've both been here since day one.
Yeah.
Since day one. You know, with Schilling and Randy and Gonzo, and I used to do a show with Kurt Schilling. We did a show together. We're still very close friends right now. Me and Randy hated each other, but now we're actually close. And like but this has just been a very, very special place, and there's nothing like opening day. And I was just so sad because I would always take my son to every opening day. I would buy tickets, and I would get him, and we'd go to opening day. But he's got a baseball game today. He's got a high school baseball game. So it's like, oh, man, it's like, he's not going to be here for opening day because he's got his own baseball game.
Yeah, life changes like that, right? You're used to spending all that little quality time with your children, and all of a sudden they're like, "Hey, Mom, Dad, I'm going to go out with my buddies and my girlfriend tonight.
Yeah, breaks your heart,
hang
doesn't
with
it?
you guys totally."
He's got a girlfriend.
Absolutely.
He's got a car now. He's driving.
But we did that to our parents too. So I guess what goes around comes around.
Absolutely.
I'm sure, like every opening day, I'm sure is exciting and the juices are flowing and you're feeling it. I got to imagine this one's just got a little extra something to it. Does it or does it not?
No, it does. We've got a lot to prove, and I want everybody to know that it just doesn't happen automatically just because you have a good baseball team. I know what it looks like on a piece of paper, but it's played between the white lines, and we prepped like that. We prepped in a very, very hungry manner. To be honest with you, there's a few episodes that I have burned in my brain from last year and in prior years as well, but none stronger than winning 89 games and not getting into the big dance last year. So you can't tell me I didn't do something, or a player X or Y didn't do something that could have helped us win one more game. So we're not going to leave any stone unturned. We're going to go out there and play our best baseball from day one, which we always intend to do. But you know those little throwaway moments where you're just like, okay, shoot, darn, we'll figure it out tomorrow.
You figure in a 162-game season,
like
you're going to have we talked all the time, and we brought this up on the air. You were kind enough, you and Mike, to do a sales event with us for some of our clients. And we were asking you guys about painful memories from last year, fully expecting you were going to bring up 8-0 against the Brewers.
Correct.
Last year.
Yeah.
You guys are pulling out games from like the first week of the season that were haunting you.
Yeah.
We were right? We've talked about that 4 or 5 times about how like you take those little moments and you realize you can't take any moment for granted when you're out.
Totally, that's totally right. And it was an 8-0 game in Atlanta against Max Fried. We had him absolutely on the ropes. I think it was 6-0 and 8-2, and we didn't close out that game. And then there's 5 to 7 more during the course of the year where, yeah, of course, I wish I made a different pitching move. Knowing the outcome, I wouldn't have made the pitching move that I made. But that's just the beauty of the game. And what I'm asking everybody to do, from me to the coaches to the players, is step up when you get your chance. Step up and engage. Get in the middle of the ring, put your hands up and fight, and help your team win a game.
Yeah. The most fascinating discussion we've had over the last couple of days is about Ryan Nelson, because there is a time, there is a point in the season where they're the point of no return, where if you keep him in the bullpen long enough, you're not going to be able to use him as a starter. We go back and forth on this because we all want him to be your 6th starter. When somebody goes down, he's got to be the guy because he's better than Yulber Diaz, and he's better than Mania, and he's better than, Tommy Henry. To you, and now I know there's some games back east, and if you get a rain out in a doubleheader, he'll start that game. But to you, how do you balance that with being able to still have him as a potential starter, but make sure he has enough innings and is stretched out enough?
It's very tough. We got to find out what that right balance and complement is to keeping him stretched out, making sure that we engage him for 45 to 65 pitches for each of his early outings. At some point, it's going to be the point of no return. You're right. When you start to shrink up those innings or those appearances, we're not going to run him out there and ask him to do something that our marathon runners, our starters, are supposed to do. We're going to treat him like a sprinter, and that's a relievers. But what is that jumping off point? I'm not sure. We have a lot of really excellent people that are going to be able to tell me when it's the time to and when it's the time not to. But it's something we can do, and I'm going to commit to it. I promised Mike Hazen that I would commit to it. Where and when we could keep him stretched out just to maintain his ability to be our 6th starter could mean the difference between a winning season and a losing season.
Can you, early in the season, you're going to have a lot of starters that, 90 pitches after 5.
Yeah.
Could you go to Ryan Nelson for 6, 7, 8, and 9 in some of those games?
Yeah. So, in a perfect world, the score is going to be 5-0. I go to him, and he closes it out, and there's zero stimulus. The heartbeats are very normal in the dugout. But you tell me this one. Say if it happens tonight, and I got Ryan Nelson in the game, and he's at pitch 45 or maybe 40, and Kyle Tucker's up at home plate with 2 outs in the 9th inning with the bases loaded and we're up by 2 runs. Do you go to A.J. Puck or do you go with Ryan Nelson? So the script is constantly evolving and changing. I want to win baseball games. First and foremost, I got to win baseball games. And I want to do all I can to win baseball games and put guys in the right position. That's my job. The players want to do the same thing, too. So I've got to figure out that balance. It's going to be very tough.
Tori, we always appreciate the give and take, the conversation. Our weekly segments with you start tomorrow.
Looking forward to it.
So you're awesome for today and tomorrow, so we appreciate that. Best of luck tonight. Best of luck this season.
We're pulling for you.
Thank you, guys. I love you guys. We'll talk to you soon. Looking forward to it. Okay, have a good one. Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, live from Chase Field. He's got other things he's got to go do, but he is going to join us tomorrow at 2:30 for the start of his weekly segments with us here on Arizona Sports. When we come back, last night took the air out of the room a little bit. So what is the mood around the Phoenix Suns right now? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
2 years ago, that Final Four, Florida Atlantic, Miami, San Diego State, UConn.
Yeah.
Is that floating your boat?
Well, see, you want one Cinderella. Then everybody can get behind one.
I don't need
not
any.
want.
You know what? If I want Cinderella, I'm going to put on some 80s hair metal.
Shake me! Could U of A be classified as a Cinderella right now?
No.
We could become America's team overnight.
Moving to Canada on Friday.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, you know the best time to get into America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running? Right now. Yep, it is Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for Ford Truck Month, where you can find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss. Like, how about 2.9% financing right now for 72 months on a 2024 Ford F-150? Yep, and with a range of powertrain options, whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, the F-Series brings you so much power, so many possibilities. And again, because it's Truck Month, get 2.9% financing right now for 72 months on a 2024 F-150. Hey, check out the Ford F-150 Lightning, sleek and stealth. It's also your power source. You can plug in appliances and tools. And again, you can get a 2024 F-150 for 2.9% financing for 72 months until Ford Truck Month ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Sweet 16 matchup against number 1 seeded Duke. If the Wildcats win, it will be their first Elite 8 appearance since 2015. Tip-off is at 6:39. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
D-backs Cubs. The season opener tonight. Pregame at 6:30. 7:10 first pitch. Right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo show. We are live from the field at Chase Field. Opening day. We're on the air for another half hour or so, and then we'll step aside for a quick version of Arizona Sports at night, and then we're going to bring you the game. 7 o'clock first pitch between the Diamondbacks and the Chicago Cubs. It is opening day, and we're super stoked. We'll preview the game coming up in the next segment and really start to kick off the season. And again, I do want to thank Tori for stopping by. We are going to have him on the show tomorrow as well, 2:30 for his regular weekly visit with us. But it's opening day, and he wanted to come by and say hi, and we appreciate that. Tori's always been really good to us.
Great.
And we're always
got
very...
my catch-in on the field before the game. Always enjoy that. Just a blast for me. I really do enjoy that.
But what I do appreciate about Tori, and a lot of the people that we have on too, is that when it's time to be critical, we're critical. When it's time to be rough, we're rough, and he appreciates that, respects that, and he still comes on and has a good time with us and has a catch with you and does all that stuff.
Right,
so we've got a good relationship with him. Goes back nearly 10 years. Not quite, but close, that we've known Tori Lavello. All right, let's talk about that Suns game last night.
Good night, everybody.
Not quite. It was bad. They lost by 30.
Yeah.
It was awful.
Yeah.
They lost by 30. And the question that every Suns fan has to ask themselves today is how much stock do you want to put into one game? And I know it's more than just one game. It's been a season's worth of mediocre basketball. But I also don't think you can just take everything they've done in the last 4 games and say it's irrelevant and it no longer matters and it doesn't mean anything. It still matters. It still means something. Last night, we're going to find out the next couple of games whether last night was a blip or whether the 4 games and the win streak was a fluke. And we're going to find out probably by the time we're back on the air Monday after they've played Minnesota on Friday and Houston on Sunday.
Yeah, and it may not even matter because what matters is that they need wins. And whether they win, if they get a lucky win or they get a hard-fought win, every loss hurts and every win helps. And they ran into a buzzsaw last night. That team is so good. They have so many shooters on the team. They're so deep. And even without Jason Tatum, man, that was tough to watch. It was tough to watch.
It was.
Because they buried the Suns last night. They were up by 34. The Suns were never in the game. First quarter they were in the game. Right after the second quarter it was over. They were down 19, I think, or 20 at the half, and then the next thing you know it was 34, and they were just never in the basketball game. You look at the loss and you say, okay, let's look at the other teams, what they've got going on. Dallas is playing Orlando now. I don't know what the score is. I'll have to look it up.
It is 62-55. Magic are beating Dallas with about 7 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Okay, so 62-55. All right, they're up by 7, so you need a Magic win. Sacramento's got Portland tonight. So you think worst case scenarios. Oh, what if Sacramento beats Portland? What if Dallas beats Orlando? What if the Suns lose to Minnesota? Well, then you're out of the playoffs. You're out of the playoffs. Now, it may go back and forth. It might be something where you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out, because these games are all so tough. The Suns had a 4-game winning streak. It was really helpful. There's not another 4-game winning streak on the schedule, I don't think.
No, it doesn't seem like it.
I don't think there's another 4. Now, if you go in 4 in a row, you're in. You might even say that if any of these teams, Sacramento, Dallas, or Phoenix, could win 3 in a row, it might be enough to get you in. At this point, Can anybody win 3 in a row? You're certainly not going to get a 4-game winning streak by any of these teams. I don't think you will. None of them are good enough, and the schedule's too hard. Even Dallas with the schedule being easy, they're losing to Orlando right now.
Yeah.
So they should get Gafford back next week, but I don't even think they can go on a winning streak.
I assume AD's playing tonight. I didn't look at the box scores.
He didn't play the other night. I would imagine he is.
Jamal's giving me the thumbs up that he's playing tonight, but he must not be playing that great. Anyway, no, you're right. There's no. This is going to be nip and tuck the whole way, and this is. We're past the point of, not that we were ever there, of moral victories or, hey, you played well but you didn't win. That was fine back in December. That was even fine back in January. That stuff doesn't fly anymore. You just got to win as many basketball games as you can. I guess the concern is, Gambo, everything that we saw them do so well during the 4-game win streak, they did none of it last night. almost none of it last night. And what worries me, and I don't know if it worries you as much, but what worries me is that, that there might be like this knee-jerk reaction to believe that what you saw during the 4-game win streak was more fluke than anything else, that it wasn't real, that it was a team getting hot at the right time, getting streaky performances from young players that they can't count on again. The flip side of the coin is that they played the Boston Celtics, a team filled with snipers who crush teams like that. There's no shame in losing to the Boston Celtics and giving up 132 points because a lot of teams have done that. We're going to find out which version is real based off of how the Suns respond to that, especially against Minnesota, the team that has been their nemesis for as long as they have.
What we saw, too, was Kevin Durant just absolutely taking over and carrying his team on the back the way a hitter in baseball that's a cleanup hitter can just go on a tear and carry a team. And he's done that 7 to 10 times this year. He's done that. Not capable of doing that every game.
Yeah, no.
Not capable of doing that every game.
And that's, because we talked about this a lot, that was something else we were both a little worried about. Like, if that's what's going to be required for this to happen, it's going to stop at some point. Like, he's just not going to be able to give you 42 points a night.
And he had 30 and 30 minutes last night.
Yeah.
He was so good again last night.
Honestly, he probably would have given him 40 if he played more than 30 minutes.
Yeah.
If he had played his normal 38 to 39 minutes, he probably comes close to 40.
I think he's playing his best basketball right now. I think he's playing his best basketball for the Phoenix Suns these 3 games. But again, and that's the big question. Is he capable of doing this night in and night out every game? And I don't know that anybody is. It's hard. That's hard to do. The answer is probably no, but is it what they need? It's probably what they need.
Oh, yeah.
But can he do it? The answer is probably no, he can't.
They need Devin Booker to be better.
A lot better.
A lot better. He had a minus 33 last night. He did not have a good game at all.
But you notice that I know you noticed this because we've talked about it. When games go sideways, not that Book checks out, but there's something different about him. Like, that willingness to fight back and try to make a run and get that. Like, you don't see that as much with him. When this team gets down and out, Devin Booker's not leading the charge to get the team back into the game.
I would love to disagree with you because I like Devin Booker so much. I can't disagree with you on that. There is something about moments like last night. Doesn't mean he's not clutch. He obviously hit the game-winning shot the other night against Milwaukee. It's not a clutch conversation. It's okay, you're getting punched in the mouth.
Steamrolled.
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? And I don't have the data in front of me to back this up. It just feels like there have been times this season when those punches have come that there hasn't been a response from Devin Booker, that instead it turns into the 4 for 13 game with 14 points and just kind of a ho-hum line in the box. So, and that's it all leads into what continues to be a very odd, weird, disappointing season for Devin Booker. It's just that none of it has felt right for Devin this year. There have been pockets where it has, pockets where he's been brilliant, but not nearly enough of them.
No, I think if we went through all the games that Devin Booker has played and say, how many games was he average to bad in? You'd be shocked at how many there were. And that's not Devin Booker. We know he's better than that. We know he's much better than that. But this year, something about this year specifically, there seems to be more of those games where he's not great than there have been in previous years.
Yeah, there have been. And it's I've been racking my brain about it all season long because we've been talking about it all season long. I have no explanation for it. I don't know what it is. Is it a Bud thing? Is it a chemistry of the team thing? Again, I no idea. But it's certainly, if they're going to pull this off, obviously they have to win every game they can. They can't afford too many more Devin Booker off nights like last night. They're just not going to get there with Kevin Durant shouldering the load, not with the schedule they're playing, not with the teams they have on the docket. It's going to require some greatness out of Devin Booker that we all know he's capable of.
I think, like I said, I don't think a team can win 4 games in a row, but I think one of these teams can lose 4 games in a row. And that could be, if you could win 3 or 4 in a row, you might solidify your spot. If you lose 4 games in a row, you might punch your ticket into the lottery.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, We will preview tonight's opening nights, the Diamondbacks and the Cubs, the pitching matchup, everything you need to know about it. That is next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Devin Booker over the last 3 games, and there is a game-winning shot mixed in here, obviously, but he is shooting 37.5%, 18 of 48 from the field, averaging just 16.7 points per game. This is just over the last 3 games. They got 9 games left if they're going to make the play-in. I don't know that they're going to be able to do that if Devin Booker or Kevin Durant, if their shooting is off at all.
Are you saying you think there's something wrong with Devin Booker?
I'm just saying that he's going to have to be peak Devin Booker for them to get it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It is truck month at Sanderson Ford, and what does that mean for you? Big savings at Sanderson Ford, America's most awarded Ford dealership. Truck month, they're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, and they've got an incredible selection of vehicles for you to save big on, with great financing as well at Sanderson Ford. You're looking for a new Bronco or Bronco Sport? They've got it. They've got a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT up to $11,000 off right now during truck month at Sanderson Ford. The Bronco Badlands. Oh, they've got the best selection of Broncos in town, bar none. It used to be when it was hard to get a Bronco, but right now, Sanderson Ford, they've got a ton of Broncos for you. So if you are in a position right now where you're like, hey, you know what, I need a new truck, truck month at Sanderson Ford is ready to help you get into the vehicle of your choice at the right price. So check out Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You can also go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
At Dignity Health's Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute, keeping you moving is a joint effort. With minimally invasive techniques and a personalized treatment plan, our team of highly specialized orthopedic experts can keep you in motion. We care for your knees, hips, and shoulders so you can enjoy what moves you. Don't let joint pain put your life on pause. Keep moving forward and find your path back to what you love. Learn more at dignityhealth.org/azortho. Hello, human kindness.
Baseball is back, and there's no better way to celebrate opening day than with Kilt Lifter and Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. For a limited time, enjoy a special edition Kilt Lifter can, designed in partnership with the Arizona Diamondbacks and made for true fans. Same bold award-winning amber ale, now wrapped in Diamondbacks pride. Look for Kilt Lifter at your local retailer and raise a toast to baseball season. The legend lives on this baseball season with Kilt Lifter and the D-backs. Please drink responsibly.
Arizona Sports.
Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what is on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. The games that we're going to watch tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Chicago Cubs. Game is coming up at 7 o'clock tonight, Gambo. We're also going to be watching U of A in the Sweet 16, the fourth-seeded Wildcats.
We be busy.
On the top-seeded Duke Blue Devils. We're going to be watching that tonight. A bunch of NBA action as well that we're going to be keeping an eye on. And, of course, the rest of the Sweet 16 that's going to be on the docket for tonight as well. So, yes, we are going to be busy. We have a lot going on. We have a lot to talk about tomorrow, and we're looking forward to it. That's what's on tonight.
Yes, and we're keeping our eye on the Dallas-Orlando game where the Mavericks have taken the lead.
Have they?
I'm just looking it up. 73-68, Dallas has taken the lead.
My computer has decided to go very, very slow on me right at the end, so I do not have that available here. So I'll tell you what, let's just preview this game tonight. It is time for D-backs on deck.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Diamondbacks baseball, they are on deck. They're getting ready to take on the Cubs. We will join our official pregame coverage coming up at 6:30, but Mitch is standing by with a special half-hour edition of Arizona Sports at Night before we get into Diamondbacks baseball.
Mitchy Mitch!
Pitching matchup for tonight's game. It's brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Zach Gallen gets the start for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Justin Steele, the lefty, he gets to start tonight for the Chicago Cubs.
So you'll see Randall Grichuk in the lineup as the DH going up against the lefty tonight. Steele's been a good pitcher. He did pitch already one game in Tokyo against the Dodgers, gave up 2 home runs in that game. The Cubs are trying to avoid their first 0-3 start since 1977. The last time the Cubs were 0-3. That was a miserable year for them. They actually started 0-14 that year. So if they can get the win today, they could avoid that 0-3 start. The last time they played the Diamondbacks opening day here at Chase, April 4th, 2005, Cubs won that one 16-6. So they did play opening day here at Chase Field back in 2005.
Yeah, for Zach Gallen getting the opening day start, he becomes the 5th Diamondback ever to get 3 straight opening day starts. So it's quite the honor for him. Obviously, I'm not going to use the word controversy, but certainly it was an awkward moment about a week ago or so when we learned that Zach Gallen was going to get the opening day nod by Torey Lovullo by taking as long as he did to announce that, kind of without really knowing how particular he is about his routine. Put Corbin Burns in a situation where the only realistic option for him was to start the 5th game of the season against the Yankees next week. So kind of unusual. It's not going to be Corbin Burns tomorrow. It's going to be Zach Gallen tonight. Torey felt bad about it. He fell on the sword. But for Zach Gallen, obviously a great member of the Diamondbacks. Good season last year. High expectations this year. All eyes will be on him to see whether he can be the co-ace of this team this year.
Yeah, and he has been a great pitcher for the Diamondbacks. Won 14 games last year for them. He gets the opener tonight. This lineup, this is a good lineup for the Cubs. They made some additions, Kyle Tucker being one of them, and they expect that they're going to have a much better offense than they did last year. Their starting pitching, not great, but the offense, it's a good one. So Zach's going to have to be very careful with this lineup because they've got some good bats and they've got some power in the lineup as well.
And of course, with any opening day start, with any first week of the season, there's going to be pitch counts, and Zach probably won't go as deep into the games as we're normally accustomed to seeing. That's something that's going to be very much a part of this for the next couple of weeks or so. So we'll get used to that extra bullpen usage, things like that. So that's something certainly to consider. With all of the Diamondback starters during the first 2 weeks of the season or so, expect everybody to be kind of limited in building up their pitch counts and whatnot. The injury report, today's injury report, is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrow neuro.org. The one that impacts the Diamondbacks the most right now is Kevin Ginkel. He's going to start the season on the IL with a shoulder injury. Kendall Graveman is on the IL as well. You've heard that you don't think both of those injuries are going to be very long ones.
I expect both guys will be back at some point in the month of April. Both guys will be back at some point in the month of April. So I'm not expecting that will be long-term, and that will change the bullpen dramatically, too, when they've got to, make some changes in the bullpen with two new guys coming in.
Yeah, so for now, roles are going to get shifted a little bit. Certainly, if he gets a chance to get into the game, it will be interesting to see Shelby Miller tonight, the former Diamondback, and a little bit of a redemption arc for him for tonight's game as well if he gets in there. So that's something to keep an eye on. Your opening day lineup for the Diamondbacks is pretty much as you would expect with a lefty on the bump for the Cubs. Batting leadoff and playing second base is Ketel Marte. Corbin Carroll is in right field, batting second. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is in left, batting third. Josh Naylor making his Diamondbacks debut tonight, batting cleanup and playing at first base. Gabby Moreno handling the catching duties, batting fifth. Eugenio Suarez hits sixth. He's playing at third base. Randall Grichuk is the DH tonight. He gets the opening day start, batting seventh. Jake McCarthy starting in center. He bats eighth. And Geraldo Perdomo, the shortstop, batting at ninth tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see Naylor in the lineup, right? I mean, replacing Christian Walker, a lot of power. He's a guy that's very dangerous. So guys on base, he's driven a lot of runs last year for the Indians. He got a lot of power in the lineup, so looking forward to watching him play.
The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. It being opening day, we don't have a whole lot to report in this
Cubs are 0-2.
But we can tell you the Cubs are 0-2. The Dodgers are 2-0. There are a few games that have already gone final today across Major League Baseball. We'll have a better picture of the standings as the days and the weeks go by. But, yeah, the Dodgers are already 2-0. The Cubs are already 0-2 so far in the season. Time for some keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G protein bars. Gluten-free, protein-packed, and ridiculously good. G2G protein bars are grab-and-go goodness.
Burnsy, a lot of times when we're looking for a key to the game, I take a look at the batters versus the pitchers, and I try to see any track record and to see if anybody's had a lot of success or a lot of failure against somebody. And it was somebody in this Diamondbacks lineup, and it stood out like a sore thumb when I looked at his batting average and the success that he's had against Justin Steele. And that is Gabby Moreno.
Oh.
In the fifth hole, Gabby Moreno has had 8 at-bats against Justin Steele. He's 7 for 8 against him.
Wow, good numbers. Great numbers.
7 for 8 with 3 doubles. He's got an .875 batting average against Justin Steele. When I looked at that, I said, okay, let me look up in the lineup. I'm like, okay, I see him. He's batting 5th in the lineup. That'll be a key if the Diamondbacks can get some guys on base ahead of Moreno batting 5th. That could be a big key for them. Again, Gabby Moreno, 7 for 8, 3 doubles, a couple RBIs, and an .875 batting average in his career against Justin Steele.
And if you see him, he's going to look a little different. He went through an off-season training regimen where he kind of leaned out a little bit, put on a little more muscle, kept an eye on his diet a little bit. Obviously, he's been plagued by some health issues the last couple of years, so we'll see if that leads to more
Still here? It's over.